18. When Fu Nanhua walked out of the house, he found the delicate and pretty maidservant sitting on a small stool in the courtyard. She held a handful of corn and was feeding the chickens. The old hen and a group of yellow and fluffy chicks were pecking at the corn. After seeing her, Fu Nanhua smiled. It was unknown whether the girl was shy or cold by nature, but the corner of her mouth twitched as a greeting in return. After Fu Nanhua opened the courtyard door, he found Kai Qinqian waiting in the alley. He was not in a good mood, so he turned around and closed the door. Through the gradually narrowing door, he saw a face looking up at him. Fu Nanhua suddenly realized that the servant girl, who was supposed to be a poor girl with an earthy smell, had a pair of pretty eyes, which made her look like a green blooming in the early spring. However, Fu Nanhua did not think too much about it. The young master of the old dragon city was tired of looking at outstanding girls who were fat and thin and graceful. Walking side by side with Kai Qinqian, Fu Nanhua asked, "What's wrong? Not going well?" When it comes to opportunities, there are many setbacks. It may not be fixed every time, so there is no need to be discouraged. Kai Qinqian was born gentle and charming. After cultivating, her bones and marrow had been cleansed. Just in terms of body, compared to the women of the mortal world, she was as pure as glass. The women at the foot of the mountain were stunning at first glance, but in the end, they were just a pile of stinky skin. At this time, the fairy of Yinxia Mountain did not look too good. It was obvious how bad her mood was. Otherwise, it would not be so obvious on her face. She must have been holding back her anger from waiting in the alley. She needed to vent it out. An expert beat us to it. He is one of the local snakes of Book Slip Lake, Lu Jimao. There wasn't even the slightest bit of room for discussion. When we met, he brought out my sect master ancestor of Cloud Glow Mountain to pressure me, a junior. From beginning to end, I only spoke a few words before he was driven out of Gu Kan's courtyard. Fu Nanhua thought for a while and reminded her, "Let's talk after we get out of Mud Bottle Alley." Kai Qinqian was puzzled. "Aren't all spells forbidden in this place?" Fu Nanhua smiled and said, "Those who can come here in search of opportunities, who doesn't have some trump cards? Young people like you and me might be fine. According to the rules of the town, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the strength of the suppression. Below the saint realm, the closer one's cultivation is to the saint realm, the weaker one is, right? However, have you ever thought that if an expert who has attained the Tao is willing to sacrifice his Tao to display his divine ability, would he really be inferior to us, the younger generation?" "Ooh," Kai Qinqian retorted, "with a saint here. How dare he attack me so brazenly?" Fu Nanhua advised, "We are here to seek good karma, not to make enemies. Even if our lives are not in danger, it would not be good to have bad relations with the seniors." Kai Qinqian was not a person who would beat around the bush. She nodded and said, "Brother Fu, you are right. You are a mature and prudent person." She had a bitter face and looked pitiful. "But I really don't want to. I have already given you 10 cloud root stones. If all my efforts are in vain, how can I explain it to the ancestors?" After walking out of Mud Bottle Alley, Fu Nanhua and Kai Qinqian almost simultaneously became spirited. It was not as simple as the light suddenly brightening. The two looked at each other and then quickly averted their eyes. Fu Nanhua, who was originally extremely excited, calmed down a lot. He carefully thought about this trip to the alley. The alliance with Kai Qinqian should not have been exposed. The deal with the teenager Song Jisen should also not have been exposed. It was a fair deal in accordance with the rules. How could the saint who sat and watched the wind come and go and the water rise and fall have the leisure to interfere? Then where did this pressure come from? Could it be the true Lord Jiang Jie, whom he had never heard of before? Compared to Fu Nanhua's far-sighted thoughts, Kai Qinqian's thoughts were simpler. She thought that Fu Nanhua was right, and that the true Lord Jiang Jie had indeed used some kind of magic to monitor her. She was scared. Fortunately, she only said some words of complaint and did not say any harsh words out of anger. The two walked on the street with their own thoughts. The further away they were from Mud Bottle Alley, the lighter the pressure in their hearts became. Fu Nanhua felt that it was due to the heavy fate, while Kai Chinchien felt that it was due to the heavy burden of the family. Looking up at the archway in the distance, Fu Nanhua asked curiously, "The true Lord Jiangjie of Calligraphy Lake? How come I have no impression of him? Even if my old dragon city is located in the southernmost part of the continent, the position of true lord is so prestigious. No matter how ignorant I am, I should have some understanding of it." Kai Chinchien lowered her voice and sneered. "What true lord? He is just a true lord in a higher position among the unorthodox sections. He is the most sanctimonious and has no right to be called a true lord." Thinking about how shrewd Emperor Yuanwu was, he naturally would not confer the title of true lord to such a person. Giving out the title of true lord might mean that he would not be able to get it back in 200 years. In addition to the extravagant spending of Emperor Yuanwu's ancestors, in his hands there would only be 2 spots for true lords left. He would also not casually give it to an unorthodox cultivator who is fishing for fame. Fu Nanhua suddenly understood. "I see. Every true lord in a dynasty could gather, suppress, and increase the fate of the country for the monarch. The position of Daoist true lord could be said to be the people of the Daoist sections. They were at the top of the secular dynasty. The pillars of the militarists and the scholars of Confucianism were also on this list." Kai Chinchien seemed to ask casually, "What about that Song Jisun?" Fu Nanhua also answered casually, "That young man is ambitious, born smart, and has a big backer. It's just that the situation—" Kai Chinchien smiled. "Not big?" Fu Nanhua laughed. "It's not that it's not big. It's just not big enough." The two walked under the archway. Fu Nanhua was high-spirited and murmured, "When the time comes, the heavens and the earth will work together." Kai Chinchien raised her head and looked at the 4 words, "Do not ask for external help." Her heart was empty, and she only felt a sense of loss. It was as if the epiphany she had gained in Mud Bottle Alley had been completely returned to this small town. This made her unusually irritated. Song Jisun's house was a big house in Mud Bottle Alley. In addition to the main hall with a plaque hanging from it, there were also side rooms on both sides. The plaque in the main hall said, "Huaiyuan Palace." There was no signature. Song Jisun always felt that just based on the handwriting, it was not the work of a master. At this moment, the master and servant were in Song Jisun's main house. The young man was rummaging through boxes and cabinets. The servant girl was standing at the door. She asked softly, "Young master, did you not reach a deal?" Song Jisun put down a string of bells and sat back on the only chair in the house. He held the back of his head with his hands and crossed his legs. "That Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City is not a complete idiot. He didn't treat me as an ignorant fool from the beginning. It's just that he's not that smart. He wanted to make friends with me. It's really fun." Later on, he was casually tricked by me and revealed his fox tail. He thought that by deliberately mystifying and using some thunderous methods, he would be able to use both kindness and authority to intimidate me. Compared to the unpredictable Mr. Chi, he is 100,000 miles away. The servant girl, GQ, said, "Worlds apart? Young master, you're exaggerating." Song Jisun made a face and said, "Then it's 10 Mud Bottle Alleys short." The young man threw a bag to his servant girl. "Look, this is the copper coins mentioned in the secret letter. Previously, that Chun guy next door also got a bag. At that time, I guessed that it might not be a good thing for him to have such a great fortune. As expected, didn't this annoy those 2 cheating couples? I think that Chun guy will have to suffer in the future. By the way, GQ, let me tell you, The guy who came to our house called himself the young master of Old Dragon City. From his tone, no matter how you look at him, he's at least not an embroidered pillow. And this jade pendant, he said something like Old Dragon sends rain. It must be worth a lot. Song Jisun patted the green and lovely jade pendant, which was already hanging on his waist. In the young man's heart, he felt that he was one big step closer to becoming a scholar like Mr. Chi. GQ opened the exquisite embroidered bag and asked softly, "Young master, can we get more copper coins back?" Song Jisun smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" GQ pinched a golden copper coin between her 2 fingers and shook it. She smiled happily and said, "It's golden and shiny. Look at it. It's so festive." Song Jisun couldn't help but laugh. "You can do that. All right, since you like it, I'll get a few more bags back. These coins are placed outside. They are the winnings placed on the beams, the spring greeting money on the peach talismans, and the offerings in the Buddha statues' stomachs or hands. However, ordinary people have their own rules, and immortals have their own rules." She smiled and narrowed her eyes like 2 crescent moons. She asked, "What about Chinpingan's bag?" Song Jisun frowned. The maidservant noticed her young master's strange mood. She carefully put away the copper coins and fastened the bag. She asked softly, "What's wrong?" Song Jisun curled his lips and covered his neck with both hands. He twisted it and said casually, "Nothing. I just remembered some stupid things. Don't worry about Chinpingan. He doesn't want to get into trouble. On the other hand, that bookworm Zhao Yao will most likely get the copper coins. He's easy to fool. I promise I'll get you a bag." Seeing that the maidservant was a little strange, Song Jisun didn't continue to explain. Seeing that her young master wasn't interested in talking, the maidservant didn't ask further. Ji Gui walked out of the house and came to the courtyard. He saw the 4-legged snake that was naturally an eyesore lying half dead on the ground, basking in the sun. It would often roll around, looking like it was enjoying itself. The furious girl quickly walked over and stepped on the 4-legged snake's head. The tip of her foot twisted fiercely. The poor little fellow cried out in grief. She lifted her foot, and the 4-legged snake scurried away. It dashed around the courtyard and kept hitting the walls. Her family's khaki 4-legged snake, the greedy golden carp that accidentally entered the fish basket, the black loach that Guken raised in the water tank, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 3 out of 5. Looking at the 4-legged snake with horns on its head, the girl grinned. Her face was full of disdain. Stupid thing. In the courtyard of the child Gu Kan's house, the old man and the woman were still sitting across from each other. The former stretched out his hand and looked at the spreading lines on his palm. The old man withdrew his hand and raised his head to ask, "Mrs. Gu, are there many women like you who married a man from another town?" The woman shook her head. "There shouldn't be many. In any case, I'm the only one in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley." The old man hesitated, but still revealed some heavenly secrets to her. A girl's 6 and 12 years old, and a boy's 9 and 18 years old are 2 big thresholds. The former needs to be crossed by oneself. The latter can be pushed by external forces. After that, there's one more thing that can be done. The richer the family, the more advantage they have. Opening the door, ascending the hall, and entering the house. 3 things. The first 2 steps can only depend on luck and fate. Especially the first step. Success or failure depends on whether the heavens will reward you with food or not. The woman's eyes were full of smiles. To be able to be chosen by the immortal elder, my family's Gu Ken is someone who can take the first step on his own, right? The old man said with a smile that wasn't a smile, as long as a child grows up in a small town, it means that his foundation is not outstanding. Although your family's Gu Ken is not 9 years old, he is no exception. The woman's face instantly turned ugly. The old man lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Of course, the quality of one's foundation is important, but it's not the most important thing. If the heavens are pleasing to the eye, even a dog by the roadside, or a weed can slowly cultivate to the great Tao and finally reach the sky. This time, the small town made an exception and allowed so many outsiders to enter because they had no other choice. A piece of land, no matter how good the soil and water is, after thousands of years of continuous cultivation, and harvesting, plus many times of draining the pond to fish, it will decline, and there will be a day when it will be completely barren. The foundation of the feng shui of this place has finally ushered in the last big year. Every time a person is about to die, they will have a final radiance before death. At that time, their spirit will become especially majestic. Your family's gu-kin is benefiting from this. The great opportunity is far beyond imagination. So much so that it has far surpassed those gifted children of the small town. The woman's lips trembled as she tried to suppress her surprise. Her pair of watery eyes also flowed with a bit of seductive charm. The old man glanced at her and said with a smile, "Of course, don't be greedy. The people who have such a great opportunity are definitely not only your son. To put it bluntly, in such a big Eastern Aquarius continent, even if there is someone who has the qualifications to monopolize this fate, they must not have been born yet." The woman clasped her hands in front of her chest and whispered, "It's enough! It's enough!" The old man thought of the junior girl from Yunxia Mountain and said sarcastically, busy and exhausted, only knowing how to ask for some material things. "You really picked up sesame seeds and threw away watermelons, stupid beyond compare." Then the old man smiled. "That's right, those old things from Yunxia Mountain have never seen the world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let this old man have this opportunity. With an almost inexhaustible treasure mountain, they should be rolling in money and prospering day by day. Unexpectedly, they have fallen to the point where they need to rely on a disciple's disciple to support the scene." Inside the house, the child, who had been punching and kicking the door for a long time, stood on a stool and leaned against the window. With a bitter face, he begged, "Mother, let me out. Okay? I promise you'll be obedient." The woman looked at the old immortal. The latter nodded. Then she went to open the door. Holding the child's hand, they walked into the courtyard together. With a stern face, she said softly, "Little Ken, don't make trouble. Do you understand? Mother has never hit you before. If you dare to be disobedient, Mother will really hit you again." Ew. The child made an "oh" sound and drooped his head, looking very sick. Gu-kin moved a small stool and sat down by himself. Together with his mother and the old man, they formed a tripartite balance of forces. The child propped up his cheeks with both hands. "Mother, what did you say to the storyteller just now? I couldn't hear clearly from inside the house. Can you two talk about it again?" The old man made a sound of surprise. After thinking for a while, he shook his wrist, and the big white bowl reappeared in his palm. He lowered his head and looked at it with a dark and unreadable expression. He saw ripples on the surface of the white bowl, occasionally splashing water. A black line quickly swam around the white bowl, hitting the bowl's walls from time to time. The old man said to himself, "Fine, fine, I'll let you be." In order to accept this disciple, the old man had racked his brains in Mud Bottle Alley. He had sacrificed dozens of years of cultivation in order to succeed in doing something 3 times. The first time was to let the woman step on dog poop. The last time was to use a secret technique to make her believe that she was enlightened. If it was outside the town, of course, it would be impossible. Even a true Taoist perfected cultivator would not dare to do such a thing. However, in the town, Kai Chinchien was no different from a mortal. The old man did not hesitate to pay a huge price to take advantage of this opportunity. The second time was the most ingenious. Even the old man himself felt that it was a stroke of genius. It was to make the woman mistakenly think that the straw sandal youth was reminding her out of kindness but it was actually a cunning revenge. At that time, the old man let the youth speak and slowed down a bit, just enough for the woman to catch this detail. It could be said that it was deliberate. On the path of cultivation, there was a fine line between good and bad karma. At this time, the woman in the courtyard, Madame Gu's heart was in suspense. She was afraid that the old immortal would say some bad news. The old man's mouth twitched. From the corner of his eye, he saw a child stand up on tiptoe and then run to the courtyard door. The woman screamed. The old man held the white bowl in his hand and stood up unhurriedly. Disciple, I'll show you the vastness of the world first, so that you don't know what's important and ruin the great cause of our master. And disciple. The woman's vision turned black, and she fainted on the ground. The old man suddenly waved his sleeve. In the next moment, the child who was about to touch the door bolt staggered and fell to the ground. However, when he realized that something was wrong, he looked around blankly. In the end, he raised his head and looked at the storyteller standing beside him. "Where is this?" The old man put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "In the bowl." The child was increasingly at a loss. Suddenly, he heard the old man shout, "Get up!" The child instinctively stood up and didn't move. Gu found that he seemed to be standing on the edge of a cliff. In the distance in front of him, a sea of clouds surged. Then the child's eyes widened in shock. In the vast expanse of whiteness, he saw a huge torso break through the clouds and slowly move. However, it was really too big. It couldn't show its true appearance at all. The child was so frightened that he wanted to take a step back. However, the old man quickly pressed his head with his hand and said sternly, "If you retreat now, you'll have a hard time on the path of cultivation in the future. Stand still." Guken was so frightened that tears immediately flowed out of his eyes. This naughty child, who had always been lawless, actually didn't even dare to cry out. The child couldn't control his body at all. His legs trembled, and his lips trembled. The sea of clouds in the distance boiled. The misty white clouds seemed to be gradually fading away. Then more black appeared in the sky. It was extremely large, just like the little loach in his water tank. After it grew up, this thought popped up in the child's mind for no reason. At that moment, Guken was distracted. He couldn't help but take a step forward. He stretched out his slender arm towards the sky. A head as huge as a mountain slowly swam over from the sea of clouds. The child's eyes lit up. He wasn't afraid at all. He even waved his hand and shouted, "Come quickly, so you've grown so big. No wonder I always feel that the fish, prawns, and crabs thrown into the water tank will always be much less the next day." Standing behind Gu, the Scholar Lake Severing River's true monarch had mixed feelings. There was a strong sense of loss and jealousy, but also a spontaneous feeling of gratification. Although he was sure that he didn't have such great fortune, it was still a blessing to have such a disciple. This trip definitely wasn't in vain. The old man saw the head approaching with his own eyes. He murmured, "A wonder of the world." Chun Pingon suddenly told the black-clothed girl that he had to go into the house. In the end, he squatted in a corner with his back facing her and hid something in his palm. After he left, he said that he was going to buy a clay pot for her to decoct medicine. Their house lacked this. After the straw sandals youth left quickly, the girl glanced at an old pot in the corner of her eyes. Actually, the girl's hearing was very good. The thing in his palm was an extremely sharp porcelain shard. 19. When Chun Pingon was about to run out of the yard, the black-clothed girl suddenly shouted, "Wait, I have something to tell you." Chun Pingon pretended not to hear. When he was about to open the door, the girl raised her voice. Chun Pingon had no choice but to turn around and run back to the door. Her face was a bit rosier than before, but her voice was still a bit hoarse. She said, "First of all, after we outsiders came to this town, although, as I told you before, our bodies are stronger than ordinary people, but other than that, we are no different from you. Second, outsiders are not allowed to kill people here. Once you violate this rule, you will be expelled no matter what the reason is. You are doomed to gain nothing. The price is so high that it is beyond your imagination. Third, you have to think clearly. When we are in danger, even if we are empty-handed, we will definitely help. After all, the most important thing is to stay alive. Chun Pingan thought for a moment and asked, "Is it said that when you do something, you must act fast?" The black-clothed girl grinned. Her face was in high spirits, and her eyes were shining. It seemed that the whole room was lit up. She patted the green scabbard on her knees and nodded. "Yes, you must act fast, faster, or even faster. For example, I carry a sword and a saber. I want to be the fastest person in the world, whether it is drawing a sword or drawing a sword." She paused for a moment. Suddenly, she changed from an impassioned heroine to a girl next door who wanted to show off. She squinted and smiled. "Hey, do you know how many cities there are in the world?" Chun Pingan was at a loss. The girl seemed to see that the boy was not interested. She suddenly lost interest and waved her hand to drive him away. "You better buy the jar back. I am waiting to drink the medicine." This time, Chun Pingan's footsteps were slower and steadier as he left the courtyard. Not long after he left the mud bottle alley, the unlocked door was gently pushed open. The black-clothed girl in the room opened her eyes. She had just breathed in a strange way. She looked at the door as if she was facing a great enemy. The flying sword in the snow-white scabbard on the table suddenly became silent, but it gave off a murderous aura, as if the current cold of late spring could freeze bones and kill people. The maidservant GQ leisurely walked to the door like an ordinary neighbor. She didn't cross the threshold. Instead, she poked her head into the room and looked around. She turned a blind eye to the black-clothed girl who was lying on the small bed with a knife on her knees. GQ looked around for a long time before she finally saw the living person. She asked innocently, "Sister, who are you? Why is she sitting on Chun Pingan's bed? I've never heard that he has any distant relatives." Ning Yao glanced at the uninvited girl and closed her eyes, not bothering to ask anything. GQ saw that she was pretending to be deaf and dumb, but she was not angry. She just shook her head gently and curled her lips with a look of disdain. She looked at the snow-white sword in the scabbard on the table. In the depths of her eyes, there was a deep hatred and fear. Vaguely, there were golden threads crazily swimming around in her pupils. The maidservant hesitated for a moment, but she still lifted one foot and was about to cross the threshold. She suddenly withdrew her foot and coughed. She pretended to say, "I'm coming in. If you don't speak, then you don't object, right?" "That's right. This is Chun Pingan's residence. I've known him for many years. Don't tell me you don't understand what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. We don't have anything to talk about anyway. I just came to see if there's anything missing. We're going to move out soon. There are many things that can be left for Chun Pingan. You don't know, but he's had a hard time these past few years." She was long-winded and hypocritical. It made her and Chun Pingan look like childhood sweethearts. After the maidservant GQ entered the room, everything was calm. She walked straight to the small table and sat on the stool. She kept looking at the sword out of the corner of her eyes. At the same time, the black-clothed girl also took out the 3 pieces of paper that the young Taoist left for Chun Pingan. She carefully studied them, trying to figure out something. Unfortunately, after carefully looking at them twice, she still couldn't figure it out. She said disappointedly, "These words, they really don't have any flavor." She clearly remembered that on the long wall in her hometown, there were 18 words intermittently carved by someone with a sword. Every word contained a majestic aura that could suppress thousands of monsters. When she was still a child, Her favorite hobby was to stand in the middle of one of the strokes of those big words and look at it from afar. Therefore, the girl really didn't care about the forward plaque of the town, Fighting Bull Chi. The maidservant GQ turned around. She quietly straightened her slender waist and folded her hands on her knees. She was probably trying to make herself look more like a noble lady. Facing the black-clothed girl, she smiled and said softly, Miss, you are too careless." Ning Yao couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" GQ exclaimed. She touched her chest and pretended to be surprised. "Miss, you can speak our dialect." Ning Yao asked again, "Do you have something to say?" GQ pointed at the long sword on the table. "Is this yours?" Ning Yao frowned and didn't say anything. The black-clothed girl didn't say anything. GQ didn't care. She stood up and walked to the corner of the wall. She looked at the bottles and jars on the wooden shelf. The maidservant carefully looked at those worthless belongings. When he was an apprentice kiln worker, Chin Pingon walked barefoot through all the mountains and rivers around the town. He went to the mountains alone to dig and chop firewood. He ran up and down the mountains very quickly. As long as someone was willing to teach him something, no matter if it was shallow or difficult to learn, Chin Pingon would put in 120% of his effort to do it. As for what level he could achieve in the end, Chin Pingon didn't care. Of course, he couldn't care even if he wanted to. Just like when old man Yao taught him the craft of burning porcelain. He was always stingy and was never willing to show his true skills. However, as long as old man Yao said something and did something, Chin Pingon would do it very seriously. Later, when Lu Xianyang taught him how to make wooden bows and fishing rods, Chin Pingon also learned meticulously. Song Jisen next door had always been harsh with her words. She said that Chin Pingon's habit, according to the books, was to do one's best and leave the rest to fate. Unfortunately, Chin Pingon didn't have a good life. Since that was the case, he might as well eat and wait for death. GQ waved her hand and said with a bright smile, "Let's go. Miss, take care of yourself. If you need anything, just call me. I'm GQ. I live in the courtyard next door." Ning Yao was expressionless. The maidservant left the room and walked to the courtyard. She muttered in a voice just loud enough for the black-clothed girl to hear, "It's not that interesting." Ning Yao also said softly, intentionally or unintentionally, "What a tacky name." When GQ closed the courtyard door, she slammed it with some force. Ning Yao closed her eyes again to rest. The strange girl's visit didn't affect Ning Yao's heart. However, she really didn't like this small town, especially the cultivators who came here to seek fated chances. They schemed against each other and were shameless. They were called immortals, but that was only because they stood on the mountain, not because they were high. In Ning Yao's heart, the Great Way shouldn't be so small. After the straw sandals teenager walked out of Mud Bottle Alley, the sunlight was a bit dazzling. He covered his forehead with his right hand and gently exhaled. Then he began to jog. His steps were light. Even though he had passed through many streets and alleys, he didn't feel tired at all. After all, for a teenager who was used to going up the mountain and down the river, this journey was really not worth mentioning. The truly difficult thing was going up the mountain to burn charcoal. A dragon kiln used 20 to 30 kilograms of charcoal every year, especially when it was raining. Living in a mountain to cut firewood and burn charcoal was really a torture. The teenager once almost died in a charcoal kiln that collapsed during construction. What the teenager did these years was mostly physical work, and it also required some skills. However, after he entered the sect, he relied purely on his strength to survive. Therefore, the teenager's thin and weak appearance was just a facade. He had a kind of toughness that had been tempered thousands of times inside. Chin Pingon stopped at a crossroads. He leaned against the wall and squatted down. One of his hands was still clenched into a fist, while the other hand was fastening his straw sandals. At this moment, the teenager's heart was as still as water. He just missed his only friend in the small town. That fellow had once mysteriously shown off to Chin Pingon that his grandfather had told him a story. When his grandfather was young, he had personally seen someone standing by a stream. With just a few steps, he had jumped across the entire stream in one step. Later, Lu Xianyang and Chin Pingon tried it themselves. They chose the narrowest part of the stream and ran back at the same time. In the end, Lu Xianyang, who was a few years older than Chin Pingon, quickly fell into the water after the jump. Then he saw a black shadow above his head. With a whoosh, he continued forward and finally landed far away. After that, Lu Xianyang didn't mention anything about the immortal who crossed the stream in a single step. After that, Lu Xianyang knew that Chin Pingon would often go to the stream by himself, running, jumping, leaping, and falling. The teenager got closer and closer to the other side of the stream each time, and he never got tired of it. Once he couldn't help but secretly watch from afar. When Lu Xianyang saw that shocking scene, he felt that the swarthy teenager at that time was different from the idiot in his impression. When the teenager jumped over the stream, he was like a snake-hunting eagle that often hovered in the sky above the small town. 20. Fu Nanhua saw that Kai Qinqian was in low spirits, so he brought her to walk around. The two walked side by side, taking it as a distraction. During this time, they talked about some anecdotes about the south of the eastern bottle continent. Kai Qinqian still had a forced smile on her face, but compared to the irritation she felt after leaving the mud bottle alley, her mood was much better. Her impression of this noble son of Old Dragon City gradually improved. It should be known that although Old Dragon City had a profound heritage and produced many talented people, it was only one step away from the top sections. Logically speaking, it should be much higher than the second-rate Yunxia Mountain, which was at the bottom of the second-rate Yunxia Mountain. However, Yunxia Mountain was an orthodox, immortal family with an orderly inheritance, compared to Old Dragon City, who was a remote southern barbarian. They had an innate sense of superiority. If they met in the past, it would be considered good if they didn't whisper about southern barbarian behind his back. Kai Qinqian said bitterly, "Brother Fu, although the cloud root stone is the lifeblood of the Yunxia Mountain, but since we have already agreed, I will not go back on my words. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I will repay it to Brother Fu." Fu Nanhua comforted her. It is still hard to say whether the Gukan family's opportunity is already set in stone. Kai Qinqian's face was gloomy. She shook her head and said, "Lu Jimao, the river-cutting immortal's reputation is not fake, but his methods are not weak. Otherwise, he would not be able to have a place in the calligraphy lake. This opportunity cannot be forced. Once I annoyed Lu Jimao, how could I withstand the power of a great Shinran from an unorthodox school? I was afraid that Lu Jimao had already held a grudge against me. Once I left the small town without the protection of the saint and the restraint of the rules, God knows what kind of extreme actions Lu Jimao would take. I think Brother Fu must have seen some clues at the border. The retainers that came with me to search for treasures are not strong enough. They are not his opponent." Fu Nanhua smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if it is for the 10 cloud rootstones, I, the Old Dragon City, will escort you back to the Yunxia Mountains safely." Kai Qinqian turned her head and smiled at him. Her watery eyes were full of affection. Fu Nanhua was quite proud. He habitually wanted to touch the jade pendant, but when he touched nothing, he remembered that he had already given his old dragon rain pendant to the young man called Song Jisen. Kai Qinqian was relieved. When she walked, her footsteps slightly leaned to the left, so her shoulder lightly touched Fu Nanhua. During the trip to the Mud Bottle Alley, Kai Qinqian made an unplanned bet. It was a sudden decision, but she carefully weighed the pros and cons. But the fact proved that she lost the bet, and the price was 10 cloud root stones, which made her anxious about the next trip to the small town. Unconsciously, she also developed a sense of dependence on Fu Nanhua, or rather, a gambler's nature. 10 cloud root stones was a bet, but 50 cloud root stones was also a bet. If she won the bet, she would make a lot of money, but if she lost, Kai Chinchien felt that she would not lose. Absolutely not. She was the most talented person in the cultivation of the Yunxia Mountain. Kai Chinchien, on the path of cultivation. Everything was smooth sailing. The level of cultivation was like a hot knife through butter. Kai Chinchien did not believe that she would fail in this stinky ditch. At the same time that Kai Chinchien's mood improved, Fu Nanhua, who felt that the overall situation was settled, also had the leisure to truly appreciate Kai Chinchien's appearance and figure. It was undeniable that she was a woman with a natural charm. Once he became a Tao companion with this kind of woman, whether it was in cultivation or in bed, he would gradually enter the best state. Kai Chinchien was once praised by a respected senior as cloud root mountain wind, heaven-soaring posture. The implication was that she was actually an extremely rare Tao companion candidate. The Yunxia ancestors who relied on the mountain to live off the mountain and were used to doing business for these years spared no expense in cultivating Kai Chinchien. They were not without selfish motives, waiting for the right price. The marriage of an immortal family was a match made in heaven. Compared to the marriage of a rich family in the secular dynasty, it was more prudent, and it was more far-sighted. It was just that Fu Nanhua really did not have a good impression of the Yunxia Mountain. To place the fate of the mountain on the shoulders of a woman like Kai Chinchien, it was really unreasonable. This was also the reason why Fu Nanhua did not have a good impression of the Yunxia Mountain. Fu Nanhua reminded her if the young man next to Song Jisun is also a person chosen by some outside power, and he still has that porcelain with his real name, then this time you make a move, it will cause trouble. It will be easy for people to follow the vine to the melon and find you in Yunxia Mountain. Moreover, Song Jisun and his servant, and Lu Jimao, the true monarch of the River Severing, may be aware of this matter. Kai Chinchien said with a smile, "Brother Fu, you may be focused on the clues and did not pay attention to the unwritten rules of this place. For the people born in this small town, when the boy is 9 years old, if he is not taken away by the porcelain buyer who has been waiting for nearly 10 years, it means that his innate talent is not good enough and is not worth much. The older he is, the cheaper it is. Those sects and clans, instead of spending a huge amount of money to adopt them and being the spendthrifts, it is obviously far more practical to use a large amount of money to cultivate a few direct disciples." When Kai Chinchien mentioned the straw sandals youth, her heart was filled with disgust. Ordinary people should have the awareness of ordinary people. Fu Nanhua tried to be careful with his words and persuaded her. That is reasonable, but that youth is short-sighted. How could he know the nobility of Yunxia Mountain's fairy Kai? Even if he offended you, teaching him a lesson is enough. There is no need to attack twice. Fu Nanhua felt that Kai Chinchien's brazen attack was abnormal, and there must be something fishy about it. Perhaps there was a hidden mystery related to the opportunity, so he hoped to fish out some information and see if he could find any clues. He did not want to think that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In fact, she was the oriole. Old Dragon City had gone through untold hardships and paid a price that was far more exaggerated than that of Xinjiang Mountain and Yunxia Mountain. Only then did Fu Nanhua learn that for the past 3,000 years, the so-called opportunity had been left behind by the ancestors, except for the group of talented children in the town. However, when this blessed land was on the verge of complete collapse, it was not so simple. The last dynasty, the mountains and rivers were shattered. Divine weapons and heavy weapons were bound to appear to welcome the new dynasty. Kai Chinchien was a bit unhappy. Don't talk about him. Just thinking about him makes me sick. Immediately, her limpid eyes revealed a rare trace of hostility. However, She did not want to ruin her image as a fairy in Fu Nanhua's heart, so she did not say what she thought. If she met that lowly youth outside of the town in the future, she would definitely let him die a quick death and not just drag a sickly body and continue to live an ignoble life for another 10 or 20 years. The tall woman especially hated the youth's eyes. Deep in her heart, she had an obsession that she had never thought deeply about. That kind of clean eyes she had cultivated for so many years in Yunxia Mountain, which was famous for being clean and clear, but she had only seen it a few times from beginning to end. What right did a poor youth who grew up in a shabby alley have to have this kind of beauty day after day, year after year? Kai Qinqian tilted her head and rubbed her eyelids. This action made her pair of black eyebrows from the distant mountains become even more slender. Fu Nanhua, who had been observing the surroundings, casually joked, "In our old dragon city, there is a very widespread saying, 'The left eye twitches for fortune, the right eye twitches for disaster.' Is your left eye twitching or your right eye twitching?" Kai Qinqian quickly retracted her hand, as if it had been burned. She glared at him, and her right eyelid was twitching. Fu Nanhua, who had asked for trouble, quickly made up for it. He laughed. The nonsense of ordinary people can't be taken seriously. Kai Qinqian's mouth curled up. She turned around and stared at Fu Nanhua's side profile. She proudly said, "Were you cheated?" Fu Nanhua was stunned, looking at his little daughter acting cute and naive Kai Qinqian. He was somewhat moved. He suddenly hesitated. His killing intent towards her began to waver. Would it be more beneficial to Old Dragon City's plan to move north if they became a pair of immortal beauties? Once Kai Qinqian successfully obtained an opportunity here, when she returned to the mountain gate, her status would inevitably rise. If she operated properly, she might even have a chance to become the mistress of Yunxia Mountain. In the long history of Yunxia Mountain, there was a precedent of a woman taking charge of the family. In this way, Old Dragon City would have a springboard. It would be perfectly justifiable for them to infiltrate the hinterland of the eastern Aquarius continent. From then on, they would be able to coordinate with each other from the north and south. They would be able to attack and retreat. This was the foundation of a king. It would allow Old Dragon City to break away from the awkward situation where they only had strength but could only peacefully govern. Not far ahead, a few steps away, was a crossroad where two alleys intersected. When Fu Nanhua saw the crossroad, he suddenly woke up. He seemed to have understood something, and his eyes became firm again. Fu Nanhua, who was wearing a laurel on his head, instantly had fine beads of sweat seeping out from his forehead. "Those who disturb my mind must be killed. My Tao heart must be firm." At this moment, Fu Nanhua looked at Kai Qinqian again. His eyes, aura, and state of mind had returned to their previous free and easy state. It was as if he was purely admiring a picture. Beautiful women and beautiful scenery were all eye candy. Now that he could take a few more glances, he would take a few more glances. After all, after she left the small town, she was destined to perish in his hands. Killing people and arson our golden belts, building roads and paving bridges leave no bones. Listen to these famous sayings from the bottom of the marketplace. They were true everywhere. Fu Nanhua's mind suddenly opened up. Kai Qinqian turned sideways. Her voice was gentle and charming. She smiled and asked, "Nanhua, what are you thinking of? Why are you so happy?" She quietly changed to a more intimate form of address. Fu Nanhua shook his head and smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of a black shadow from the corner of his eyes. A thin youth, as if he only used one step, crossed from that horizontal alley to Kai Qinqian's front. His left hand quickly and violently raised. At the same time, his right fist had already smashed into the Yunxia mountain fairy's abdomen. The power was heavy, and the sudden strength of the fist was unexpectedly accompanied by a faint whistling sound. It forced the girl to bend down and lower her head. Even though the youth's strength in his right hand far surpassed his peers, but the youth was actually left-handed. Therefore, the youth's left hand held a sharp weapon, completely sinking into Kai Chinchien's throat, directly piercing through the lower part of his mouth. The youth did not give up. His right fist smashed into the girl's chest. His left hand was still raised. He guaranteed that this sneak attack would not have the slightest accident. At that moment, the girl's originally slender and white neck spurted out blood. Then, the youth's waist and ankles exerted strength. He used his shoulder to smash into the tall girl's chest, fiercely knocking her into the horizontal alley. Fu Nanhua's feet were rooted to the ground. He firmly stood where he was. This old Dragon City young master's mind was blank. 21. Fu Nanhua came back to his senses and looked around. He didn't even miss the roofs of the alleyway. He quickly took a deep breath and didn't move forward or backward. He subconsciously tried to grab the ancestral jade pendant again. When he failed, he quickly recited a fragment of Taoist incantation. This incantation wasn't a spell, but it helped him to calm his mind and condense his qi. If the state of mind was like a small boat floating on a lake, then this incantation was like an anchor. He began to turn his back to a wall and walk sideways to the intersection of two alleyways. He tensed his muscles and took a defensive posture. He didn't dare to let his guard down and stared at the alleyway. In his sight, the straw sandals teenager stood beside Kai Chinchien's body that was lying in a pool of blood. The teenager slightly bent his body and maintained a subtle attacking posture. He also stared at Fu Nanhua. They were like tigers and wolves. One wanted to solve the puzzle. The other wanted to survive. They both had different goals. The target of the boy who had appeared out of nowhere should only be Kai Jinjian. When Feng Nanhua appeared, the boy from Shabby Alley instinctively displayed a posture that said, "If you don't attack me, I won't attack you." Fu Nanhua asked an unnecessary question. "Did you kill her?" The teenager didn't say anything. He still held the murder weapon in his hand. It was a broken piece of porcelain that was slightly smaller than his palm. The part that exposed his fist was extremely sharp. The teenager's hand was covered in blood. It was unknown whether it was Kai Chinchien's blood or the porcelain that had pierced his palm. The blood dripped onto the ground of the alleyway. After Fu Nanhua confirmed that there was no one around, he felt that it was absurd but also relieved. In the end, he cast his gaze onto Kai Jinjian's delicate body. Even if she was in such dire straits, it still didn't damage her natural beauty. She was graceful. Her ample chest rose and fell slightly, and scarlet red blood ceaselessly gushed out from her neck and mouth. Her vitality was about to be completely cut off, but her strong body that had been repeatedly tempered by her vital energy caused the pain. She endured to be even heavier and longer than an ordinary person. A smile appeared on Fu Nanhua's face, but there was a chill in his bones. He asked, "Why do you want to kill her?" "You have no enmity with this sister. Are you going to kill her just because she played a joke on you in Mud Bottle Alley? When did the town become so lawless? Do you know that a murderer must pay with his life and a debtor must pay with his money? It's the same everywhere." The young man was like a mute, not saying a word. Fu Nanhua did not care about the young man's thoughts. He began to slowly move forward, his steps firm. He knew that Kai Chinchien was going to die. This was not the immortal's cave of immortals, Mount Yunxia, which was shrouded in immortal qi. This was the heavenly Dao cage, where all spells were forbidden. Unless there was an earth immortal or a golden arhat who was willing to exchange most of his cultivation for her life, it would be possible to suppress her soul and bring her back to life. It was a pity that Kai Chinchien would never have such a heavenly blessing. The sage in the town had a heavy responsibility, overlooking the common people. He would never favor one and discriminate against another. He would only go with the flow. On the path of cultivation, There were people who died inexplicably in the Great Path, or died fighting for a chance on a single plank bridge. Although there were not many of them, it was definitely not a rare thing. If one could achieve immortality by progressing step by step without any disasters, and enjoy all the benefits without taking any risks, then the immortal Wuyo in the eyes of the common people would be too worthless. Therefore, Fu Nanhua had even prepared for the worst-case scenario of a life-and-death battle in the town. But to say that in the town, under the eyes of the sage, he saw with his own eyes a temporary ally who was walking side by side with him being killed so quickly. This was the first time that the young master of the old dragon city had been killed by a lowly country bumpkin without dazzling magic weapon attacks or earth-shattering immortal skills. Fu Nanhua was shocked. He simply could not accept this absurd fact. If it were not for this small town, a small character like the Straw Sandals youth, whose life was as cheap as weeds, even if he could see Kai Qinqian from Mount Yunxia from afar, it would be an unattainable extravagant hope. Fu Nanhua's expression was solemn. He said in a deep voice, "Although I did not have the time to save Kai Xianzi, and also could not kill you to avenge Kai Xianzi, since I saw you commit murder with my own eyes, if I did not do something, once this news spread out, the old Dragon City's golden reputation would be ruined. Therefore, it is reasonable for me to teach you a lesson. As for how Mount Yunxia will deal with this matter, and how to give Kai Xianzi justice, that is your business." The young master of the old Dragon City's high-sounding words were said for the sage to hear. They were just polite words so that he would not be too ugly in the future and provoke the sage's disgust. In the future, there was also a possibility that these words would be said for the old ancestors of Mount Yunxia. Fu Nanhua simply wanted to put on the table the utmost benevolence and responsibility. Otherwise, Feng Nanhua, who had the intention to kill Kai Jinjian, since a long time ago, would really want to properly reward the youth before him. Because Kai Jinjian had acted rashly and by accident, it had saved him a great deal of trouble, and it could really be said that Kai Jinjian was his lucky star. Fu Nanhua walked forward while saying, "Seeing the way you killed someone, it means that your stinky body's instantaneous explosive power is only greater than that of an ordinary strong young man. This is actually quite rare. If there was no disturbance today, as long as you had the opportunity to join the army, daring to kill and fight, and with some luck and coincidence, you would be favored by a military elder or military general of an aristocratic family on the battlefield. They would give you a copy of the military family's body-forging mantra to slowly strengthen your body. 20 or 30 years later, you might be able to reach a whole new world." As Fu Nanhua walked forward, the youth began to slowly retreat, facing the laurel and big-sleeved young master of the old Dragon City. The tall and slender Fu Nanhua walked in the small alley, handsome and elegant, with a natural temperament of wealth and grace. Fu Nanhua stretched out one hand, palm facing down, and put it on his waist. He smiled and said, "What a pity, your life is not too good. Otherwise, according to what I said, you would have the opportunity to reach such a high achievement. It is impossible." Fu Nanhua was amused by his own joke, and his smile became wider. When he took a step forward, his foot suddenly hung in the air half a foot above the ground. Sorry, it should be this high. It was hard for Fu Nanhua not to be happy. After entering the small town, the first thing he did was to make a deal with the Mud Bottle Alley youth, Song Jisen. His profit was enormous, far exceeding his expectations. Then there was Kai Qinqian, who was most likely an obstacle to his path, suddenly dying in front of him. Not only could his hands be clean of blood, he could also obtain the 2 bags of gold and copper coins on her body for free. Maybe he could even find 1 or 2 secret treasures of the Yunxia Mountain. Even if they were not the treasures of the Yunxia Mountain, they would certainly not be too bad. He did not believe that Kai Qinqian did not have any protective talismans on her body. For example, Fu Nanhua Other than the old dragon rain covering pendant, which was only a camouflage, he also had two extremely good quality, extremely high-grade small things. They could be considered as the treasures of the old dragon city. Therefore, among the unorthodox cultivators of the unorthodox path, there was a popular catchphrase: collecting a corpse for others will definitely be rewarded. When Fu Nanhua passed by Kai Qinqian's corpse, he did not even look at her. On the contrary, it was the faint smell of blood that made his whole person in an indescribable state of excitement. One advancing and one retreating, the two were always more than 10 steps apart. Fu Nanhua only needed to make sure that the youth could not run out of the alley. At that time, if he wanted to catch the youth who was born and raised here, it would be no different than looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention the beautiful body behind him was still warm. Once he gave the youth enough time to breathe, the surprise might fall on his head. Fu Nanhua seemed to be like a cat catching a mouse, but in fact, he was adjusting his body's rhythm. After all, after he officially stepped onto the path of cultivation at the age of 9, he had never had the opportunity to rely purely on close combat to determine victory or defeat. Of course, he did not need to fight to the death with the youth. That would make him lose more than he gained. Together with Kai Qinqian, they were two opportunities that could be easily obtained. But he must make this unexpected youth obediently lie in bed in the near future, not giving the youth the slightest possibility of causing trouble. Fu Nanhua suddenly laughed and asked, "Oh, right, what's your name again?" The youth, whose hands were covered in blood, did not answer the question. His dark face was full of toughness like native weeds. "You, and she may not know, but my eyesight is very good. So in the mud bottle alley, when she was talking to me, the way you looked at her was exactly the same as the way you look at me now." Fu Nanhua was stunned. This time, he really looked at the youth in a new light. He clicked his tongue and laughed. "Interesting, really interesting." Fu Nanhua's words and actions seemed casual, but in fact, he had been paying attention to the youth's left hand, which was still dripping blood. This showed that the youth's hand strength had not relaxed. An ordinary person would have already been unable to resist the piercing pain. At this time, Fu Nanhua felt that his previous casual comment of "what a pity" was actually accurate. Fu Nanhua felt that the time was right and asked the last question of interest. "You killed her so decisively. Someone must have tipped you off. I'm not curious about the person's identity. What I don't understand is, as a child who grew up here, how could you cross the hurdle in your heart so quickly, killing someone so at ease? Do you understand the saying? You should know that even for me, after the first time I killed someone, when the excitement faded, my whole body began to tremble. I recited the heart meditation mantra for a long time before I felt better. Unlike you, you were so calm, like you were eating and drinking. This doesn't make sense." Ooh. The youth, who had been expressionless, suddenly showed a look of horror and panic. He looked straight behind Fu Nanhua, as if the tall girl who died had come back to life. The cautious Fu Nanhua subconsciously turned his head. When his neck turned halfway, his heart was greatly shocked. When he turned his head, because of the difference in height, Fu Nanhua's line of sight was slightly lower than the youth's. There was no trace of the youth at all. In the nick of time, so after making that expression, in an instant, the straw sandals youth did not hesitate to charge forward. After 3 steps, his left leg suddenly exerted force, and his whole body jumped high. Finally, his right leg stepped on the wall of the alley. After a quick turn, the youth raised his left hand towards the laurel man. The youth was like a snake hunting eagle. 22. In a cottage without a plaque in the village school, the middle-aged Confucian scholar Qi Jingchun was sitting and playing chess. It was not a famous game that had been passed down for thousands of years, nor was it a review of the national chess competition. Just as he was about to place a white chess piece on the chessboard, he sighed. The Confucian scholar suddenly began to hesitate at the place where the chess piece had taken root. After he withdrew his hand, the chess piece was still hovering in the air, about an inch away from the chessboard. Qi Jingchun was still sitting upright and still, as the current saint in charge of overseeing this place, as well as the former mountain lord of Cliff Academy, one of the 72 academies of Confucianism. Even if he had been banished to this place to atone for his crimes, Qi Jingchun was still a well-deserved scholar of the present age. For the ordinary people in the small town, plants withered and flourished with each passing year. 60 years passed in the blink of an eye. The teachers had changed several times with different appearances and ages. Only the indescribable temperament of a scholar remained the same. They were old-fashioned, strict, and taciturn. In short, they were all very boring. No one would have thought that the few village teachers who came and went were actually the same person. Not only that, in the vast world outside the small town, Mr. Qi, who lived in seclusion, once had a transcendent and lofty status. He also possessed the supreme power of righteousness and awe-inspiring righteousness. The next moment, Qi Jingchun's primordial spirit flew out of his body like an immortal in a fluttering snow-white robe. He instantly broke free from the shackles of his body and floated to an alley in the town. Qi Jingchun came to the alley in the blink of an eye. He first went to see the woman lying in a pool of blood, Kai Qinqian of Yunxia Mountain, whose 3 souls and 7 spirits dissipated like a candle in the wind. Qi Jingchun stopped for a moment and finally came to the 2 people. The young castellan of Old Dragon City leaned back a little and was stunned. On his handsome face with jade-like skin, there was a complicated expression intertwined with shock, doubt, and despair. The young man maintained his posture of leaping high and pouncing forward. His left hand held a piece of porcelain that was as sharp as a blade. Even at this critical moment of life and death, the young man's eyes were still firm and his face was calm. He did not look like an ignorant young man who was born in a small house and grew up in the mountains. Perhaps the only thing that matched the youth's identity was the helplessness hidden deep in his eyes. Scholars who had been out of the study room and the academy for many years were no stranger to this kind of helplessness. It was like looking at a farmer who relied on the sky to make a living, squatting on a barren ridge in the dry season, and looking up at the scorching sun. In fact, one would not feel heartbroken, but deep helplessness and bewilderment. As the temporary master of this world, Qi Jingchun naturally knew the ins and outs of Chunpingan's family of 3. Even if he had not seen the young man's ancestors with his own eyes, he could still roughly deduce them from hundreds and thousands of years ago. The reason was very simple. For example, if the county magistrate really wanted to know the lineage of the people under his rule, he only needed to go to the household register and check the files. It was clear at a glance. After more than 3,000 years of development, the small town's branches and leaves spread out of the small town and intertwined with each other. Because there were a few amazing people in each generation, although they could not return home in glory, they were able to support the family through secret channels. Finally, the 4 surnames and 10 clans that were the most prosperous in the small town today. The history of Chunpingan's clan was similarly long, and his ancestor had once achieved meteoric success and was extremely extravagant. But after experiencing 2 ups and downs, in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent that had countless vassal states and dynasties that were like a forest in a forest, the clan gradually fell into a state of decline and gave way to other clans. After 1,000 years, it declined with each passing day, and when it arrived at the generation of the young man's father, the Chun clan of the small town could practically be considered to have completely declined in the entire Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, not to mention the territory of the Dali dynasty that the small town resided in. It seemed as if they were officials that had been decreed by the king to be unable to take office for generations to come, and it was impossible for the clan to rise again. After Qi Jingchun came here to preside over the operation of the big formation for more than 60 years, he strictly adhered to the 4 words of righteousness and peace. He would never arbitrarily change the fate of the people in the small town based on his personal likes and dislikes. Otherwise, in the eyes of the scholar who once abhorred evil, there was too much filth in the large families of the small town and too much poverty in the small houses of the small alleys. However, after Qi Jingchun's cold observation, he saw that the large families also had their futility and helplessness, and the small houses also had their viciousness and wickedness. Over time, Qi Jingchun was like a high and mighty statue. He did not enjoy the incense, nor did he accept any favors. He only sat upright with his hands folded in his sleeves and did not care about the affairs of the world. Qi Jingchun was slightly surprised. He took a step forward, fixed his eyes on the scene, and nodded lightly. It turned out that the poor young man with an imposing manner seemed to be determined to kill Fu Nanhua. However, based on the current situation, the young man's wrist heavily smashed onto Fu Nanhua's neck. It was much better than Kai Qinqian's ending. Fu Nanhua should have been heavily smashed, and his entire body slammed against the wall. Then the young man grabbed his neck with one hand and pressed the porcelain piece against his abdomen with the other. Qi Jingchun was somewhat curious. Why did the young man not kill him this time? It was a great opportunity, but it was fleeting, and there would be no end to it. Qi Jingchun was a refined scholar. He scrupulously adhered to etiquette, but he would not cling to dogma. He was not the pedantic scholar who only shook his head and fell off the bookcase. He was very familiar with people like Fu Nanhua, whether it was their aptitude or temperament. Even if today, in the small alleyway, he was threatened by the young man to temporarily give up on revenge. However, this matter would definitely be the greatest humiliation of the young man's life. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his Tao heart would be possessed by a demon. When the time came, the one who would be calculative with the young man would not be Fu Nanhua himself, but the entire South Sea Lord, Old Dragon City. The reason why Qi Jingchun came here to stop the young man from continuously killing people was because he had a certain selfishness, but it was also for the sake of justice. Right now, the small town was like a cracked porcelain piece. Sooner or later, it would explode. Qi Jingchun had to slow down this unstoppable process. He had to do his best to arrange a path of retreat for as many people as possible. It would be best if he could safely hand it over to the blacksmith, Master Wan. Then, after the last 60 years, everyone would be happy. The people on the mountain would obtain opportunities, and the people at the foot of the mountain would obtain stability. It must be known that with the temperament of the majority of the people, every time the road collapsed, the old and the new were replaced, opportunities appeared everywhere, and immortality was within reach. What did the lives of hundreds or thousands of ants at the foot of the mountain count for? The ruthlessness of the secular dynasty's Tian family was not worth mentioning compared to the selfless Tao that many cultivators worshipped. Qi Jingchun pondered for a moment, and then quietly concealed his figure. The operation of heaven and earth was smooth and unhindered. The previous limit had quietly been broken. The young man's wrist finally heavily smashed into Fu Nanhua's neck. The latter's head swayed, and he fell horizontally into the alley's wall. He was dizzy from the huge force. After the young man landed, he quickly closed in and struck Fu Nanhua's abdomen with his elbow. Fu Nanhua did not stand straight. His back was against the wall. The young man's elbow strike almost caused him to vomit, and his body instinctively bent. The young man grabbed Fu Nanhua's neck with one hand and pressed the porcelain piece against the laurel young master's abdomen with the other. Fu Nanhua found it hard to imagine how the young man, who was a head shorter than him, could have such great strength in his 5 fingers. In particular, the sharpness and coldness of the porcelain piece against his abdomen made the young master of Old Dragon City feel that death was approaching him once again. The difference between life and death was the difference between life and death. Of course, Fu Nanhua didn't know that a young child who had to search for herbs all over the mountains and plains had an even stronger desire to live than himself. How amazing was the infinite potential that burst out of him was when that youth had mistakenly ingested the herbs and was rolling on the ground in pain in the alley. That kind of obsession could even make a child who was supposed to be studying in the countryside want to crawl back home and put the bamboo basket of life-saving herbs back home. After that, he had to chop wood and burn charcoal, burn porcelain, dig mud, and taste dirt. There was not a single task that did not test the young man's physical strength and endurance. Outside the town, Fu Nanhua could casually use some immortal techniques and easily crush 100 or 1,000 young men. However, he chose to face him in a life and death battle in the town. He was really lucky to have kicked an iron plate. Fu Nanhua was hit by the pain and humiliation. He lost his mind and said with a ferocious expression, "If you kill me, you will die. If you don't kill me, you will still die. Little bastard, you will still die." Chun Pingon slightly raised his head and stared at the man with a face full of madness. He said, I don't want to kill you. I have no enmity with you. It's just that you wanted to harm me, so I retaliated. Fu Nanhua sneered and said, "Little bastard, you think you are worthy to reason with me, Fu Nanhua?" He tried to emphasize his tone. "Are you worthy?" Chun Pingon was silent for a moment and asked, "Do you have to kill me?" When Fu Nanhua saw the dark young man's eyes, he suddenly calmed down. Fu Nanhua, who was choked by the neck, flushed red. Very quickly, his face turned green and then purple. Actually, the young man's 5 fingers did not increase the strength, but it was enough to suffocate a strong young man to death. Fu Nanhua said with difficulty, "If I say I won't kill you, do you believe me?" He struggled violently for a moment, but almost at the same time, the young man increased his strength, causing one of Fu Nanhua's 5 slightly moving fingers to droop down. Chun Pingon shook his head. Fu Nanhua became more and more dizzy. Although he wanted nothing more than to slap this bastard's head, he still tried to maintain a pleasant expression on his face. He added, "What if I swear to the heavens? People like us can't just casually swear." Fu Nanhua played a trick. Buddhists made great vows, and cultivators swore in their hearts. It did indeed have a great binding force, but it was obvious that Fu Nanhua only spoke half of the truth. Even if he swore, he would only swear on his mouth. It was not a heavy oath of the heart like "no words," but no different from engraving words on the walls of the pill room. So whether or not he would abide by it afterwards depended on his mood. Moreover, it was not like there was no way to break a cultivator's oath of the heart. It was just a matter of the price. Generally speaking, the price was related to the cultivator's realm and the weight of the oath. But to his surprise, the young man in straw sandals still shook his head. Fu Nanhua, who found it increasingly difficult to breathe, had already lost the spirit to bargain. For some reason, he became a little absent-minded. "Am I going to die? Am I going to die in the hands of that bastard Kai Chinchien? Then, when this bad news reaches Old Dragon City, will I become the laughing-stock of the entire city?" He did not even have the chance to reach out his hand to trigger the secret mechanism on the jade belt at his waist. The white jade belt on his waist was actually the remnant soul of an earth flood dragon. "It's done." A heavenly voice rang in their ears. To Fu Nanhua, it was like the sound of nature. However, he had just fainted, so he was not sure whether it was his imagination or not. Chun Pingon turned his head in shock. In the end, he saw Mr. Chi, who was covered in snow and looked ethereal. The latter smiled and said nothing. Chun Pingon's eyes were firm and unwavering. The 5 fingers of his right hand never loosened. Chi Jingchun was neither annoyed that his good intentions were regarded as bad intentions, nor did he feel gratified that he had seen a promising talent. He just gently waved his sleeve at the straw sandals youth, as if he had scooped an item into his hand. The scholarly saint opened his palm and looked at it. He could not help but laugh. It was a blob of filth like ink. It turned out that the intentions that a certain someone had planted in the youth were dim and had clearly died long ago. Looking up at the young Chin Pingon again, Chi Jingchun felt a little regretful. He sighed and said, "No wonder Sir said that for those who succeed in the world, extraordinary talent is only secondary. Perseverance and indomitable will are the most important. Chun Pingon, you have taught me another lesson on behalf of Sir. It's a pity that I, Chi Jingchun, no longer have the chance to take in a disciple." 23. After saying this, the Confucian smiled self-deprecatingly. What was so valuable about being Chi Jingchun's disciple? The room was filled with children, and each of them received 300 copper coins a year. Some of the children who came from poor families only received 3 strips of cured meat. Chi Jingchun looked at the stubborn young man and asked, "Deep down in your heart, you don't want to kill him. But the problem is that this person looks like he wants to kill you no matter what. So you kill him and get rid of everything. You can temporarily save your own life and leave tomorrow's matter to tomorrow. Or do you want to keep the peace and turn big things into small things? Am I right?" The boy, who often listened to the students next door reciting poems, blurted out, "How can you teach me?" Chi Jingchun smiled and said, "Chin Pingon, you might as well try to let go of your right hand first, and then decide whether you want to walk around with me. There are some things that I can't absolve myself from, so I have to give you an explanation." Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment. After releasing the 5 fingers of his right hand, he found that Fu Nanhua didn't move at all. His eyes, hair, and breathing were all still. After Chi Jingchun operated the big array, the town returned to the end. Chi Jingchun whispered, "Follow my footsteps. Try not to walk more than 10 steps." The middle-aged Confucian with fluttering clothes and an ethereal body took the lead to walk to the end of the alley. Chun Pingon followed closely behind. During this time, he looked down at his left palm. It was badly mutilated and bones could be seen, but the blood that was visible to the naked eye was no longer flowing. Chi Jingchun walked in front and asked with a smile, "Chun Pingon, do you believe that there are immortals, demons, and ghosts in this world?" Chun Pingon nodded. "I believe it. When I was young, my mother often told me some old stories telling me to believe that good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. My mother said this sentence the most, so I remember it very clearly. For example, there are water ghosts dragging children in the stream, and in the broken ancestral hall in the north of the city, there are underworld officials who specialize in judging cases at night. She also said that the door gods we posted will actually come to life at night and help us protect the house. I actually didn't believe these things before, but now I think most of them are true." Chi Jingchun whispered, "Some of what she said is true, and some are false. As for the saying that good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil, it's hard to come to a conclusion because the definition of good and evil is different among the commoners, emperors, generals, ministers, and immortals. Therefore, the conclusions they come to will be very different." Chun Pingon hid the porcelain pieces and quickened his pace to walk side by side with the Confucian. He raised his head and asked, "Mr. Chi, can I ask you a question?" Chi Jingchun seemed to see through the young man's thoughts and said calmly, "This town is the burial place of the last true dragon in the world. Countless flood dragons in the world all believed that this place was the most prosperous place and that a dragon was destined to be born one day. In fact, for the past 3,000 years, the birth of a dragon had never happened. However, the children born in this small town were indeed far better than their peers outside in terms of bone structure, temperament, and opportunities. Many famous immortal abode Tao couples in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent had children who were just average. Of course, not every child in the small town has such amazing talent." Chi Jingchun smiled and didn't explain further on this matter. Probably because he was afraid of hurting the child's heart. He changed the topic. Almost all the senior cultivators who participated in the dragon-slaying catastrophe were seriously injured. Many of them settled down here and cultivated. It can be said that they calmly faced death. There were also immortal couples who survived by luck, and there were also those who naturally formed a good relationship after fighting side by side. After more than 3,000 years of reproduction, the town has reached its current scale. In the territory of the Dali dynasty, this place was first called Great Swamp Village. Later, a saint personally changed it to Dragon Abyss. Later, to avoid the taboo of a certain Emperor Dali, it was changed again. The young man who had been holding back his words finally couldn't help but softly interrupt Qi Jingchun's words. He clenched his fists, full of desire and expectation. "Sir, actually, the question I want to ask is about my parents. What kind of people are they?" Qi Jingchun fell into deep thought. "Since that Taoist faraway journey has already revealed the heaven secret to you, I can also use the opening he opened to tell you something. In my memory, your father was an honest and gentle man with mediocre talent. He was not worthy of being taken away from the town. Naturally, he became a chicken rib in the eyes of some people and was seen as a losing business. Maybe it was in a fit of anger, or maybe it was because he was really poor. In short, the porcelain buyer outside the town did something to your father's natal porcelain. After that, not only was his life full of misfortune, but also you and your mother were also implicated to suffer. Later, for some unknown reason, he inadvertently learned the secret of the natal porcelain. He knew that once it was opened and taken away from the town, it would be reduced to a marionette for the rest of its life. He secretly smashed the natal porcelain that belonged to you. If I remember correctly, it should be a porcelain paperweight." "Ooh," Qi Jingchun said in a deep voice. "You have to know that the babies born in the town every year have a code name that is stored in a secret file. There are also people in the town who will use a unique secret technique to extract a drop of heart blood and inject it into the natal porcelain that is baked in the future. The natal porcelain of a girl will burn for 6 years once it is baked, and the natal porcelain of a boy will burn for even longer. The kiln fire will not stop for a day and will continue to burn for 9 years. The child's talent is like the quality of the porcelain in the kiln. It can only be left to fate and luck. However, the price of porcelain gambling after betting is very high. Even though it can be said that your aptitude is just as mediocre now, when your father resolutely decided to break that porcelain paperweight, it is easy to imagine the anger of the porcelain buyers outside the small town. As for your mother, she is a woman with a quiet temperament." Qi Jingchun suddenly smiled when he said this. "At that time, when your mother married your father, many people of the same age in the town were very depressed. But to be honest, it is difficult for me to talk about the details of your parents' life when they were alive. After coming here, I have a lot of things to do in addition to teaching." The teenager nodded, gently turned his head, and carelessly wiped his face with his hand. The teenager probably forgot the terrible condition of his left hand. His face was covered with blood, but he was reluctant to wipe it with his sleeve. The two of them passed by the 12-legged archway. Qi Jingchun didn't look at him. She told the young man frankly, "When the real dragon fell here, the 4 sages showed up in person and made a contract here. They stipulated that every 60 years, one person would take charge of this place and help take care of the remaining fate left behind by the real dragon after its death. In fact, there were disputes about whether to eliminate the root of the problem or not. But telling you these unspeakable secrets of heaven would be harming you. Generally speaking, the people of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, as well as the school of the militarists, made up the 4 sides. As for the rest, the 100 schools of thought, blessed enclaves, immortal sects, tycoons, and so on, they all had a certain share and opportunity to share the benefits here. It is funny to say that the quota of porcelain buying within 100 years has almost become the symbol of whether a sect or family has a first-class status. Chun Pingan said, I don't understand what you are saying, but I remember it all. But today I know that my parents are good people, so I am satisfied. Oh, Chi Jingchun smiled and said, I don't expect you to understand it immediately. It is just a foreshadowing. Otherwise, if I simply told you not to kill Fu Nanhua, you would definitely not listen. The reason why I don't want you to kill him is not that I, Chi Jingchun, feel sorry for the loss of one's own kind. It is also not that I am grateful to Fu Nanhua and old Longsheng so that I can ask for more benefits in the future. It is not like this. In fact, it is the opposite. The disciples of the Confucian school advocate to enter the world, so they are the most resistant to the unscrupulous people of the cultivation world. The two sides have been fighting openly and secretly for countless years. If I, Chi Jingchun, was at the age when I first went to Cliff Academy to study, then Jinju and Jiang, Lu Jimao, and old Longqing's young master Fu, Nanhua would not have a chance to live. I would have smashed them into ashes with one palm. The young man found that although Mr. Chi's tone was still gentle and his walking posture was still elegant, he gave people the feeling that he was a different person. It was like when old Yao drank too much and said that the porcelain they made was for the emperor. Who could compare with him? When Mr. Chi said that he could smash someone into ashes with one palm, his tone was different from old Yao's, but his expression was exactly the same. Chi Jingchun frowned and raised his head to look in the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, as if he was listening to someone else talk. Although he did not show any annoyance, the displeasure in his eyes could not be concealed. Finally, he said coldly, Leave quickly. Chun Pingan was confused. Chi Jingchun explained, It's that storyteller. His real name is Lu Jimao, and his Taoist name is Xinjuan Jiang Lu. He is actually a Taoist from the unorthodox school. His cultivation level is not bad, but his conduct is bad. The grudge between you and Kai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua was mostly caused by him. In the end, he even planted an evil talisman in your heart. It was a 4-word mantra that secretly engraved the 4 words die with one heart in your heart. His method was extremely vicious. Chun Pingan silently remembered the name Lu Jimao. Chi Jingchun sighed and asked, Aren't you curious why I didn't do anything? Chun Pingan shook his head. Chi Jingchun said to himself, This world is like an old porcelain that has been exposed to wind and sun for 3,000 years. It is about to shatter. You are an outsider after all, and you have the protection of the formation. No matter what you do, as long as you don't go too far, the porcelain won't shatter. But I am the one holding the porcelain. Any action I take will affect the cracks of the porcelain. In fact, no matter what I do, it will only increase the spread of the cracks. If it is only the porcelain that is broken, it will be fine. But the fate of the 5,000 or 6,000 people in this town is in my hands. How can I let my guard down? However, these words had been accumulated for many years. Mr. Chi spoke too softly, and Chun Pingan could not hear clearly even if he pricked up his ears. Chi Jingchun looked at the teenager who wiped his face with his right hand from time to time. The two of them had already walked to the Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Lane. There was a woman bending over to draw water. Chi Jingchun asked, If a stranger falls into the well and you try to save him, he will die. Will you save him or not? Chun Pingan thought for a moment and asked back, I want to know, can I really save that person? Chi Jingchun did not answer the teenager's question. He just smiled and said, Remember, a gentleman does not save people. The teenager was stunned and asked doubtfully, A gentleman? Chi Jingchun hesitated for a moment. He squatted down and helped the teenager with straw sandals straighten his clothes. Then he wiped the blood off with his hand and said softly, When you encounter misfortune, you will have compassion first. But a gentleman is not a pedantic person. He can go to the well to save people, but he will never put himself in a deadly situation. It seemed that this question had aroused his thoughts. The teenager asked seriously, "Sir, can I still live now? If I can, then how long can I live?" Chi Jingchun thought carefully and slowly stood up. He said firmly, "If you are not afraid of the bumpy road ahead and suffer great hardships, then you can definitely live." The teenager immediately smiled brightly and said righteously, "I am not afraid of hardships." Chi Jingchun thought of the teenager's calmness along the way and felt relieved. "Let's go. I'll take you to a place. Although Chi Jingchun, can't help you with anything. Things have already come to this. Letting you pass this calamity is not breaking the rules. In fact, I should compensate you with an opportunity." The teenager was confused. The two of them came under the old pagoda tree. For some reason, it was quiet inside and outside the town. Only this pagoda tree seemed to be the only exception. Its leaves swayed slightly and swayed gently. Chi Jingchun stood still with a dignified expression. He bowed and raised his head to ask, "Chi Jingchun, can I ask you for a pagoda tree leaf so that I can safely leave the town in the future and not suffer from the calamity for at least 3 years?" The 1,000-year-old pagoda tree was silent. Chi Jingchun asked again. "Chi Jingchun has been guarding this place for 59 years. Even if he has not made any contributions, he has worked hard. Can I ask for a pagoda tree leaf? Besides, I am from your town. Why are you so stingy?" The pagoda tree still did not respond. The silence at this moment was like silent mockery. "You, Chi Jingchun, have great magical powers, but you are still a part of the circle of heaven and earth. You are also the pitiful person who presides over the core of the formation. We just don't want to give away this kindness for nothing. What can you do to me?" Chi Jingchun's expression was uncertain. In the end, he could only sigh and look down. Full of guilt, the teenager grinned and comforted him. "Master Lu said that as long as I go to the south of the town and find a blacksmith surnamed Wan and become his apprentice, there will be hope for me to live. Mr. Chi, without this pagoda tree leaf, I believe there will be no problem." Chi Jingchun asked with a smile. "Truth?" The teenager scratched his head and said shyly, "No." Chi Jingchun smiled knowingly. Suddenly, a fresh, verdant locust tree leaf floated down from the top of the tree. The teenager just stretched out his hand, and the leaf fell into his palm. On the leaf, there was a golden word that flashed and disappeared. Chi Jingchun was a little shocked. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "This word is Yao. Chun Pingon, are you willing to repay the Yao family's kindness, regardless of life and death? To be honest, even without this leaf, you may still have a chance to live. I can tell you this clearly. So, you must think carefully." The teenager asked, "Is it Master Yao's word, Yao?" Chi Jingchun nodded. "Yes." The teenager put his hands together and gently held the pagoda tree leaf in his palm. He raised his head and said loudly, "As long as I am alive, as long as it is a person with the surname Yao related to you, as Mr. Chi said before, even if he falls into a well, even if he will die trying to save someone, Chun Pingon, will save him." The sound of nature was silent. Chi Jingchun smiled and said, "Let's go." When he left with the teenager, he quietly turned his head and looked at the top of the pagoda tree. Chi Jingchun's face was full of sarcasm. It was not that there were no pagoda trees with the surname Chen. In fact, there were more than 1 or 2. However, in the end, knowing that this place was about to collapse, they would rather find another host. It did not matter if the host's surname was not Chen. Still, there was not a single pagoda tree that was willing to look after the teenager with straw shoes in Mud Bottle Alley. Chi Jingchun turned around and patted the young man's head. She teased if it was Song Jisun, Zhao Yao, Gu Kan, and the others who made such a great wish like you did, it might have caused the resonance of heaven and earth. The teenager smiled brightly. "That's none of my business. I just do my own thing." Chi Jingchun asked again. This time, "Is it the truth?" The teenager smiled and said, Yes. 24. In a house in Peach Leaf Alley, there was a kind-looking old man sitting on a rattan chair under the porch. Beside him sat a cute servant girl. She was wearing a pair of yellow trousers and a light green gauze skirt. She was listening to the old man tell her a story while fanning herself. The old man suddenly asked, "Talia, where's the wind? Are you dozing off again? I'm not trying to scare you. If you were in a big house outside of town, you would be punished for being lazy like this." There was no response. The old man, who had always been kind to his servants, was about to continue teasing them when his expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked into the distance with a serious expression. It turned out that in the small courtyard, not only was there no movement from the fan held by the servant girl, even the invisible breeze had stopped. The old man hurriedly held his breath and recited the incantation. He entered a meditative state to avoid wasting his cultivation in this short reversal of the river of time. The old man sighed softly. Chi Jingchun, who had always scrupulously followed the rules and etiquette, had finally made an exception and made a move. As a result, a storm was brewing. In the Iron Lock well, a burly young man squatted not far away and stared at the wheeled cart. However, from the corner of his eyes, he secretly glanced at the side profile of a plump village woman. She was bending over to pick up a bucket of water from the well. Her hips were shockingly curved, and her breasts were heavy. Her entire body was slightly exaggerated, and her exquisite curves were exposed. Her body was blooming with the wild aura of a plump wheat ear. It gave the woman, who was originally just an average appearance, a different kind of charm. When the young man realized that the surrounding environment had become strangely still, he did not move. He only gathered his courage and looked at the beautiful scene of the woman drawing water. The young man secretly swallowed his saliva and quickly turned his body, changing into a squatting position. No wonder his master said that the woman at the foot of the mountain was a tiger in the forest. Her power was greatly reduced, but once brought up the mountain, she would become a tyrant tiger in the mountain. She would eat people. After his master drank, he always said that all the heroes in the world had lost to his tiger in the mountain. There was no exception. But the young man felt that being a tiger in the forest was already very powerful. For example, the woman in front of him obviously looked ordinary, but she was so enchanting that it made his heart itch. If she slapped him without saying anything, it was completely unreasonable. The young man felt that he did not dare to fight back at all. If the woman smiled, he would also smile. Thinking of this, the young man was a little discouraged. He lowered his head and glanced at his crotch, cursing, "No bones, no bones." In Mud Bottle Lane, Song Jisun was flipping through a thick and old local county record. Song Jisun figured out a lot of rules. For example, it was generally added every 60 years. So Song Jisun privately named this book Jiazi Records. Also, after the town's residents were taken away by distant relatives when they were young, almost no one returned to their hometown. It seemed that they did not like to fall leaves to return to their roots. Many family surnames spread their branches and leaves outside, and even grew into deep-rooted towering trees. Therefore, Song Jisun nicknamed it Book Outside the Wall. At this time, the young man was flipping through a page of biography, describing the life story of a person called Chao Shi. The stinginess of the pen and ink was another characteristic of this county record. Song Jisun had flipped through it at least 7 or 8 times, so he was already very familiar with this book. Therefore, when he flipped through it in his spare time, he would only pick some strange and colorful character stories and treat them as legends described by a storyteller. As for the authenticity of these stories, Song Jisun, of course, did not care. He only remembered the man in the official's uniform. Before he left the town for the capital to report on his work, he came here late at night alone. The man had a very solemn attitude, and told the young man to remember one thing, which was to memorize the names of every person that appeared in the book, as well as the hundreds and thousands of people, and the roots of their ancestors in the town, especially the relationships with the 4 surnames and 10 clans. At this time, Song Jisun was motionless, just like the broken clay statues in the southeast of the town. One by one, they fell into the grass or the mud. No matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, they just remained motionless. The light that shone through the window onto the desk maintained an abnormal state of stillness. In this house, the only people and things that could move were the servant girl GQ and the unremarkable 4-legged snake. She had long sensed that something was wrong. The first thought that appeared in her mind was to go to the courtyard next door and find the expressionless girl to give her a torrent of abuse. However, when the servant girl realized the existence of the sword, she dismissed this tempting idea. She first went to her young master's room and glanced at the contents of the book. When she saw the 2 words Chao Shi, she felt annoyed, so she helped her young master flip through a few pages. When she saw the section about Xie Shi, she smiled happily. However, she quickly turned the pages back to avoid revealing the secret of heaven and exposing herself. All these years, the shrewd young master had only suspected her identity and origin out of curiosity. He had never caught any real, conclusive evidence. She didn't want to fail when she was about to succeed. She followed her young master and often went to the village school. She felt that some of the words that scholars said were hypocritical and disgraceful, such as those who sacrifice their lives for righteousness. But some words were not bad, such as those who travel 100 miles are half of the time 90 miles. They really understood the truth. The khaki-colored 4-legged snake was lying on the doorsill, basking in the sun. At this time, when it was silent and still, it had returned to its true form. Under the light, one could see that it was flowing with brilliant colors, sparkling and translucent. Its entire body was like a piece of colored glass. In the house next door, the black-clothed girl, Ning Yao, had fallen into a mysterious fetal state. She didn't breathe with her mouth and nose like a baby in the womb. Her spirit returned to its origin and stopped thinking. In the snow-white scabbard, the flying sword seemed to have been pardoned. After it slowly came out of the scabbard, it flew around its master briskly. It was as gentle and intimate as a little bird, depending on its master. It also had the beauty of a young girl's fluttering dress. It wasn't flying randomly, but like a talisman. It created the best feng shui place for its master who was healing. Sure enough, the girl who didn't have the slightest sign of breathing had the aura around her rapidly rush into her body. She was like a whale swallowing water, crazily absorbing the original spiritual aura between heaven and earth. So, at this moment, the deathly stillness of the town and the wind and water of this house formed a sharp contrast. Outside the town, by the southern stream, there was a short man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had a sharp aura around him. His chest was bare, and he was holding a hammer in his hand as he hammered down. Sparks flew in all directions, filling the room with light. Countless sparks of fire scattered about in the spacious room, creating a splendid and spectacular sight. A single hammering could create a picture. In front of the man stood a young girl with a ponytail. She was petite and wore a cow-leather robe to prevent the sparks from splashing onto her body. Ordinary cotton clothes could easily be burned, and holes could be seen in them. After a single hammering, the thousands of sparks suddenly stopped in the room. The ponytailed girl frowned and asked, "Father?" The man said in a deep voice, "It's your turn to hammer the sword. You can use this opportunity to temper your spirit." The young girl put down the old sword and pushed aside the sparks on both sides of her body. The sparks were pushed back by her. The sparks that should have been still in the river of time continuously collided with the sparks. They collided with each other again and again, causing the light in the room to become incomparably chaotic. compared to the old seniors in the town, who were like dragons in the abyss, each of them holding their breath and meditating. The young girl's actions were too tyrannical, especially when it was her turn to hammer. Her momentum was heavy and her movements were swift and violent. Compared to the experienced man, she was even wilder and more unruly. The sparks that splashed out from each hammering would not disappear in the end. So after overlapping again and again, the dense sparks were like bright stars clustered in the air. In the sword forging room, there were billions of sparks. The man stared at the red sword embryo and ordered in a deep voice, "Recite the sword forging manual S, Shaking Dragon chapter. In your heart." The young girl's aura suddenly dropped, and she said in a low voice, "Father?" The man said angrily, "What?" The young girl's aura dropped again, and she said timidly, "I didn't eat much at noon. I'm hungry, I can't hammer anymore." The man was even angrier. If he was not forging a sword, he would have scolded her. "I'm clearly asking you to recite the book. It's like asking for your life. Why are you looking for an excuse? Mother asterisk cur, with your appetite. It's normal that you're hungry. It's really not an excuse." The young girl snickered. Although she said that she was hungry, her hands did not slow down in the slightest. In a flash, the young girl shouted and smashed the hammer down with all her strength. She said, "Come out." This time, the sparks that splashed out were extremely numerous and especially dazzling. The man's face did not reveal anything, and he thought, "It's done." In the courtyard of Gu Kan's house, the woman slowly woke up with a splitting headache. She sat back down on the bench with the help of her child. True monarch Cutting River Lu Jimao was resting with his eyes closed, and his thumb and index finger in his sleeves were slowly moving. The woman, Madame Gu, pressed her son to sit beside her and asked softly, "Immortal elder, what happened?" The old man did not open his eyes and said, "This old man took in a good disciple. You have a good son. Madame Gu, you can be at ease and wait for your mother to rise because of your son." The woman was overjoyed and hot tears filled her eyes. She hugged her child and whispered softly, "Child's father, did you hear that? Our Gu Kim will definitely have great prospects." Lu Shimao suddenly made a sound of surprise and opened his eyes to look at the lines on his palm. It seemed that a new path had been opened up, and he said to himself, "Why is this? It shouldn't be." The young man didn't die, but that immortal disciple died inexplicably. The old man had no choice but to stand up and slowly paced around the courtyard and quickly moved his fingers. "Trash! You fell into the hands of a common youth, and the 1,000 years of reputation that Yunxia Mountain has painstakingly accumulated has been destroyed just like that." The woman said uneasily, "Old immortal elder, since our family's heir has already acknowledged a master, why don't you let Chimpingon go?" The old man angrily shouted, soft-hearted, "If you really had a merciful heart, when you and I first met, you shouldn't have thought of killing him. At this time, you're pretending to be a female bodhisattva in front of this old man. Do you have any shame?" The woman's face turned pale from the scolding, and she stammered, not daring to say half a word. The old man was still angry, and he pointed at the woman and scolded, "Countrywoman, your knowledge is shallow. In the future, when Gu Kan returns to book Slip Lake with me, the number of times you and your son meet must not be too frequent, so as not to hinder his cultivation. Do you have any objections?" The woman hurriedly waved her hand and said, "I don't dare." The old man's eyes were gloomy. The woman was stunned, and she quickly came back to her senses. With a sad face, she said pitifully, "No objections. Absolutely no objections." The old man vigorously waved his sleeves and coldly snorted, "This old man is so angry." Previously, he saw that the woman had some unique charm, and just when he had the idea of taking her as his personal servant, she acted so vulgar and impatient. She deserved to miss a chance to enter the threshold of cultivation. The old man suddenly looked as if he was facing a great enemy, and looked around. Sure enough, this world had been stopped by someone, and it was called the End Realm. The End Realm was one of the many small caves in the world, and even Earth Immortals and Golden Arhats could not open it. This kind of great magical power could be said to be at the peak of perfection. Although a large part of the credit was due to the big formation, it still made people feel awe and reverence. Imagine, as long as you were in this world, you would have to kowtow to me, no matter if you were immortal, Buddha, God, or devil. What kind of feeling would that be? Lu Jimao, the true monarch of the River Severing, wanted to reach this height even in his dreams. Powerful but useless? Go to hell. Lu Jimao wished that after he had this small cave, he could pull all the third-generation disciples of Buddha, Taoist ancestor, and Confucian sect leader into this place. He did not dare to ask them to bow their heads, but at least they would be on equal footing and address each other as peers. Lu Jimao spat out a mouthful of blood without warning, and blood also sputtered from his palm, as if someone had used a sharp weapon to cut a bloody groove. In his other hand, the white bowl also appeared involuntarily. The water rippled chaotically, and black lines ran everywhere, crashing into the walls. The old man did not hesitate at all, and folded his palm on the back of his hand. Although he was a Taoist, he bowed to Mr. Qi with the Confucian sect and said with a trembling voice, "I am Lu Jimao, the owner of Qingxia Island in the Book Slip Lake. I beg you, Mr. Qi, to take pity on my sincere pursuit of Tao. If I have offended you, please forgive me." After a long time, "Leave quickly." The 4 words exploded in the ears of the true monarch like spring thunder. Lu Jimao said with ecstasy, "Don't worry, Mr. Qi. I will take Mrs. Gu and her son out of the town." The old man, who had always regarded himself as a junior, remembered something and asked carefully, "Mr. Qi, how should I deal with the 2 bags of gold and copper coins I have?" The majestic voice sounded again. "1 person and 1 item. Exactly 2 opportunities. Just leave them in the courtyard. You are not allowed to leave the Book Slip Lake for 30 years. Lu Jimao felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. This time, he did not try to flatter Qi Jinyan by purposely bowing like a Confucian scholar. Instead, he made a solemn Taoist bow. "I dare not refuse an elder's gift. Mr. Qi's great kindness and kindness will be engraved in this junior's heart, and will never forget it." After this, Qi Jingchun's voice didn't appear, and the boundary also quickly disappeared. Lu Jimao didn't talk nonsense, and immediately had Mrs. Gu take Gu Ken and leave the town with him. Mrs. Gu was about to speak when she was glared at by Lu Jimao's extremely fierce eyes, scaring the woman into silence. Lu Jimao took out 2 bags, although he was somewhat reluctant to part with them. This unorthodox Taoist who aspired to have the title of true monarch still didn't hesitate to put them on the bench. However, just as he walked to the small courtyard, Lu Jimao suddenly asked, "Did your family leave behind any old things?" Mrs. Gu was at a loss, and the sneaky Gu Ken immediately reminded him, "Didn't father leave the treasure pavilion, the one under the bed collecting dust?" Lu Jimao's eyes lit up, and without saying anything, he asked the woman to lead the way to find out. Since the sage recognized Gu Ken as a fated chance, it meant that this child could take away his own fated chance. As for the final ownership of these fated chances, in the town, even if the emperor came, he would have to listen to Qi Jingchun. But in the Book Slip Lake, it was hard to say. Finally, Gu Ken, who was unsupervised, waited until the 2 entered the house. He grabbed the 2 bags with one hand, gently pulled out the door bolt, and ran to the other end of the clay bottle alley. In the house, Mrs. Gu was kneeling on the ground, reaching under the bed to move the box. The box was not big, but it was very heavy. It was a bit strenuous, and she was panting. As a result, her plump buttocks were kicked by true monarch Jiejiang. The old man teased, "Mrs. Gu, You have taken good care of yourself. But with this, you can be a second-class maid in the Verdant Canyon Island, but it is more than enough to be a third-class maid. I don't like you, but on the Verdant Canyon Island, there are a few guest elders who might like you. When the time comes, you have to fight for it. Don't be shy and miss out on a fated chance. The woman's body was slightly stiff. At this time, most of her body was still under the bed, and her expression could not be seen. Walking to the entrance of an alley, Chi Jing-chun said to Chin Pingan, Kai Chin-chien, and Fu Nanhua, let me deal with them. Now that you have this ancestral shade scholar tree leaf, don't underestimate life and death. Living well is the greatest repayment to your parents. As for the forces of Yunxia Mountain, Old Dragon City, and true monarch Zhejiang, I dare not say that they will never find trouble with you, but for the next 10 years, they will definitely not find trouble with you. If you are lucky, you will be safe and sound for 30 years, even if you are always a commoner. Chi Jing-chun said with a smile, there is no need to be afraid of the small town. In the future, not long after, there should be no more schemes. If you want to live a peaceful life for 20 or 30 years, you might as well find a girl here and marry her, and start a family. If you want to go out of the small town and see the real world, it is also a good thing. Reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles is something that scholars like us must do. You will find that, in the future, it is difficult to read books in the small town, but it is easy to walk. Outside, many scholars can buy books, read books, and collect books easily, but they do not like to walk long distances and think that it is hard. The so-called traveling to study is just a car trip. Ooh, the teenager said with surprise. Mr. Chi, walking is considered hard. Chi Jing-chun laughed heartily. Let's not talk about the outside of the small town. Let's talk about the inside of the small town. Have you seen many people of the same age as you in Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley running around the mountains and the wilderness? The teenager nodded and said, That's true. Chi Jing-chun thought for a moment, then reached out and pulled out a jasper hairpin inserted in his hair bun. He bent down and handed it to the poor teenager. Take it as a parting gift. It is not an expensive item, nor is it an immortal item. So don't worry and accept it. In fact, I was like you, a teenager in a shabby alley. I studied hard and experienced many hardships and bumps. Of course, I also had all kinds of opportunities before I entered Cliff Academy. The time when I was apprenticed to my master was the happiest time of my life, Chi Jing-chun. Later, when my master left the mountain, he gave me this hairpin as a kind of expectation and entrustment to me. Unfortunately, looking back now, I have not done well for so many years. I believe that if my master was still alive, he would be disappointed. The teenager did not dare to accept this gift. This jasper hairpin seemed to contain the master-disciple relationship between Mr. Chi and his master. Needless to say, it was a great gift. No matter how ignorant the teenager was, he was still a person who used porcelain. He still had some appreciation for good and bad things. Chi Jing-chun said warmly, If you stay with me, my master's relic will be buried with me, so I might as well give it to you. Besides, you should not accept it without any effort. I have stayed in this small town for nearly 60 years, and there has always been a knot in my heart that could not be untied. Unfortunately, my master has passed away. I originally thought that I would not be able to get an answer in my life, but you inadvertently helped me solve my confusion. Therefore, I am giving this hairpin to you. It is very appropriate for me to give it to you. Chun Pingan can only help you ask for a locust tree leaf. He can't give you any more opportunities. The teenager took the ordinary jade hairpin with both hands, raised his head, and said sincerely, Master has already done a lot. Chi Jing-chun laughed it off. Seeing that the teenager was persuaded to accept the hairpin, he felt less worried. The hairpin was indeed ordinary, but it was still his master's relic. It was very good to give it to a teenager who did not disgrace the inscription of the jade hairpin. Therefore, Chi Jing-chun reminded him in the end, Chimpingon, remember, no matter what happens in the future, don't lose hope in this world. 25. Outside a house in Clay Bottle Alley, there was a naughty child with a slug hanging from his nose. He was kicking the door fiercely, cursing and spitting everywhere. Chimpingon, if you don't come out, I'll find someone to hack you to death and smash all the junk in your house. I know you're at home. What are you busy with? Are you doing that with Song Jison's wife and GQ? It's broad daylight. Don't you know how to take care of Song Jison's feelings? Fine, fine, fine. You don't want to come out, right? I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. Once I leave, you won't want to see me for the rest of your life. I originally wanted to leave all my treasures to you. Chimpingon, come out quickly. For some reason, at the end of the scolding, the child actually sounded like he was about to cry. He fiercely whipped the 2 slugs back into his nest. Gookin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He quickly turned around and saw the familiar face. The child cursed loudly, Chimpingon, damn you. The straw sandals youth's expression didn't look too good. Gookin quickly changed the topic and added, how's your body? His words were natural and smooth without any stiffness at all. Chimpingon was used to this brat's thoughtlessness. Carrying a new clay pot, he said unhappily, you still don't know whether I'm well or not. Gookin realized that he still had business to attend to. He quickly pulled Chimpingon to the entrance of the courtyard. Then, he stuffed 2 exquisitely embroidered bags into Chimpingon's hands. The child lowered his voice and asked, do you still remember the little loach I asked you for last year? Chimpingon was confused. Holding the heavy bags, he wasn't unfamiliar with them. At that time, the brocade-clothed youth who forcefully bought the golden carp had specially given him a bag of copper coins. Chimpingon looked around. There were no pedestrians at either end of Clay Bottle Alley. He still hurriedly opened the door and brought Gookin into the courtyard. After putting the clay pot aside, he asked straightforwardly, a foreigner bought that loach from you, right? Gookin, I advise you not to sell it. Don't sell it even if you beat me to death. Don't you want me to live a good life in the future? You must keep that loach, do you understand? Gookin burst into tears and grabbed Chimpingon's sleeves with both hands. Choking with sobs, he said, I wanted to return the loach to you, but Mother wouldn't let me. She even slapped me in the face. Mother has never slapped me since I was young. And that storyteller, I don't know if he was a deity or a ghost. He was very scary. First, he brought me into the white bowl, and then that loach suddenly became very, very big. It was much, much bigger than my family's large water tank. Chimpingon covered the child's mouth and stared at him sternly. I gave you the loach, so it's yours. Gookin, do you still want your mother to live a good life in the future? Can you eat meat every day, let your mother use rouge and face powder, and buy those silky clothes that feel smooth to the touch? Gookin sniffled and nodded vigorously. Chimpingon let go of his hand and crouched down. He asked, what's the matter with the 2 bags of money? Did you steal them? Gookin's eyes turned. He was just about to lie. Chimpingon's relationship with him couldn't be more familiar. The little bastard knew what kind of shit he was going to shit when he stuck his butt out. He directly gave Gookin a chestnut and said sternly, take it back. Gookin's stubborn temper also rose. I won't. Chimpingon was so angry that his face turned ashen. He raised his hand and was about to give a genuine chestnut. However, when he saw the child's stubborn expression, Chimpingon's heart softened. He softened his tone, thought for a moment, and asked, what's going on? Tell me. Gookin told Chimpingon the whole story from beginning to end. He didn't deny that this child usually made people gnash their teeth in hatred, but he was indeed very intelligent from a young age. From the old locust tree to the iron lock well, and then to the courtyard of Mud Bottle Alley. He clearly told Chimpingon about the adventures of the storyteller who wanted to take him as his disciple. At this moment, Chimpingon had a rough idea in his heart. Gu Ken was most likely one of the people in the small town who obtained the ancestral locust tree leaf, whether it was smoke from the ancestral grave, or whether it was a lucky chance like Mr. Chi and Priest Lu said. Guken should have been taken away from the small town by the storyteller. However, when he thought of that true Lord Lu Jimao who cut off the river, Chun Pingan's heartstrings tightened. According to Mr. Chi's words, this person's conduct was really bad. He wanted to get rid of him quickly, so he didn't hesitate to use the magical power of immortals to frame him and Kai Chinchien. Was it a good thing that Guken took this person as his master? However, taking a step back, if this person was willing to take Guken as his disciple and didn't cheat him or force him to sell, didn't this mean that Guken's life wouldn't be in danger for the time being? The mischievous child's eyes turned rapidly. While Chun Pingan was thinking, he suddenly grabbed the 2 money bags in Chun Pingan's hands and threw them into the room. Then he turned around and ran. In the end, Chun Pingan grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back to his original place. Guken held his head with both hands, looking very pitiful. Although Chun Pingan forcefully pulled the child back, he was hesitant about how to deal with him. The matter involved was too big. Chun Pingan was very afraid of making the wrong choice and causing Guken and his mother to be implicated. If it was only about himself, this straw sandals youth, who had no one to rely on, would probably be much more straightforward. At some point, the black-clothed girl had already gotten off the bed and stood behind the doorsill. My mother once said that everyone has their own fate. This child looks like a scourge that will live for 1,000 years. In the future, he's the kind of person who won't lack dog-shit luck. Guken's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly wiped off his 2 streams of snot. He grinned, revealing a missing tooth, and said with a flattering smile, "Older sister, you're so handsome. You look exactly like my second sister. This place is small. Why don't you come to my house?" Chun Pingan helplessly said, "When did your mother remarry your father?" After being exposed, the child immediately rolled his eyes and changed his expression and tone. He clicked his tongue and said, "Chun Pingan, not bad. When did you kidnap a woman home? Do you want to disturb the bridal chamber? Unfortunately, I can't make it in time. Otherwise, I'd definitely squat in the corner and listen to you immortals fight on the bed." Chun Pingan slapped Guken's head and said to the black-clothed girl apologetically, "He's just like that. Don't be angry." The girl glanced at the child. "Idiot." Guken was just about to show off his family skills when he felt the hand on his head quietly increase in strength. He immediately became sickly and said weakly, "Older sister, you're so beautiful. Everything you say is right." The black-clothed girl ignored the child and turned to look at Chun Pingan. She said meaningfully, "You'd better accept those 2 bags of copper coins. Otherwise, you'll turn against each other in the future. Moreover, once this child succeeds in his cultivation in the future, if you don't make him feel less guilty today, it's very likely that his Taoist heart will become unstable, allowing external demons to take advantage of the situation." Guken liked hearing this. He gave the older sister a thumbs up. "With long hair, you have a lot of knowledge. You really are more reliable than that little girl next door." Ooh. The black-clothed girl raised an eyebrow and actually accepted it gladly. In the distance of Mud Bottle Alley, a furious roar rang out. Guken, the child's face was slightly pale. I'm leaving. Chun Pingan, I'm leaving." Even though he said he was leaving, the child himself did not realize that his grip on Chun Pingan was tightening. Perhaps in his subconscious, Guken had long since taken Chun Pingan as his only family apart from his mother. Chun Pingan brought the child out of the courtyard. He crouched down and said quietly, "Guken, remember to be careful of your master. Also, take good care of your mother. You're a man. Your mother can only rely on you in the future. Don't always make her worry." Guken grunted in agreement. Chun Pingan continued, "When you're outside, do more and speak less. Watch your mouth. If you suffer some losses, then suffer some losses. Don't always try to get back at them with your mouth. The people outside are not like us. They hold grudges. The child's eyes reddened as he disagreed. The people on our side hold grudges too. You're the only one who doesn't. Chun Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was speechless for a moment. Chun Pingon suddenly woke up and asked in a deep voice, "Guken, did you get a locust tree leaf?" If he didn't, Chun Pingon did not think that Guken had obtained an immortal's opportunity. Perhaps the arrival of the storyteller was a talisman that hastened his death. As soon as the child heard this, he became angry. He took out a large handful from his pocket and cursed out of habit. "I don't know which bastard secretly stuffed so many tattered leaves into my pocket. I only found out when I was sneaking out of the house and hiding the 2 bags of money. If it wasn't little Fatty Zhao, then it was that girl Lu Mei. If my mother saw this when she was washing clothes, she would scold me for being worrisome again. Fortunately, I'm leaving now. Otherwise, see if I don't secretly throw stones into their latrine." The child was scolding with vigor. Chun Pingon was dumbfounded at first, but then he felt relieved. Seeing that this guy was about to throw the stones to the ground, he hurriedly stopped the child's actions. With an incomparably solemn expression, he said, "Guken, keep them well. You must keep them well. If possible, it's best not to let your mother see these locust tree leaves. It's very likely that this is for her own good." The child was at a loss, but he still nodded and said, "Okay." Chun Pingon exhaled a long breath and said to himself, "Now, I'm really relieved." Guken suddenly leaned forward and used his head to knock Chun Pingon's head. He whimpered, "I'm sorry." Chun Pingon rubbed his little head and scolded with a smile. "Silly," Guken suddenly whispered in his ear. Chun Pingon was stunned on the spot. The child turned and ran away. As he jogged, he turned his head and waved his hand. "I heard that old man say that he's going to take me and my mother to a place called Book Bamboo Lake and Qingxia Island. In the future, if you can't afford to marry a wife, you can come find me. I'm not bragging, but I can give you 17 or 18 good-looking bitches like GQ next door." Chun Pingon stood in place and nodded. He also felt a little sad. After all, this guy Guken was like his little brother. Therefore, Chun Pingon was willing to let Guken do whatever he wanted. The straw sandals youth looked at the child's figure gradually fading away, lost in thought. His life was always like this. The people he truly cared about, it seemed that he couldn't keep them. The youth in Clay Bottle Alley grinned. The heavens were quite stingy. The door to the courtyard next door gently opened, and the maid GQ walked out. She was slender and elegant, like a lotus flower in a pond. Chun Pingon asked, "Guken said bad things about you before. Did you hear it?" She blinked her limpid eyes and said, "Just pretend I didn't hear it. In any case, I can't beat the mother and daughter in an argument." Chun Pingon was a little embarrassed. He could only help that bastard Guken and say good things about him. He smoothed things over. Actually, his heart isn't bad. It's just that his words are a little unpleasant. GQ expressionlessly tugged at the corner of her mouth. "I don't know if Guken's heart is good or bad. His widowed mother isn't someone easy to deal with. I'm very sure." Chun Pingon didn't know how to answer. He could only learn from her and pretend that he didn't hear anything. She suddenly asked an inexplicable question. "Chun Pingon, you really don't regret it?" Chun Pingon was stunned. What? GQ saw that he didn't seem to be pretending to be stupid. She sighed and turned back to the courtyard, closing the wooden door. Chun Pingon, who had excellent eyesight, had been standing in the alley. He finally saw the door to Guken's courtyard open and 3 people walk out. The mother and son were carrying large and small bags as they slowly walked to the other end of Clay Bottle Alley. Chun Pingon even clearly saw the storyteller turn his head and glance at him with a playful smile. After the 3 figures disappeared at the end of the alley, Chun Pingon returned to his courtyard and saw that the black-clothed girl could already sit on the doorstep by herself. Was her body made of iron? Chun Pingon first put the jade hairpin that Mr. Chi gave him and the 2 bags of copper coins that Gu-kun gave him on the table. Then he began to boil water, fill the herbs, and decoct them. He was so familiar with the process that he didn't look like a kiln worker. Instead, he looked like a shop assistant who had worked in a pharmacy for many years. The black-clothed girl was a little confused, but she didn't ask. Bored, she got up and walked to the table. After thinking for a while, she took out the money bag that Chun Pingon hid in a bottle. After she sat down, there were 3 bags of money and a jade hairpin on the table. Of course, there was also a spiritual longsword that was tactfully hiding in the corner. Chun Pingon didn't stop her from taking out the money, but he turned his head and reminded her, "The jade hairpin was given to me by Mr. Chi. Miss Ning, be careful." Chun Pingon was probably afraid that the girl wouldn't take it seriously, so he reminded her again, "You really have to be careful." The girl rolled her eyes. 3 bags of gold coins, spring money, allowance money, and whooshing money. What a coincidence. She just happened to have all of them. The girl held her cheek with one hand and fiddled with the 3 coins with the other. She asked casually, "How's your matter? Can you tell me about it?" Chun Pingon squatted by the wall near the window and carefully watched the fire. He flipped through the 3 prescriptions from time to time. When he heard the question, he said, "Is it appropriate to tell me?" The girl frowned and said, "You're already in such a miserable state, and you're still worried that I'll be killed after I hear the secret? Chun Pingon, I don't want to criticize you, but you're such a good person. I advise you not to leave the town for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." The girl lamented his misfortune and was angry that he didn't fight for it. This old-fashioned boy, even if he was a powerful sword immortal who had both the golden body of Arhut and the Taoist technique of Lord of Heaven, would definitely die within a year in her hometown. Moreover, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. The straw sandals boy said happily, "Then I'll tell you." The girl used 3 fingers to press on the 3 coins and rubbed them on the table. "It's up to you to say it or not." Chun Pingon told the girl what happened before Mr. Chi appeared. He selectively told her what happened after that. After listening to him, the girl said calmly that Lu Jimao, who intercepted Jiang Zhenjuan, is obviously the main culprit. However, Kai Qinqian and Fu Nanhua aren't good people either. If it wasn't for Mr. Chi, you wouldn't be able to escape from the encirclement of the 3 forces even if you ran to the ends of the earth. To put it bluntly, it's really easy to kill you. If we weren't in the town, not to mention Lu Jimao, even that girl from Yunxia Mountain could crush your soul with 1 finger. Chun Pingon nodded and said, "I know." The girl said angrily, "You know, SH*T." Chun Pingon didn't refute and continued to brew the medicine. She asked, "The reason you're in this mess is all because of that loach. Why didn't you tell that child the truth?" Chun Pingon didn't remain silent this time. He also didn't turn his head. He sat on the stool and looked down at the green and red flames. He said softly, "That's not right." The girl wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at the thin and weak figure and sighed. "Then do you know that if your fist isn't hard enough, no one will care if you're right or wrong?" The boy shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter if others listen or not. Reason is reason." He seemed a little uncertain. He turned his head and asked with a smile, "Right?" The girl glared at him. "Right your ass." The boy turned his head back and continued to brew the medicine. The girl in black, the girl from outside the town named Ning Yao, picked up the jade hairpin and looked at it. She found a small line of words engraved on it. She glanced at the boy named Chun Pingon. There were 8 words on the hairpin. Even the girl, who was only a little literate, felt that it was very moving. Speaking of a gentleman, gentle as jade. 26. Decocting medicine was like threading a needle's eye with a thread. Chun Pingon did it methodically and immersed himself in it. The young man exuded an inexplicable joy. However, The black-clothed girl was not a patient person. In fact, except for practicing swordsmanship, the girl was not interested in anything else. She left her hometown at a young age and traveled around alone. She lived a rough life. Therefore, she did not feel uncomfortable with the young man's house with bare walls. It was really because she lived in the wind and rain. No matter how delicate and fastidious a person was, she would become very unfastidious. The girl asked, "Is your left hand okay?" Chun Pingon, who had his left hand bandaged with a cotton strip, was holding a bowl of medicine with both hands. After the girl took over, he smiled and said, "It's okay. Before I went back to the alley, I found some herbs and mashed them and applied them to the wound. When I was a kiln worker, I used this medicine every time. It was a secret prescription that an old man in the Yang family shop told me a long time ago. However, I promised the old man that I would not tell others. Otherwise, Miss Ning, you may need it when you travel around. If you want it, I can go to the old man in the Yang family shop and ask him. It's just that I was in a hurry to go to the medicine shop today, so I didn't see the old man. I only hope that he left temporarily." When the girl drank the medicine, her long eyebrows, which were not like willow leaves but more like narrow knives, slightly frowned. However, she still drank the medicine without changing her expression. After returning the porcelain bowl to the waiting straw sandals boy, she muttered, "You're such a good person. No wonder you're so poor. You deserve to be bullied." Before the boy could react, the girl added, "Don't mind me. I'm a straightforward person." The girl probably did not know that the latter sentence was more hurtful. Chun Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. The black-clothed girl used her thumb to wipe off the remnants of the medicinal soup at the corner of her mouth. Then she sat up straight and said seriously, "The saint who is now in charge of this world, that is, the teacher you mentioned, although he wants to help you clean up so that you won't have to worry about your life in the future, you have to know that there will be a time when a person's strength will be exhausted. Even the saint is no exception. What's more, Mr. Chi's situation is not very good. He can't even protect himself. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to care about your life and death in the future. I, Ning Yao, am a person who will repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. If you glare at me, I will take revenge for the smallest grievance. Ooh. There is a limit to a man's strength, but he must repay his debt with a gushing spring. He must seek revenge for the smallest grievance, just like a clay Buddha crossing the river at this moment." The young girl's heart was filled with an unknown pride. "Listen, aren't my words very knowledgeable?" It was a pity that Chun Pingon's neighbor was a knowledgeable scholar. Almost every morning and twice at dusk, the neighbor would recite the sage books to show his sincerity. According to Song Jison's own words, "I'm good at nurturing the great spirit." Therefore, Chun Pingon had seen a pig run even if he had not eaten pork. He was not unfamiliar with the scholarly words. Even if some of the words were obscure, he could still guess most of them by analyzing the context. The young girl stared at Chun Pingon, trying to find shock, admiration, and doubt from the young man's face. However, Chun Pingon's face was full of "I understand." "Young girl, please continue." The young girl was very discouraged. Her originally high-spirited expression had decreased sharply. She said in a bad mood, "For example, if you save my life, I will help you kill Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City or Lu Jimao from Book Slip Lake. However, if you want to kill both of them to prevent future troubles, you will have to pay to avoid the disaster. Because we just met by chance, we don't have a deep relationship. Therefore, you will need to give me a bag of gold coins as a reward." The young girl quickly pointed at the bag of winter jasmine money. "For example, I like this bag very much. The other 2 bags of copper coins are not good-looking, and the inscriptions are not pleasing to the eye." Then, the young girl slightly raised her chin. "If you are willing to pay me 2 bags of copper coins, I will help you deal with Old Dragon City and Red Cloud Mountain. Of course, if I die in Lu Jimao's hands early on, then there is nothing to talk about. After all, my cultivation is not high. I have just reached the 6th of the 9 realms of martial arts. As a pure martial artist, my body is not strong enough. As for the 15th floor and the 15th floor, I have only reached the Dragon Gate realm of the middle 5 realms. In the alchemy room, I have 6 diagrams, but I have not succeeded in adding the finishing touch, nor have I made the fairies fly. This time, Chun Pingan was really confused. He was completely confused. The young girl suddenly became angry out of humiliation. She had always been ashamed of her low cultivation level. Chun Pingan's, miss, please explain to me again. Demented appearance had undoubtedly poked at the young girl's sore spot. Seeing the young girl's gloomy expression, even if Chun Pingan was an idiot, he knew that the situation was bad. He quickly changed the topic. Young girl, why were you so heavily injured before, but now you seem to have mostly recovered? The young girl's eyes narrowed. She crossed her arms over her chest and said in a hoarse voice, I was indeed about to die. If Daoist Lu hadn't saved me, I would have. In any case, I owe you a great favor. I shouldn't have taken advantage of the situation and asked you to take out 3 bags of gold coins. How can my life be compared to Lu Jimao's? So, it's my fault. Just pretend I didn't say anything. After I leave the town, I will do my best to help you solve your worries. But let me say the ugly words first. Ning Yao, will only do what I can. I won't risk my life with others, even if I know I'm going to die. Perhaps it was because the young girl bowed her head and admitted her mistake. It was too rare, so she was very disappointed. Chun Pingan asked, Where is the money? The young girl pointed at one of the golden embroidered bags. Chun Pingan took out 3 copper coins from the bag. After holding them in his hand, he pushed the 3 bags in front of the young girl and said with a smile, These are for you. The young girl was stunned. After a long time, she asked, Chun Pingan, did your head get hit by a door when you were young? Chun Pingan said helplessly, No. When I was a child, I often got hit by the tail of a cow. The young girl suddenly flew into a rage. She slammed the table and asked, Do you like me? Chun Pingan was dumbfounded. The young girl grinned and gave Chun Pingan a thumbs up. Good taste. Then she bent her thumb and pointed at herself. She said in high spirits, But I won't agree. The man that Ning Yao, must be the most powerful sword immortal in the world. The most powerful. The great sword immortal. What Taoist ancestors, Buddha, Confucian saints, before his sword, they all have to bow their heads and make way. Chun Pingan's face turned red. He scratched his head and said, Miss Ning, you misunderstood. I don't like you. The young girl raised her eyebrows and thought for a moment. She leaned forward and narrowed her eyes. She raised her hand and left an inch of space between her thumb and index finger. She asked guiltily, You don't even like this little bit? Chun Pingan was resolute and decisive as he said in a firm tone, No. Miss Ning, don't worry. The young girl withdrew her hand and sighed heavily. She said with pity, Chun Pingan, even if you are lucky enough to marry a wife in the future, she will most likely be a simple-minded one. Chun Pingan sat across the table and smiled happily. As long as she is a good person. The young girl didn't comment on this. Just like what her mother had said, everyone had their own fate, so there might not be a clear distinction between the better and the worse. However, her father had a different opinion about this. Don't force things when it's not in your life. Not forcing things didn't mean that you didn't want anything at all. If you wanted something, you still had to ask for it. If you couldn't get it in the end, it was a different matter. Of course, her father would never dare to say these words to her mother's face. Chun Pingan asked casually, Miss Ning also came to our town to seek opportunities. The young girl didn't hide anything and replied, I used up all the resources that I accumulated through my adventures and a favor in exchange for a place to enter the town. However, I am different from those people. I don't ask for any opportunities or fate. I just want someone to help me forge a sword. It would be best if it could be to my liking. As for whether it is sharp or not, and whether it can bear a huge amount of sword chi, it is very secondary. Chun Pingon was puzzled. Forge a sword. The young girl said, it's that blacksmith Master Wan. He is very famous here and has a rule that iron cannot move. He only forges one sword every 30 years. The reason why he is willing to come here to replace Chi Jingchun is because he feels that this place is suitable for forging a sword. I am going to try my luck and see if he is willing to forge a sword for me. If it really doesn't work, there is nothing I can do. I will just take it that I am unlucky. Chun Pingon smiled. Good people will be rewarded. The young girl said weakly, there is nothing I can do. She glanced at the young man. Your left hand doesn't hurt. Chun Pingon was stunned. It hurts, she said suspiciously. Then, why don't you look like it? Chun Pingon said righteously, even if I roll on the ground and scream, it won't stop hurting. The young girl slapped her forehead. There is nothing I can do. You are the same as my father, but your ability is far worse than his. Chun Pingon smiled and didn't say anything. He quietly looked at the courtyard outside the house. The young girl pushed the 3 bags of copper coins back. I don't want them. Chun Pingon looked away and said softly, Miss Ning, have you ever thought that it might not be a good thing for me to keep them? After seeing Mr. Chi, I am even more certain of this. After the young girl decided on something, she wouldn't change her mind. She shook her head and said, that is your business. It has nothing to do with me. I have thought about it. I will repay the favor of saving my life in the future. I will not skimp on the materials. I will live up to the name Ning Yao. But you must be well for the next few years. Don't die if you are not careful. You just have to endure this period of time. The young man, who had always been easy to talk to, interrupted the young girl for the first time. The person who saved you is Lu Daozhang, Miss Ning. So you don't have to feel that you owe him anything. If I didn't think that I was going to die and wanted Lu Daozhang to do more for my parents, I wouldn't have opened the door at all. The young girl snorted, that is your business. The young man smiled and repeated her words, that is your business. They stared at each other. The young girl was the first to admit defeat. She said with a headache, if you like me, I really can't accept you. Chun Pingon held his head with both hands. He was at his wits' end when dealing with such a one-track-minded and strange girl. At this moment, someone had climbed into the courtyard through the wall. The only person who would do such a thing was Lu Xianyang. He jogged to the door and was about to yell at the top of his lungs, but it was as if someone had grabbed his neck, preventing him from saying a single word. Chun Pingon quickly got up and came to Lu Xianyang's side. He whispered, can I stay at your place for the next 2 days? This young lady might want to stay at my place. Lu Xianyang pushed Chun Pingon's head away. Like a fly rubbing its claws, he rubbed his hands together and said, Miss, my house is big and has everything. If you don't mind, why don't you stay at my house? The black-clothed young girl with her back to the two said calmly, I don't mind. Lu Xianyang grimaced. He looked at the slender and moving figure with a saber. He didn't give up and said, Miss, you don't know. There were 2 groups of people blocking my way at the covered bridge. They cried and begged me to sell my ancestral treasure to them. I didn't agree. Unfortunately, those people almost caused me to be scolded to death by Master Wan. I see that you are also an outsider who came to this small town to try your luck. Although I, Lu Xianyang, may not sell it to you, I can let you take a look and broaden your horizons. There shouldn't be a problem. Ning Yao still said indifferently, no need. Lu Xianyang sat in Chun Pingon's original seat. After seeing the black-clothed young girl's appearance, his eyes lit up and he said, Miss, don't be so polite. Chun Pingon and I can squeeze in the shabby house. Miss, when you come to my big house, you won't feel restrained. It's as if you don't even have a place to put your hands and feet. Ning Yao replied with a straight face, "Thank you for your kindness. Go away." Lu Xianyang didn't feel awkward. He stood up and said, "All right, no gold or silver nest is better than a grass nest. Understand, understand." Lu Xianyang pulled Chen Pingan outside the door and elbowed the youth. "What's going on?" Chen Pingan said awkwardly, "It's hard to explain in a short time. Just tell me if I can stay at your place." Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes and said, "Why not? But you have to promise me that you will help me keep an eye on GQ. Don't let that little bastard Song Jisun rape her. When the time comes, you have to help me protect my future wife's innocence." Chen Pingan said without hesitation, "Don't even think about it." Lu Xianyang patted Chen Pingan's shoulder and said earnestly, "I'll take it that you agree." The black-clothed young girl in the house suddenly turned her head and said, "Do you know that you are a natural sword embryo? The reason why the porcelain buyer didn't take you out when you were 9 years old was probably because he wanted you to absorb more spiritual energy here. This choice was correct. So when you are with Master Wan, you must seize the opportunity and let him take you as a disciple. Remember, you must at least be an inner disciple. It's best if you are a direct disciple. As for being an inner disciple, don't even think about it. Your innate talent isn't that good yet." Lu Xianyang smiled and nodded vigorously. He said yes, then turned to look at Chen Pingan. He pointed at the young girl in the house and then pointed at his own head. Chen Pingan said, "She's telling the truth. Don't take it lightly." Lu Xianyang no longer smiled mischievously. He fell silent and said in a low voice, "I feel that something is wrong. There are 2 groups of people in the covered bridge. Guess who's leading them? It's that bastard Lu Jingchun from Falu Street. Isn't this like a weasel paying a visit to a chicken? I don't care about money, so why should I do business with them? Moreover, that armor is an antique passed down from generation to generation. If I sell it, I'll be cursed half to death by my grandfather in my dreams." Chen Pingan heard all this and felt like he was facing a great enemy. "You must be careful. Lu Jingchun and those outsiders are not to be trifled with." The youth turned and asked, "Miss Ning, do you know where those people came from?" The girl in black nodded and said, "The old man and the little girl came from Xinjiang Mountain. They're considered an orthodox sect of your eastern Aquarius continent. The old man is not human. In short, he's 100 times more powerful than Fu Nanhua or Kai Qinqian. The woman and her son are not simple either. Actually, those who can enter the town together are not ordinary rich people. The woman is very shrewd, and the little boy doesn't seem to be kind either. So I advise your friend to quickly get Master Wan to accept him as a disciple. That's like having a life-saving talisman. In this town, no matter how strong the backing is, no one dares to wrestle with a saint." Chen Pingan asked Lu Xianyang, "Are you confident that you can become Master Wan's disciple?" Lu Xianyang was a little conflicted. He said hesitantly, "When I first became an apprentice helper, the way Master Wan looked at me was similar to the way Old Man Yao looked at me. I think he'll observe me for a while before deciding whether to accept me as a disciple." But Chen Pingan glared at him fiercely. Lu Xianyang smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's just that Master Wan has a precious daughter who can eat a lot. I was shocked, so I joked a little. I didn't expect that when the daughter was forging, she would be so fierce and overbearing when she swung the hammer. But she is usually very shy, so I didn't expect that she couldn't take a joke. At that time, I made her cry and coincidentally bumped into her father. The way he looked at me was strange, so I'm sure he won't accept me as his disciple. But anyway, I don't want to be anyone's disciple. It's enough for me to serve Old Man Yao, who has a strange temper, and it's enough for us. I just want to make a living at the blacksmith shop." Chen Pingan looked up with a black face. Lu Xianyang, who was half a head taller than the straw sandals youth, lowered his head and didn't dare to look at the youth. This scene made Ning Yao feel a little puzzled. This was also the first time the girls saw Chun Pingon truly angry. Chun Pingon asked in a low voice, after what happened with the old locust tree, "Did you have some locust tree leaves on your body?" Lu Xianyang shook his head and said, "No, but that fortune teller who always likes to peek at women said some unlucky things to me. I almost smashed his stall." Chun Pingon's expression changed slightly, and he frowned. He turned his head to look inside the room and asked, "Miss Ning, as an exchange, can I give you 3 bags of gold and copper coins? Also, will it cause you a lot of trouble? Please make this clear in advance." The black-clothed girl thought carefully. "The trouble isn't small, but it's not a big problem. But you must be careful these 2 days. Don't let your friends run around the streets. After all, my current situation isn't good." She said again, 2 groups of people, 2 bags of money. Let Master Wan take you as his disciple, and another bag of money. In short, if you do a few things, I'll take a few bags of money. Don't worry. Since I've agreed, it'll be a guaranteed 2 bags of money. Chun Pingon ran into the room and hurriedly pushed the 2 bags of money to the girl. "Take it." The girl didn't have a sloppy personality, so she didn't refuse. After putting away the 2 bags of copper coins, she said with a fake smile, "There are many people in the world who take money for themselves. How can there be someone like you who likes to be a child of wealth?" The youth didn't refute this time. He nodded and said with a smile, "Money is very important. Very, very important." Lu Xianyang, who had been kept in the dark all this time, said anxiously, "Chun Pingon, are you crazy? Why are you giving her money? 2 full bags of copper coins. How long will it last you?" Chun Pingon said unhappily, "It's my money. Why do you care?" Lu Xianyang said righteously, "Isn't your money my money? Think about it. If I borrowed money from you, would you have the face to ask me to pay it back?" Chun Pingon didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. Lu Xianyang also realized that his jesting was inappropriate, so he shut his mouth and didn't say anything. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was a bit heavy. Chun Pingon asked, "Miss Ning, you really won't?" The girl in black glanced at the white scabbard sword on the table and nodded, "No problem." After that, she couldn't help but say, "You're so wishy-washy. Aren't you annoying? You still say you're not a good person?" Chun Pingon smiled. Lu Xianyang thought for a moment and didn't say anything. In the end, the tall youth kept his words to himself. He thought to himself, "Miss, you probably haven't seen the other side of this guy." Chun Pingon was rarely difficult to talk to, but when he was Chun Pingon was really difficult to talk to. Lu Xianyang had seen him before. He should have seen Song Jisun from next door as well. 27. Not long after Lu Xianyang arrived at Mud Bottle Alley, another rare visitor came to the alley. It was the elegant blue-robed scholar, Zhao Yao, who somewhat resembled the teacher Qi Jingchun. Zhao Yao was the eldest grandson of one of the 4 major surnames in the small town. Compared to Lu Jingchun and the other good-for-nothings, Zhao Yao, who was also from a rich family, had a good reputation. Many lonely old people in the small town had received the kindness of this youth. If one were to say that this was the so-called famous scholar nurtures his hopes in the wild method, it seemed to be overestimating Zhao Yao's ambition. It was a bit like measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. After all, this youth had been kind to others since he was 10 years old. Year after year, he did not slack off in the slightest. Even the old people who had watched the youth grow up in Falu Street would give him a thumbs up. Every time they reprimanded their own children, they would always use Zhao Yao as an excuse. This made Zhao Yao not have many close friends among his peers. Lu Jingchun and the others had a free heart and did not like to deal with a bookworm who was all day long. Imagine everyone excitedly climbing up the wall to peek at a pretty widow, only to have someone say by the side, "Don't look at indecent things. Wouldn't that spoil the fun? In short, young Zhao Yao liked to deal with people outside of Falu Street. He had walked through almost all the alleys, big and small, except for Mud Bottle Alley. This was because Song Jisen lived in this alley, a peer who often made Zhao Yao feel ashamed of his inferiority. However, when it came to friends, Zhao Yao probably only recognized Song Jisen as his chess partner. Although he had lost to Song Jisen in chess for so many years, the desire to win was just that. Zhao Yao had always admired the talented Song Jisen from the bottom of his heart. However, Zhao Yao was somewhat disappointed because his intuition told him that although Song Jisen and he were usually very close to each other, it seemed that Song Jisen had never regarded him as a true friend. Although Zhao Yao had never visited Song Jisen's house before, when he saw a certain house, he knew that it must be Song Jisen's house. It was because of the Spring Festival couplet pasted on the door. There were many words, and at a glance he could tell that it was Song Jisen's handwriting. The reason was very simple. There were too many changes in style. It could almost be said that each word was different. For example, the two words Imperial Wind were written in one smooth flow, free will, and had a great sense of floating. The word Yuan, beside the word water, had a deep meaning. The word Qi, when mentioned, had great boldness and was like a thunderbolt. The word Gua was written in a neutral and peaceful manner, like a sage sitting upright. There was not the slightest flaw to be found. Zhao Yao stood at the door, almost forgetting to knock. He leaned forward and stared at the words in a daze. He felt that he was about to lose the courage to knock. It was precisely because of his diligent practice of calligraphy that he was even more aware of the strength, weight, and spirit contained in those words. Zhao Yao was dejected. He took out a money pouch and bent over to place it at the door, preparing to leave without saying goodbye. At this moment, the door to the courtyard suddenly opened. Zhao Yao looked up and saw Song Jisen about to leave with the maidservant GQ. The two of them were talking and laughing. Song Jisen pretended to be surprised and joked, "Zhao Yao, why are you bowing so respectfully?" Zhao Yao awkwardly picked up the money pouch. Just as he was about to explain, Song Jisen took the embroidered pouch away and said with a smile, "Oh my, Zhao Yao is here to deliver a gift. I'll accept it, but let me say this first. I come from a poor family, so I don't have anything that can catch Brother Zhao's eye. If I don't return the favor, then it'll be rude." Zhao Yao smiled bitterly. "This pouch is worth more than money. Just treat it as my parting gift. There's no need to return the favor." Song Jisen turned to his maidservant and smiled knowingly. He handed the money pouch to her. "See, I told you that Zhao Yao is the most polite scholar in town. How about it?" The young girl took the money pouch and held it in front of her chest. She smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed. She was very happy. She slightly leaned to the side and curtsied. "Thank you, young Master Zhao. My family's young master said that a family that accumulates kindness has more to celebrate, and a person that does good will have good fortune. This servant wishes young Master Zhao a meteoric rise and a bright future." Zhao Yao hurriedly returned the gesture. "Thank you, Miss GQ, for your auspicious words." Song Jisen rubbed the back of his head and yawned. "Aren't you tired?" GQ beamed. "If I could get a pouch of money every time, then this servant wouldn't be tired even if I curtsied 10,000 times. Zhao Yao blushed with shame. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Miss GQ." Song Jisen waved his hand. "Come, let's drink." Zhao Yao had an awkward expression. Song Jisen tried to goad him. "What an idiot! You only read about rigid rules. How can you not read about the romance of a famous scholar?" "Ooh," Zhao Yao asked tentatively. "Drink a little to lighten the mood." Song Jisen rolled his eyes. "Get drunk." Zhao Yao was just about to speak when Song Jisen grabbed him by the neck and dragged him away. When the maidservant GQ locked the door, the four-legged snake tried to sneak out, but she kicked it back into the courtyard. When she passed by the house next door, she quietly stood on her tiptoes and stole a few glances. She saw Lu Xianyang's tall figure. Lu Xianyang also noticed her and immediately smiled brightly. Lu Xianyang was about to greet her, but she had already retracted her gaze and walked away quickly. There was a restaurant in the small town. It wasn't very big, but its expenses weren't small. However, Zhao Yao was a descendant of the Zhao family and had a good reputation. The restaurant's manager was famous for being stingy. He didn't know what was wrong with him today, but he patted his chest and said that he wouldn't accept a single copper coin. His restaurant was honored to have 2 scholars come to his restaurant for a drink. The 2 young masters should accept his money instead. Song Jisun immediately stretched out his hand with a chuckle, asking for the money on the spot. The innkeeper angrily found a way out for himself, saying that he owed Song Jisun and that he would send a few jars of good wine to young Master Song tomorrow. Zhao Yao wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. The manager had always known about young Master Song's eccentric temperament, so he didn't really get angry. He personally found a quiet window seat for the 3 of them on the 2nd floor. Song Jisun and Zhao Yao didn't talk much. Song Jisun also didn't try to trick them with wine. This made Zhao Yao, who was unafraid of death, feel very strange. Looking out the window on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, one could just see a plaque on the 12-legged memorial arch. Song Jisun asked, "Is Mr. Qi really not leaving the small town with you?" Zhao Yao nodded and said, "Mr. Qi changed his schedule at the last minute. He said that he will stay in the school and finish teaching the penultimate chapter, knowing etiquette." Song Jisun sighed and said, "Then Mr. Qi is going to talk about a great principle. He's going to teach the world for the Confucian sage. He's going to tell us that at the beginning of the world, there was no such thing as law. The sage used etiquette to teach all living things. At that time, the monarchs all worshipped etiquette. They believed that if something went wrong with etiquette, it would be punished." Zhao Yao was already a little tipsy, so his speech was a little slurred. He asked, "Don't you think so? Why doesn't Mr. Qi just teach us the last chapter, knowing etiquette?" Song Jisun didn't answer his question. Before leaving the small town, there were mountain spirits, water ghosts, immortals, and monsters. If you believe it, they existed. If you don't, they didn't. As for how Mr. Qi will teach and how the students will listen, that's up to fate. The maidservant GQ also drank a cup of wine. She looked dizzy and playful. She didn't even look at the towering memorial arch from beginning to end. There were 12-foot archways, and at the base of the stone pillars were the 9 different beasts of the dragon's 9 sons. Outside them were the white tiger, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. The people of the small town had lived here for generations, so they were already used to it. Zhao Yao couldn't help but burp. He stood up shakily and said, "Farewell. I hope we'll meet again." Song Jisun thought for a moment and stood up as well. He smiled and said, "We'll definitely meet again. Zhao Yao, don't worry about not knowing a friend on the road ahead." Zhao Yao, whose eyes were blurred, bit his tongue and said sincerely, "Song Jisun, you should leave the small town as soon as possible. Who doesn't know you? You can do it." Song Jisun obviously didn't take him seriously. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's go. Drunken talk is a disgrace to a gentleman." After Zhao Yao and Song Jisun left the restaurant, they went their separate ways. Before Zhao Yao left, he asked Song Jisun, "Do you want to go to the supervisor of Kill's official residence to take a look? I can convince the gatekeeper." Song Jisun's face was cold as he said, "Get lost." Zhao Yao left quietly. The maidservant GQ looked at his back and whispered, "Young master." He had good intentions. Song Jisun sneered and said, "Good people in the world have good intentions, but in the end, they end up with bad consequences. Isn't that a lot?" She thought for a moment. It seemed to be such a tedious truth, so she didn't insist. Zhao Yao lived on Fulu Street to the north of the small town. Mud Bottle Alley was to the west, where the poor gathered. When Song Jisun and the maidservant walked side by side through the memorial arch, she looked up at the plaque that said Fighting Bull. She looked like an old woman past her prime. The girl, whose real name was Wang Zhu, smiled without showing her teeth. When Zhao Yao returned to the ancestral residence on Fulu Street, the servant told him that the old ancestor was waiting for him in the study and that he had to go there immediately. The scholar, who reeked of alcohol, immediately had a headache and rushed to the study. The Zhao family didn't show off in the small town. Their wealth was restrained. Unlike the Lu family, who showed off their arrogance, they liked to boast that they were a scholarly family. The study was also very antique. An old woman with a walking stick was standing beside a desk. She stroked the surface of the desk. Her weathered face was full of sadness and reminiscence. When the old woman smelled the strong smell of alcohol coming from her grandson, she didn't get angry. She smiled and waved her hand. Yaoer, come in. What are you standing at the door for? It's not like you're drinking horse piss. It's not shameful. Zhao Yao smiled bitterly and stepped over the threshold. He respectfully bowed to the old ancestor. The old woman impatiently said, "That's the bad thing about studying too much. There are so many rules and regulations. It makes scholars feel like they're going around in circles for the rest of their lives. It's so boring. Take your grandfather, for example. You're the best at everything. But when it comes to talking about grand principles with me, it's so long-winded and annoying, especially that attitude of his. TSK, TSK. He really deserves a beating. I just can't win against him in words." The old woman was suddenly amused by herself. She laughed out loud. "I almost forgot. I didn't need a walking stick back then." She smiled and asked, "Why? You're drinking with that ingrate Song?" Zhao Yao said helplessly, "Grandma, how many times have I told you? Song Jisun is very talented. He has a high level of comprehension and is a step ahead of others in learning everything." The old woman sneered. "He's the smartest. It's just that your grandfather was already 3 years old when he was alive. I've always admired that little thing. Do you want to know what your grandfather said?" Zhao Yao hurriedly replied, "Grandson doesn't want to know?" The old woman didn't care whether her precious grandson was willing to listen or not. She continued, "Your grandfather said, at such a young age, he's so shrewd. It's a pity that he's the one who ruined the reputation of his ancestors." She then pointed at Zhao Yao. "Your grandfather also said, gentle, courteous, and thrifty. At first, there's nothing special about him, but he's the one who nurtures the vitality of his descendants. He's definitely my grandson." After the old woman finished speaking, she smiled. Damned old man. After being jealous for his whole life, he finally said something nice. Zhao Yao was about to speak when he heard his grandmother sigh. I'm old. I'm old." The youth had no choice but to swallow his words. He smiled and went forward to hold the old woman's arm. "Grandma, you're as old as the southern mountains. You're still very young." Ooh. The old woman stretched out her withered hand and patted the back of her precious grandson's hand. "You're better than your grandfather. You don't know how to study, you know how to talk nonsense, and you know how to say nice things." The youth smiled. "Grandpa is really knowledgeable. Mr. Chi also said that Grandpa is very good at studying. He's very experienced in understanding the word righteousness." The old woman immediately revealed her fox tail. She couldn't hide her pride, but she pretended to snort coldly. "Of course. Don't you know who picked the man?" Zhao Yao pursed his lips tightly to hold back his laughter. The old woman led Zhao Yao to a chair behind the desk. The youth discovered that there was a wooden carving of a sleeping dragon placed on the desk. It was vivid and lifelike, but for some unknown reason, after careful examination, he discovered that this blue wooden dragon had eyes but no pupils. The old woman picked up a brush that had already been dipped in ink. It was a brand new small all brush made from the branches of an old locust tree. She held it with both hands and trembled as she handed it to her eldest grandson. Zhao Yao took the brush in confusion. He felt a weight on his shoulder. It turned out that his grandmother had placed her hand on his shoulder. He took the opportunity to sit in the seat that only the head of the Zhao family could sit in. The old woman took a step back and said solemnly, "Zhao Yao, take a seat. Today, you will add the finishing touch to the dragon for the ancestors of the Zhao family." The dilapidated clay statues of deities lay on the ground covered with weeds. No one paid any attention to them. It had been like this for thousands of years. There would even be clay idols that would fall here. Not only were the townspeople used to many things, but they also didn't have much respect for these idols. The elderly would occasionally nag at their children to not come here to play. However, the young children still liked to come here to play hide-and-seek, catch crickets, and so on. Perhaps when these children grew up and became old, they would also tell their children not to come here to play. Generation after generation, this place passed without wind or rain. It was plain and uneventful. Here there were tumbling heads, broken torsos, and separated palms. They seemed to have been forcefully pieced together by someone to maintain their original appearance. However, this was all that was left of them. A youth in straw sandals hurriedly ran here from Clay Bottle Alley. He clutched 3 coins tightly in his hand. When he arrived, he walked around in circles, muttering to himself. Then he found a statue with great familiarity. He squatted down and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he quietly placed the coins into the cracks of the statue. He got up and went to find a second and third statue. He did the same thing. Before the youth left, he stood alone in the lush green grass. He put his palms together and lowered his head as he muttered, "Broken pieces of peace, broken pieces of peace. I hope that you will bless my parents so that they won't suffer in the next life. If possible, please tell my parents that I'm doing very well now. They don't need to worry." *28. At dusk, Chin Pingon returned to town. When he passed by the east gate, the sloppy guard was still humming a tune. He was singing, "An inch of time can't be taken lightly, glory, splendor, wealth and rank can be thrown away." Perhaps he was disturbed by the footsteps of the youth, but when he opened his eyes, he happened to meet the youth's eyes. When the guard saw that it was the debt collector, he was disappointed. He waved his hand and said, "Go away. Your time is worthless. If you can have even one word of glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, you should be burning incense." After Chin Pingon ran past, he raised one of his palms high, opened his 5 fingers, and shook it with all his might. Obviously, he was reminding the guard that there was a 5 copper coin relationship between the two of them. The guard spat and cursed, "You're not a good person either." The youth's figure quickly disappeared. The guard looked up at the clear blue sky. It was like a beautiful layer of glaze. The man rubbed his stubbled chin and clicked his tongue. Mr. Chi once said a line in a poem. What was it again? "Good stuff, colored glass?" An ox cart slowly drove out of town. Sitting on the cart was a well-known scholar in a green robe. The cart driver was a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. The man immediately waved his hand and laughed loudly. "Brother Yao, don't be in a hurry to leave. I have a sentence that I forgot. I only remember good stuff, colored glass, and the like. I can't remember anything else. You're very knowledgeable, so tell me." Zhao Yao was in high spirits. He held a bag in his arms and said loudly, "Good things in the world are not firm. Colorful clouds scatter easily, and colored glass is brittle." The guard gave him a thumbs up. "You're indeed worthy of being called Brother Yao. You're very knowledgeable. When you're successful in the future, don't forget to visit me in your hometown. Who knows, maybe you can replace your husband and be a teacher for the children in our town. That's good too. Zhao Yao was stunned. He then cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you for your kind words. The man was happy and took out an embroidered pouch from his sleeve. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the pouch high into the air and grinned. I've wasted so many years making you write so many couplets for me. Most importantly, you're also kind and honest. You've never found it troublesome. I've always been right about people. Here, I'll give you something. Zhao Yao hurriedly caught the money bag. See you later. The man smiled and nodded. He waved at the young man's ox cart and muttered, It's going to be difficult. The straw-sandaled youth walked towards the depths of the town, while Zhao Yao's ox cart sped towards the world outside the town, brushing past each other. The man sitting on the stump counted with his fingers. The young man from the great Sui kingdom with a bamboo basket full of golden carps, the son of Widow Gu from Clay Bottle Alley, and the young man from Fortune Street. That's 3. However, there were still so many people following. If they all barged in, wouldn't they only be left with the job of picking up scraps? Why don't I take the opportunity to find a filial disciple who can massage my shoulders? The man stretched out his hand and touched his wrinkled, dark cheeks. He chuckled and said, It'd be best if it's a beautiful female disciple who's bright and smooth. I can bear with a bad face, but her legs must be long. This famous bachelor of the town held his hands behind his head and looked up at the sky. He was secretly happy. When he thought of these happy things, his worries disappeared. He only felt that there was great beauty in the world. Before Chen Pingon left Clay Bottle Alley, he made an appointment with Lu Xianyang and the black-clothed girl to meet at Lu Xianyang's house. When Chen Pingon arrived at Lu Xianyang's house, the door was unlocked. He pushed the door open and entered the main hall. He saw Lu Xianyang using a clean cotton towel to clean and wipe the ancestral armor. The black-clothed girl, Miss Ning, had put on her light veil hat again. There was a saber at her waist and a long sword with a snow-white scabbard in her hand. For some reason, Chen Pingon felt that Miss Ning seemed to dislike this sword. On the table was an old treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Lu family. Although it was called an armor, in Chen Pingon's eyes, it was really ugly and frightening. The huge armor was covered with iron tendons that looked like withered tree tumors. There were also 5 parallel deep scratch marks from the left shoulder all the way down to the right waist. Regarding this point, the 2 youths were puzzled. They really couldn't imagine how huge the forest and ferocious beasts had to be to create such a terrifying scene. Later, the imperial court sealed many mountains and forbade people to go into the mountains to cut firewood and burn charcoal. Chen Pingon and Lu Xianyang almost never broke the ban. This was the main reason. Chen Pingon felt that it was a bit strange. This charcoal-like armor was ugly, but Lu Xianyang really treated it as a family heirloom. Even with Chen Pingon's friendship, he had only let him see it once in all these years. In less than half an incense stick's time, he had carefully moved it back to the vermilion box and enshrined it again. However, seeing Lu Xianyang peeking at the black-clothed girl from time to time, Chen Pingon felt somewhat relieved. Lu Xianyang had always been this kind of person. When he saw beautiful girls, he couldn't control his eyes. But in reality, he didn't really like to be moved. He just liked to show off. For example, in the past summer, when he was bathing in the stream by the covered bridge, if there were girls of the same age carrying seedlings or cattle passing by, Lu Xianyang would definitely do something. First, he would climb onto the big blue stone on the shore, and then he would loudly cough. Song Jisun described this as telling the world. Finally, he would do something fierce. Chen Pingon, who had very good eyesight, could actually clearly see the eyes and expressions of the girls in the distance. Thus, he had always wanted to tell Lu Xianyang the truth. Those good-looking sisters, some rolled their eyes, some muttered curses, and most of them simply ignored him. The only thing that didn't happen was that their eyes lit up and thought that he was a hero. Of course, later on, Lu Xianyang took a fancy to Song Jisun's servant girl, GQ, and inexplicably fell deeply in love with her. After that, the tall youth didn't seem to have any other beautiful girls in his eyes. Even at this moment, when he was showing off to the black-clothed girl, he hoped that the arrogant and indifferent girl wouldn't look down on him. Don't think that just because you have a saber and a sword, you can act like a king. This family heirloom of mine, Lu Xianyang, is also the only one in this small town. After waiting for Chen Pingon, the girl in the curtained hat looked around. Finally, she placed the long sword horizontally on an old antique cabinet painted with golden flowers. The paint was mottled and cracked. In order to make room for the long sword, she moved many bottles and jars away. She found a pattern inlaid on the back wall of the cabinet. It was a golden osmanthus tree, with a full moon in the sky. The girl turned her head and said, "The sword is here. Don't touch it, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." I'm not joking. Lu Xianyang was busy wiping the armor. From time to time, he would lower his head to exhale and gently rub it with his arm. He was really enjoying himself. Chun Pingon promised, "Definitely." The girl said to Lu Xianyang, "This cabinet isn't worth much, but don't sell this golden osmanthus moon inlaid pattern so cheaply." Lu Xianyang didn't raise his head and said, "I've never liked that thing since I was young. If you like it, you can just scrape it off yourself." The girl in black naturally wouldn't do such a thing. She just asked curiously, "What's the material of this pattern?" Lu Xianyang glanced back and said, "It's been around for hundreds of years." "How would I know? Even my grandfather can't tell me 1, 2, 3, 4. Chun Pingon said softly, "It should be stones picked up from the stream. There are many colors, but Lu Xianyang's elders must have only picked the golden ones. They crushed them and then glued them together. We call this stone snake gall stone." The girl in black asked, "Stones? Are there many in the stream?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Miss Ning, if you want, I can pick up a big basket of them for you every day. No one here likes them. Only Gu-kun likes them. He often picks them up by himself." The girl in black sighed and looked deeply at the poor boy in the mud bottle alley, a pauper living on a mountain of gold and silver. Chun Pingon said in surprise, "Are these stones valuable outside?" She adjusted her curtain hat and said, "The price depends on who gets them. Even if they fall into the hands of someone who knows the trade, it still depends on luck. If you're lucky, one is enough. If you're unlucky, a mountain of stones won't be enough. But no matter what, they're valuable, very valuable. It's just that I don't know if I can take them out of the town. This is very important." Lu Xianyang interjected, "There's something strange about these stones. As long as you take them out of the stream, their color will fade when exposed to the wind and sun. Especially after rain and snow, the color will fade even more. Other than that, there's nothing else." The girl said regretfully, "Sure enough." Chun Pingon hesitated. "Why don't I go pick up a big basket tomorrow and try it? What if there's an exception?" The girl shook her head and said, "It's meaningless to me." Lu Xianyang had already moved the armor back into the house and hid it well. At this moment, he leaned against the door and said with a smile, "Chun Pingon is a big money grubber. Maybe he'll go to the stream tonight to get the stones." The girl said, "I'm leaving." When she walked to the door, she turned around and said, "I'll take care of the hairpin and prescription for you. But I still need you to go to the mud bottle alley tomorrow to help me decoct the medicine." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "No problem." She thought for a moment and reminded him with a serious expression, "Among the group of foreigners who entered the town around the same time as me, the most powerful one should be the old man from Xinjiang Mountain. This time he's here to escort the little girl. The next one is the eunuch from the Great Sui Kingdom who injured me. Then it's Lu Jimao who took Gu-kun away. Don't underestimate the woman who hides a knife behind her smile. So, as long as you meet the old man from Xinjiang Mountain, try not to argue. But once there's a conflict, just stall for time. Don't fight with others, and don't have any wishful thinking. You must stall until I appear. Lu Xianyang said in a low voice, "This is our territory. Do these foreigners really dare to kill people in our territory?" Chun Pingon glanced at him and nodded. "Yes, they do." Lu Xianyang swallowed. Chun Pingon suddenly asked, "Do you remember what Priest Lu, the fortune teller who set up the stall, told you?" Lu Xianyang felt a headache coming. After trying hard to recall, he scratched his ears and cheeks and said, "How can I remember clearly? I only know that it's some unpleasant words of bad luck. Anyway, he said that there's going to be a big disaster and that we need to burn incense. It's all a mess." I just thought he was talking nonsense and scamming people for money. Chun Pingon turned to look at the girl in black. The girl said fiercely, "He can't remember the sign. How can I explain it to him? Does he really think I'm a deity?" Chun Pingon was a little confused. He couldn't figure out why Miss Ning was so angry all of a sudden. The girl strode out of the house. Compared to the slow and leisurely way they came, they were now much more swift and decisive. The girl with the saber walked in the wide alley. She wondered if she should find some time to read a few books later. The girl thought of walking around in the future, beheading people with a flying sword, and composing a few impassioned impromptu poems. Even if there was no one around, she felt that it was really cool. Just as the girl was filled with longing, a familiar figure brushed past her. "See you tomorrow, Miss Ning." When the voice fell, the figure was almost at the end of the alley. The young man in straw sandals carried a basket and walked as if he was flying. The girl was stunned and muttered to herself, "Is there really such a money grubber?" "29. The youth stepped on the fragmented starlight all the way out of the town and went straight to the stream. Although it was night-time, Chun Pingon's running speed was not slower than during the day. Chun Pingon deliberately avoided the position of the covered bridge where the water level was the deepest. The stream there was much higher than other places. Chun Pingon chose a section of the stream where the water level only reached his knees. He took off the large bamboo basket on his back and bent down to pick up a small bamboo basket hidden inside. He tied it tightly around his waist, took off his straw sandals, rolled up his trousers, and went into the water to feel for stones. The wound on his left hand that was cut by the broken porcelain was still painful. Naturally, he could not let it soak in the water. The youth could only use his right hand to pick up stones in the stream. In fact, the stones on the dry riverbed were the easiest to pick up. However, as Lu Xianyang said, the color would fade quickly. Now that Chun Pingon roughly understood the mystery behind it from the black-clothed girl, it was not difficult to understand. He felt that these stones were actually like the soil he chewed on when he followed Old Man Yao over the mountains in his early years. The soil looked ordinary, but in some places, even if it was separated by a mountain, when it entered the mouth, it would have a completely different taste. Old Man Yao said that this was called the moving of trees and dead people, the moving of soil, to become a Buddha. As long as the soil in the hand left the original soil, it would quickly change its taste. The stream did not have a name. The stones in the stream were as big as a fist and as small as a thumb. They were colorful, but the people of the town were used to seeing them quietly lying in the clear stream for generations. Naturally, no one thought that it was a rare thing. Whoever carried these stones home would definitely be treated as a fool. If one had the strength to not do more farm work after eating, then what was one if not a fool? Chun Pingon, who was bending over and wading in the water, kept moving and turning over the large stones at the bottom of the stream. He had already picked up 7 or 8 stones and put them into the bamboo basket. They were of different sizes and different colors. The color of the stone's skin was like golden oranges hanging high on the branches in autumn, white and tender like a baby's skin, dark and shiny, bright like red peach blossoms. And the most common color was the green of shrimp's back. These stones were called snake gallstones by the villagers. Most of them were not big and were slippery and heavy when held in the hand. If held high in the sun during the day or illuminated by candlelight late at night, the texture of the stone could be vaguely seen. It was like silk, like a tiny snake or fish winding. When looked at from a distance, the color of the stone was like shining fish scales or snake scales. About 2 hours later, Chun Pingan's fish basket was almost full. He went back to the stream bank where the basket of straw sandals was placed. He first went to the shore and pulled out a few large reeds, wild celery, and dog's tail grass to cushion the bottom of the basket. Only then did he put the stones into the basket one by one. He carried the straw sandals, tied the fish basket, and carried the basket on his back. He went ashore and returned to the stream bank, where he turned back. He put down the straw sandals and basket again, and went down the stream to continue moving the stones. After picking up half of the basket, Chun Pingan straightened his back and looked up at the starry sky, hoping to see a shooting star across the night sky. However, he obviously did not have such good luck tonight. After Chun Pingan came back to his senses, he continued to rely on the faint starlight and his extraordinary eyesight to do what a money grubber should do. Every time he successfully picked up a stone, Chun Pingan spontaneously felt a burst of joy. For the youth, every stone was like a ray of hope. Unknowingly, Chun Pingan had already accumulated more than half of the basket of stones. In total, there were about 80 stones. Among them, the largest stone was bigger than his fist. The color was extremely eye-catching, like a ball of chicken blood. The color was bright and did not give people a feeling of discomfort. Such a big stone almost had no flaws or cracks. At this time, Chun Pingan was walking on the shore towards the next section of the stream. He was playing with a medium-sized snake gallstone in his hand. It was a light green color, much lighter than the plum green in the small town's porcelain. The stone was round and smooth and was very cute. Chun Pingan liked it at first sight. Chun Pingan walked towards the huge blue stone cliff on the shore. The children of the small town often bathed in this section of the stream during the hot summer. The stream at the bottom of the cliff was especially deep. The deepest pit was as high as to Chun Pingan. It was the place where the depth of the stream was second only to the deep pool under the covered bridge. Youths who were good at swimming liked to compete to see who could stay in the water the longest here. The reason why Chun Pingan chose this deep pit was that when he and Lu Xianyang bathed here before, they found that there were many snake gallstones at the bottom of the pit. Lu Xianyang once wanted to show off his outstanding swimming ability, and even deliberately carried a snake gallstone under his armpit to float up. Chun Pingan remembered that the stone was at least as big as Gu Ken's head. The stone was slightly white and transparent, but there were actually bright red dots inside, like frozen peach blossom petals. At that time, Lu Xianyang thought that it was quite meaningful, so he asked Chun Pingan to help him carry the big stone home. As a result, when they arrived at the small town, the tall youth who didn't have a fixed personality felt that it was boring, so he asked Chun Pingan to take care of the stone himself. When Chun Pingan walked into Mud Bottle Alley that time, he found that GQ from next door was inexplicably following behind him. She didn't say anything, but kept staring at the stone in his arms. The look in her eyes was similar to the look in Chun Pingan's eyes every time he saw the meat buns sold in Apricot Blossom Alley. Chun Pingan really couldn't resist her covetous gaze, so he gave the stone to her. In the end, she couldn't move it at first and almost smashed her foot. Chun Pingan had no choice but to simply move it to Song Jisen's courtyard. As for the final whereabouts of the stone, Chun Pingan didn't know. The stone was as white as water, and peach blossoms floated in it. It was like the peach blossoms in Peach Blossom Alley after the rain, green and lush. Even if Chun Pingan didn't know the mystery of this stone before today, he still felt from the bottom of his heart that the big stone was really beautiful. Chun Pingan sighed and suddenly stopped in his tracks. 30 steps away, on the blue stone cliff by the stream, sat a young girl in green clothes. Her cheeks were bulging, but she was still stuffing food into her mouth. Chun Pingan's first impression was that the young girl must have been reincarnated as a hungry ghost. So that's why she was so pitiful in the middle of the night. Chun Pingon thought about it and didn't go any closer, afraid that he would disturb the young girl's mood of eating supper. However, he didn't turn around and leave. After all, he had already made up his mind to go to the waterhole tonight to try his luck. Every time he touched 1 or 2 stones to go ashore, he would succeed if he tried too many times. Moreover, the snake gallstone in the waterhole was bigger than the other places in the stream, and its color seemed to be more vibrant. Chun Pingon's swimming wasn't as good as Lu Xianyang's, but he wasn't bad either. Chun Pingon didn't expect that the strange young girl would pick up something to eat after finishing one. She didn't stop to rest, and her cheeks were always bulging. Chun Pingon carried more than half a basket of heavy stones on his back. Thinking that it would be physical work to touch the stones in the water later, he turned sideways and put the basket on the ground. Chun Pingon underestimated the young girl in green's hearing. As a result, the moment he put the basket down lightly, the young girl's ears suddenly perked up and her eyes immediately swept over. Chun Pingon couldn't tell the young girl to eat slowly, so he could only smile awkwardly. The young girl's expression was a bit sluggish, and she burped twice in a row. Then she seemed to choke and hurriedly puffed out her chest, using her hands to pat it with all her might. Chun Pingon only then realized that she wasn't old. Looking down from her neck, the scenery there was truly spectacular. It didn't lose to many women who had given birth and raised children. The clothes in front of her chest were extremely tight. Chun Pingon quickly withdrew his gaze, but he didn't have any perverted thoughts. Only then did the young girl in green remember that she had brought a water bottle. She didn't forget to turn her back to Chun Pingon, raised her head, and gulped down a large mouthful of water. Only then did her breathing become smooth. The youth carrying the straw sandals only had a simple thought at that time. The fabric of this young girl's clothes couldn't be cheap, or else she wouldn't be able to withstand so much strength. The young girl in green continued to eat. This time, she was much more reserved, and at least her cheeks weren't as exaggerated. She lowered her head and nibbled, occasionally glancing sideways at the strange, small-town youth. A pair of peach blossom-like eyes, with the ends of her eyes slightly upturned, made the young girl look like a young fox. She seemed to be using her eyes to ask the youth, "What's wrong with you? Continue on your way." Chun Pingon's face was full of helplessness, and he could only point at the stream outside the green stone cliff, shouting, "I'm not passing by here. I'm going to the stream on your side." She looked at the thin youth, but didn't say anything. Chun Pingon hurriedly picked up a stone from the basket and continued to explain, "I'm going to the stream to pick up these stones." The young girl suddenly remembered that she had something important to do and raised her finger to her lips, indicating that Chun Pingon shouldn't speak. Then she moved her position, clearly letting Chun Pingon go over. She wouldn't hinder him from picking up the stones in the water. Chun Pingon could only carry the basket and braced himself to walk over. Fortunately, the green stone cliff was very big, and more than 10 people could stand. Moreover, the young girl had already taken the initiative to sit on the edge, unlike before, when her legs were stretched out. She sat cross-legged, and there was an open bag on her knees, filled with all kinds of pastries and snacks like a small mountain. So far, the young girl had only eaten a small mountain. Chun Pingon put down the straw sandals, basket, and bamboo basket. Originally, he wanted to go into the water in the middle of the night bare-chested, but now he couldn't think about it. There was an unfamiliar young girl sitting next to him, and not to mention whether she would scream if her family elders saw or heard this. Chun Pingon estimated that his legs would be broken, and he wouldn't be wronged. Chun Pingon came to the edge of the cliff, and with a fierce dive, he rushed to the bottom of the waterhole. Soon he touched a palm-sized stone, but unfortunately it wasn't a snake gallstone. He had to wipe his face and continue to dive. After 3 times, he finally touched a dark green snake gallstone. Chun Pingon climbed up the cliff, wet and put the stone into the basket, and then continued to dive into the water. From beginning to end, the young girl's back was facing him, and she was busy eating. In less than half an hour, Chun Pingon had already touched 7 or 8 stones. Except for the first dark stone, the rest of the stones were large and bright. The last time he went down, he didn't take a stone ashore, but caught a palm-sized live fish. In the small town, it was commonly known as the stone fish. When it met people, it liked to hide under the stones. The taste of its meat was very delicious. Generally, it was only slightly longer than a finger. It was rare to see a stone fish as big as the one in Chun Pingon's hand. Chun Pingon had actually sneaked into the cracks of the stones at the bottom of the pit and found a few, but at that time, because of the stone, he let them go. This time, it was a flash of inspiration. He suddenly felt that if he could catch a dozen fish tonight, it would be good to stew a pot of fish soup for Miss Ning tomorrow. After Chun Pingon came ashore, he threw the fish into the bamboo basket. The second time he caught a fish ashore, Chun Pingon suddenly found that the young girl was squatting next to the basket, looking at the basket with only one fish lying in it. Her face was full of spirit, just like GQ when she saw the stone in the alley. Chun Pingon threw the second stonefish into the bamboo basket. The young girl slowly raised her head. The barefoot youth had already turned around and walked quickly down the stream. After the young girl heard the youth splash, she quickly grabbed a fish from the bamboo basket, looked down at them that were still jumping, and nodded with a serious expression. Amazing, amazing. The green-clothed girl knew that there were many strange sights in this small town. It was called the Well in Apricot Blossom Lane, and it was unknown how long the iron lock was. Not far away, the covered bridge was actually a stone arch bridge that spanned the stream for 3,000 years. At the bottom of the bridge, there was a rusty iron sword, and the tip of the sword pointed to a bottomless dark green pool. There was a 12-legged crab memorial arch, and in the grass outside the ancestral hall, there were dilapidated mud statues. There was a porcelain mountain in the north, piled with porcelain that had been judged as defective by the supervising officials of the dynasties. All of them were broken and so on. She even knew most of the reasons. When she was very young, she had followed her father everywhere. So she was worthy of being called someone who had seen the world. But when Chun Pingon caught the slate fish for the third time, the empty-handed girl was still squatting beside the fish basket. However, her 2 hands were still secretly wiping the corners of her clothes. She looked up at the barefooted youth as he approached. Her gaze was like a commoner looking at an immortal. Chun Pingon was uncomfortable with her strange look and asked tentatively, "You want these fish?" The young girl subconsciously nodded. Chun Pingon smiled. "Then I'll give you all 3. I'll catch more later." The young girl blinked her eyes and then smiled happily, foxy and charming. "30. Chun Pingon was very familiar with this kind of gaze. It was the same way he looked at Lu Xianyang when he was a child. At that time, Lu Xianyang was the king of the children in the area of Apricot Blossom Lane and Clay Bottle Lane. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that Lu Xianyang could not do. Later, some of his peers who were originally followers of Lu Xianyang also went to the dragon kiln to be apprentices. Most of them scattered to various grocery stores in the town to work as clerks or help their relatives with the accounts. As Song Jisun said, only the most useless people would go to the fields to eat. In the end, he was the only one who still mingled with Lu Xianyang. Chun Pingon gave the 3 slate fish to the girl. He strung them together with a few green foxtails through the gills and handed them to the girl. She took the fish and lifted it. It was a little light. She felt that it was not enough for a plate of green pepper-fried fish. She tilted her head and glanced at the puddle in the creek, full of expectation. Chun Pingon understood and apologized. "I'm going to make soup for my friends with the next fish. I can't give it to you." The girl pointed to the open package not far away, indicating that she could exchange the pastries for the fish. Chun Pingon shook his head and smiled. No, the pastries are delicious and can fill the stomach, but they are not as nourishing as fish soup. The girl nodded and did not force him. She silently sat back and carefully put the fish at her feet. Then she continued her great undertaking of eating without doing anything. Although Chun Pingon was curious about her identity, he did not ask. Looking at her dress, she did not look like a girl from a noble family in Fulu Street. She looked a little like the neighbor next door, GQ. She was delicate and did not like to talk. Chun Pingon suddenly felt a little worried. Could she be a servant girl who had stolen food from home? He had heard that the rules in those big mansions were very strict. Lu Xianyang and Song Jisen always liked to contradict each other. This was the only exception. However, Lu Xianyang's explanation was very frightening. He said that servant girls who walked in those mansions with high courtyard walls would have their legs broken by the stewards who had sharp eyes like a serpent's and throw them outside the walls to wait for death on the streets. Song Jisen, on the other hand, said that Lu Xianyang was spreading a false rumor. It was not that exaggerated. However, the servant maids and mamas in everyone's household indeed walked like cats, not making a single sound. At that time, Lu Xianyang caught a glimpse of the happy maid GQ. He immediately became angry and scolded Song Jisen. "What goose? Can your goose talk?" "Ooh." In the end, Chun Pingon caught 7 or 8 slate fishes. The bamboo basket was shaken by their collision. The pale-faced youth knew that he was almost at his limit. The water in spring was cold to the bone. Of course, the most important thing was that his injured left hand couldn't bear it. After Chun Pingon went ashore for the last time, he quickly jumped off the blue stone cliff and drilled into the grass by the stream, making a rustling sound. Not long after, he pulled out 3 or 4 types of grass. Many of the grass roots were mixed with soil. He picked up an ordinary stone and returned to the stone cliff. He found a natural pothole the size of the palm of his hand. After wiping it dry, he began to gently pound the herbs. Soon, it turned into a mass of blue paste. The juice emitted the unique fragrance of the spring weeds by the river. With his back to the girl, Chun Pingon took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. He began to untie the cotton cloth on his left hand. Sweat quickly oozed out of his forehead, covering the cold stream water that slid down from his head. Although the bloody wound was a little better than the white bone before the bandage, it was still a ghastly sight. When Chun Pingon came, he did not expect that his left hand would touch the stream water, so he did not prepare a cotton cloth. Before, his mind was full of snake gallstones that could make money and catch fish to make soup. Only now did he realize that he had made a big mistake. The teenager was a little confused. Suddenly, a palm appeared in front of him. There were several dry and clean strips of cloth. It turned out that the girl in green had torn off a part of her sleeve. Chun Pingon smiled sadly. He did not care about being polite with the girl. After applying the herbs to the wound on his palm, he put it close to his mouth and bit one end with his teeth. His right hand tightened and made 2 circles around the back of his hand. This series of movements was orderly, like a butterfly circling a branch, dazzling the onlookers. After the binding was completed, Chun Pingon slowly raised his right arm to wipe the sweat on his face. His 2 arms were trembling uncontrollably. The girl in green, who was squatting nearby, gave Chun Pingon a thumbs up. Her face was full of praise. Chun Pingon pointed to his eyes with his right hand and said with a wry smile, "In fact, it hurts so much that tears came out." The girl turned her head and glanced at the big basket and bamboo fish basket that the teenager had woven himself. She was a little puzzled. Chun Pingon looked embarrassed. Those stones can make money, and catching fish is also very important. The girl was confused, but still did not speak. Her eyes were a little empty. She turned her head and stared at the sparkling stream. The gurgling stream water rubbed against the stones that were exposed above the water surface, making a crashing sound. At that moment, the starry sky was bright, and the world was silent. It seemed that there was only a boy and a girl in the world. Chun Pingan's body gradually calmed down. His originally rapid breathing began to subconsciously slow down, turning into a long and continuous breath. It was like a small stream that had turned from a flash flood to a stream that had dried up in spring and autumn. The teenager did not care about this quiet change at all. It was natural and natural. Chun Pingan knew that his body was wet and could not be exposed to the cold wind of early spring for too long. He had to hurry back to the town to change his clothes. The teenager naturally did not understand the health and pathology of the medical books. However, the teenager who was most afraid of getting sick in this life had long developed a keen intuition about the changes in the seasons and his body's adaptation. So he quickly put on his straw sandals, tied the fish basket to his waist, and carried the basket on his back. He waved to the girl in green and said with a smile, "I'm leaving. Miss, you should also go home early." As Chun Pingan walked down the cliff, he could not help but turn his head and remind her, "The water near the covered bridge is very deep. Be careful not to slip. When you go home, it's best to lean against the side of the paddy field. Even if you fall, it's better to be covered in mud than to fall into the stream." As Chun Pingan spoke, he suddenly realized that his words were somewhat inauspicious. They did not sound like good words. Instead, they sounded like the curses that Gu Kan's mother from Clay Bottle Alley was best at. Chun Pingan quickly shut his mouth and stopped nagging. He quickened his pace and ran north to the town. The basket was very heavy, but the teenager in straw sandals was exceptionally happy. After untangling the knot in his heart, Chun Pingan felt for the first time that he had to live well. For example, he had to be rich. He had to be able to afford spring couplets with a unique ink fragrance, painted door gods, eat meat buns from Madame Mao's shop, and even better, buy a cow. He had to be like Song Ji-sun next door and raise a nest of chickens. The girl in green was still tirelessly digging the mountain with a serious expression. Every time she picked up a new pastry, it was as if she was dealing with a mortal enemy. When she was competing with a peach blossom pastry, her body suddenly stiffened. When she realized that something was wrong, she did not run away. Instead, she opened her mouth wide and swallowed most of the pastry. Then she clapped her hands and sat there waiting for death. A man appeared out of nowhere. He was not tall, but he gave off an honest and sturdy feeling. However, he did not make people mistake him for a villager because the man's eyes were too glaring, and people did not dare to look him in the eyes. The man looked at the package with broken patterns at the foot of the mountain, and his face was full of helplessness. He wanted to scold her, but he could not bear to do so. He silently looked at his daughter's stubborn look that said she had made a mistake and accepted the punishment. His heart was in a mess, as if he was the one who made the mistake. The man wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere. For example, if his daughter was hungry, she could eat at the Sword Stove Cottage. After eating, he would go to the town to buy more for her tomorrow. However, when the words reached his mouth, the reserved man could not say them. It was as if each word weighed 1,000 pounds. He tightly held his tongue and did not know how to comfort his daughter. At this moment, the man felt that he was not as capable as the straw sandal youth. In any case, his daughter did not need to be so nervous. The girl in green suddenly raised her head and asked, "Father, why didn't you accept him as an apprentice?" His daughter took the initiative to speak, which made the man feel relieved. Although the man's face was stiff, he had already sat down beside his daughter and explained, "That child's temperament is very good, but his foundation is too poor. Even if father accepted him, he would be pulled apart by his fellow apprentices. No matter how hard he works, he can only watch the gap widen. If by that time there is another senior apprentice brother Liu, why bother?" The girl in green's face was gloomy. It was unknown whether it was because she heard senior apprentice brother Liu or because the straw sandal youth had brushed past her. The man hesitated for a moment, but still did not intend to hide it, lest she go astray or ruin the sage's plan. Moreover, this youth is too ordinary. In this small town, he is very special. Xiao heir, you probably don't know that this child's natal porcelain was broken long ago, so he became a lonely ghost without the protection of his ancestors. At the same time, all kinds of strange things that are hard to detect will happen. This is also the reason why Song Jisun and that girl chose to be his neighbor. Otherwise, with Song Jisun's identity, how could he not even live in Falu Street? Obviously, it is impossible. Ooh, the girl seriously thought for a moment. Father, are you saying that he is a bit like bait? The man touched her head, more or less. Then he smiled and said, if we father and daughter were not the sword cultivators in the world, who did not care about external things, opportunities, and fate, father might have kept him by his side to see if he could give you more benefits. The girl in green was a bit depressed and was not in a good mood. The man sighed. Xiao heir, father's words are rough, but they are reasonable. Don't mind them. The girl in green was still sickly and could not muster up any energy. The man thought for a moment and pointed to the covered bridge in the distance that looked like a black dragon crossing the stream. The construction of that covered bridge was a huge investment of the Dali dynasty, all for the sake of suppressing that unremarkable iron sword. Think about it. 3,000 years later, an ownerless sword with a broken primordial spirit, after more than 3,000 years in order to suppress its remaining power, a dynasty still had to pay such a huge price, and all they wanted was for it to rest for a moment. The girl made an oh sound, her head drooping. She kept glancing at the foot of the mountain and absent-mindedly agreed. Amazing, amazing. The man did not know whether to laugh or cry, rubbing his forehead. The world was big, but eating was the most important. But the child's mother was not such a woman. Then whose personality did this girl take after? The man patted his daughter's shoulder and said softly, father is going to meet someone. Eat slowly, no one will take it from you. The girl suddenly raised her head and grabbed the man's arm. There was a crimson bracelet on her wrist, shining brightly, showing the shape of a dragon with its head and tail connected. It was like a living flame dragon wrapped around the girl's wrist. The man was gratified. Finally, you have some conscience. Oh, okay, don't worry. Father is going to meet Mr. Chi. The girl let go of his hand and immediately grabbed the pastries, wolfing them down. The man was furious. He had endured so much until now and finally could not help but mutter, eat, eat, eat. That Lu bastard is asking for a beating, but he did not say anything wrong. Sooner or later, you will eat until you become a fat girl. Who would dare to marry you then? Do you want to steal a live-in son-in-law? The girl stopped eating and held the pastries with both hands, about to cry. The man ran away, not forgetting to slap himself with his back to his daughter. It was like this every time, failing at the last moment. In the middle of the night, Chen Pingan ran all the way back to Lu Xianyang's house. When he unlocked the door, he could hear the guy's thunderous snoring. What a big heart! If it were him, Chen Pingan, he would not be able to sleep well tonight. First, he put the wicker basket and the fish basket in the kitchen built in the courtyard, then went to the side room on the right that Lu Xianyang had prepared for him. Chen Pingan hurriedly changed into a new set of clothes, then returned to the kitchen in the courtyard and began to deal with the slate fish. He cut open their bellies, washed them, and put them on a clean porcelain plate. Then he covered them with another plate to avoid attracting snakes, rats, and insects. Chen Pingan picked out 5 or 6 of the most eye-catching snake gallstones from the wicker basket and moved them to the side room, where he slept. He took a look at the long sword that Miss Ning had placed on the cabinet. It was still lying there quietly. After doing all this, Chen Pingan was finally able to lie in bed. His body gradually warmed up, but the youth's eyes were shining. On one hand, his left hand was tingling, and on the other hand, he was not sleepy. But the real reason was that Chun Pingan knew more about the unreasonable foreigners than Lu Xianyang. The youth did not dare to sleep like a log. Thus, Chun Pingan did not sleep for the whole night. He kept an eye on the courtyard door and the door of the room. At dawn, Chun Pingan got up and went to the kitchen. He picked up a pole and prepared to go to the iron lock well in Apricot Blossom Lane to fetch 2 buckets of water. The sleepy Lu Xianyang was hiding in bed, only showing his head. When he heard the slight noise, he groggily shouted, "Chun Pingan, you're up so early. Where are you going?" Chun Pingan said unhappily, "To fetch water." Lu Xianyang shouted again, "If you see GQ, say hello for me." Chun Pingan did not bother to pay attention to this guy. Just as he was about to leave the courtyard, Chun Pingan suddenly heard Lu Xianyang say, "Chun Pingan, as long as you're willing to help, I'll go to the water hole and help you get the stones." Chun Pingan smiled brightly. "Okay." Lu Xianyang rolled his eyes and even hid his head under the blanket. He muttered, "What a disloyal guy. I knew this trick would work." A middle-aged Confucian scholar sat alone on the stone steps of the covered bridge. He sat there until dawn. When the first ray of light appeared in the sky, he looked up and laughed softly. 1,000-year-old dark room is illuminated by a single light. "31. When Chun Pingan arrived at the iron lock well with a bucket of water, he passed by several breakfast shops in Apricot Blossom Lane. His stomach started to growl without warning. However, he was shy of money, so the youth could only brace himself and line up to fetch water. There were 3 families in front of him. When it was his turn, GQ suddenly stepped in with a small bucket. The people behind were immediately unhappy. Although it was not to the extent of cursing, the words were not pleasant to hear, especially a stooped old woman known as Granny Ma. Both of her sons were very promising. They each owned a dragon kiln. Although it was very small and ranked at the bottom of the 30 dragon kilns, it was naturally considered as a wealthy family in Apricot Blossom Lane. However, for some reason, the relationship between the old woman and her 2 daughters-in-law was not good. Her sons and daughters-in-law had already moved to Peach Blossom Lane. The old woman had been living alone in her ancestral home in Apricot Blossom Lane. In the eyes of Chun Pingan and Lu Yangxin's generation, Granny Ma had always been a very scary elder. She was very vicious when scolding people and was especially stingy. In the winter, she would hug the snow outside the courtyard door into her own house. If there were children who used the snow in front of her house or pulled out the icicles under the eaves of her house, she would chase after them with a broom and scold them for a few streets without getting tired. In the past, only Gu Kan's mother could suppress Granny Ma's arrogance in these alleys in the west of the town. It was said that Widow Gu had followed her dead man's distant relative to seek refuge in her husband's hometown. Granny Ma, who had become slightly kinder over the years, immediately returned to Jianghu, full of vigor and vitality. She did not like anyone she met. When Song Jisen's maidservant made such a scene, Granny Ma immediately began to speak sarcastically. Her voice was not loud, and she put on a fake smile. She deliberately chatted with the women around her, saying that some girls could finally show their faces and eat noodles. Anyway, when they walked, they could not keep their legs together. This was a joyous occasion. Finally, they did not need to use the identity of a young lady and the life of a maidservant and could openly be called Madam. Chun Pingan's scalp tingled when he heard this, but he could not drive away GQ, who was at fault first. After all, they had been neighbors for so many years. After helping Lu Xianyang fill 2 buckets with water, he quickly brought a bucket of water for her. He wanted to leave this group of gossipy women as soon as possible. Granny Ma saw that the Little Song family's maidservant pretended not to hear her and became even more annoyed. This was the case when experts exchanged blows. What they feared the most was that the opponent simply did not respond. Even if they had good martial arts skills, they would have nowhere to land their feet. In the past, when the old woman quarreled with that coquettish fox, Widow Goo, she would lose, but every time the old woman felt that her skills had improved, she would definitely be able to get back at her the next time they quarreled. Unlike this little whore from Clay Bottle Alley, who would deliberately keep quiet every time. However, every time the young girl left, her eyes would reveal a look that made the old woman extremely uncomfortable. It really made the old woman gnash her teeth in hatred. She really wanted to go up and scratch her face so that the youths and strong men in the nearby alleys would not be able to wait to hang their souls on the waist of that shameless servant girl, especially that grandson of hers. Although he had always been a fool in the eyes of outsiders, recently even she, as his grandmother, felt that this child had really lost his mind. He talked nonsense all day long and always said that he would marry this maidservant from Clay Bottle Alley and make her his wife. Then he would punch a hole in the heavens with one punch. Seeing that the hateful girl didn't respond, Granny Ma turned her attention to the poor boy. She clicked her tongue and said, "What a good-for-nothing lowly mud embryo. Even after killing your parents, you still have the face to live in this world. Knowing that you are destined to not have the ability to marry a wife, you still shamelessly seduce other people's maidservants. What a pair of adulterous man and woman. Why don't they just get together? Anyway, Mud Bottle Alley is a place where trash and lowly people live." Chun Pingon thought for a moment. He bent down and was about to put down the burden on his shoulders. The maidservant GQ had already put down the bucket and strode towards the fearless old woman. The girl slapped Granny Ma without saying a word. Granny Ma's whole body spun in a circle. She was dizzy and didn't fall down until the women next to her supported her. GQ didn't wait for the old woman to come back to her senses. She took another step forward and slapped her in the face. The girl scolded, "Old thing, I have tolerated you for a long time." The old woman shook her head. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. She was about to fight back. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but the 2 women next to her were supporting her so hard that she couldn't break free for a while. As a result, she was humiliated for the 3rd time. The maidservant hit the old woman for the 3rd time. She bent her finger and knocked the old woman's forehead. "If you dare to curse again in the future, I will pull out your tongue. For every word you curse, I will stab you with a needle once." The old woman was so scared that she forgot to talk back, let alone fight back. The girl turned and walked away quickly. She found that the neighbor boy had already helped her carry the bucket. She smiled and returned to Clay Bottle Alley with him. Without waiting for Chun Pingon to speak, the girl said, "Don't thank me. My cursing has nothing to do with you." Chun Pingon was speechless. The empty-handed girl muttered to herself. Anyway, she didn't think about taking back the bucket from the straw sandals boy. Next to the iron lock well wheel, the old woman sat on the ground and howled, "You little bitch, you are going to be punished by God. My life is so bitter. God doesn't have eyes. Why didn't he strike down a lightning bolt and kill this little bitch?" The girl's footsteps were brisk. She raised her hands to the sky. It was a very strange gesture. Fortunately, Chun Pingon had been neighbors with her for so many years, so he didn't find it strange. When the 2 of them passed by the breakfast shop, Chun Pingon saw a familiar figure. She wasn't tall and was wearing a green dress. She was buying freshly baked meat buns. The steaming hot meat buns and the fragrance wafted through the entire street. Chun Pingon. This morning it was unknown when the clouds were hanging low. It was particularly thick, like a rich family's big quilt lying there to bask in the sun. Rumble. Thunder rumbled over the town's head. Granny Ma on the other side of the iron lock well stood up and hurried home. The small bucket swayed and spilled the well water all the way. It was estimated that there would not be half a bucket of water left when she got home. It was probably because the old woman was well aware that if the heavens really opened their eyes, the first lightning strike would most likely fall on her head. After Chun Pingon heard the thunder, he looked up and was a little puzzled. It didn't seem like it was going to rain. The girl smiled and said, "My young master said that he had seen it in a book. It is rumored that every early spring there will be a god of the heavenly court wearing golden armor and beating drums in the sky. They will bid farewell to the old and welcome the new year." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Your young master does read a lot." The girl sighed. "My young master is good at everything, but he is a little lazy and likes to scold God. I don't think that's good." Chun Pingon didn't have the habit of talking behind people's backs, so he didn't say anything about it. Song Jisen next door has a strange temper that has persisted for many years. He scolds God, which is the same as Granny Ma. He scolds God for not opening his eyes and so on. However, scholars also have their own characteristics. On a snowy night, a thunderstorm, and when the sky is full of rosy clouds. This is Song Jisen's 3 dawn TS. He wants to take advantage of God's nap to scold him. If God can't hear him, he won't be angry. And his Song Jisen can also vent his anger, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing that Chun Pingon didn't answer, GQ said casually, "You didn't go home last night. Did you go to Lu Xianyang's place?" Chun Pingon nodded and said, "There were guests at home, so it wasn't convenient." She suddenly asked, "By the way, did Mr. Chi meet you? What else did he say?" Chun Pingon asked, "Why do you ask?" She smiled innocently and said, "I'm just asking. Because when I went out to get water today, I happened to meet Mr. Chi. He said that he was taking an early morning walk and asked me if you were at home, so I answered truthfully." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "I accidentally met Mr. Chi before, and he said a few words to me. The general idea was that I should have gone to school with Lu Xianyang back then. I can only say that my family is poor, and I have no choice. Otherwise, I would be willing to study." GQ was puzzled and asked, "Is that so?" Chun Pingon looked at her eyes and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" She laughed it off. The 2 of them parted at the corner of the street. Jigui took the bucket and went to Mud Bottle Alley, while Chun Pingon returned to Lu Xianyang's house. After that, he still had to go to the east gate of the city to get a letter from his family. Each letter cost 1 copper coin. If he had this business earlier, with Chun Pingon's speed of running all over the mountains within a radius of 100 miles, he would probably have saved enough money for his wife. At the entrance of Clay Bottle Alley, GQ saw her young master standing there, yawning. She walked quickly and asked curiously, "Young master, why did you come out?" Song Jisen slowly stretched his body and said languid, "It's boring to stay here." She whispered, "Young master, when will the new supervisor return to the town? Will we be able to go to the capital after that?" Song Jisen thought for a moment and said, "It should be within 10 days. GQ hesitated, and the small bucket in her hand also shook. Song Jisen asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" She timidly said, "Young master, can you lend me the local county record to take a look? It's just for 1 or 2 nights. I'll be able to learn how to read. If I go to the capital, people will look down on me and make you a joke." Song Jisen couldn't help but laugh. After thinking for a while, he said, "What's there to be embarrassed about? But remember to wash your hands before you open the book. Don't get any dirt on the pages. Also, be careful of the candle oil dripping on it. Other than that, there's nothing else to pay attention to. It's just a broken book." GQ smiled brightly and said, "This servant thanks young master." Song Jisen was happy and laughed heartily. Come, come. Young master will help you carry the water." GQ dodged and said seriously, "Young master, didn't we agree that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen? Young master shouldn't be involved in these chores. If word gets out, I'll be criticized by the neighbors." Song Jisen laughed angrily and said, "Rules, principles, etiquette, these things can be used to fool and scare others, but I At this point, this scholar, who grew up in a shabby alley, stopped talking. She curiously asked, "What is a young master?" Song Jisun recovered his cynical smile and pointed at himself. I am actually just a farmer. I divide the field into rows and rows. Then I let people sow the seeds and irrigate it. I just sit and wait for the harvest. Year after year, that's it. She was in a daze. Song Jisun laughed. The young man suddenly stopped smiling and said seriously, "GQ, did the one surnamed Chin help you carry the bucket all the way?" The maidservant nodded with an innocent look. The young man said earnestly, "A sage once said that it is wrong to be willing to treat the kindness of strangers as a precious treasure, but to treat all the efforts of those close to you as a matter of course and turn a blind eye to them." The maidservant was even more confused. Ah. The young man rubbed his chin and said to himself, "She didn't understand the meaning of my words. How should I respond? Don't tell me that when I reach the capital, I'll have to change to a more intelligent and considerate maid?" The maidservant couldn't help but laugh. She didn't take her young master's threat to heart and exposed the truth. "Young master, you actually want me to ask who this great scholar is, right?" "Young master, I know, it's you." "You." Song Jisun laughed heartily. "The one who knows me is GQ." In the study room of the school, the middle-aged Confucian sat upright. All the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard in front of him turned into powder in the sound of spring thunder. The children in the small town caught stonefish in the stream. There was a way to hit the stones in the stream with a hammer. The fish hiding at the bottom of the stone would be stunned and float to the surface. It was the same as the so-called knocking on the mountain to warn the tiger in the book. But if you want to warn a sage not to go against the heavens and go against the Tao, then the only thing in the world that matched his status was probably the mighty heavenly thunder. "32. Chen Pingon carried water back to Lu Xianyang's courtyard and poured it into the water tank in the kitchen. Then he ran to the door and shouted, "Lu Xianyang, I want to use your firewood, oil, and salt to make fish soup for Miss Ning to nourish her body. Is that okay?" Lu Xianyang, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened and roared, "You with the surname Chun! You're so annoying. I just dreamed that GQ smiled at me. Quickly compensate me with a GQ." Chun Pingon shook his head and remembered something. He apologized. "I really did meet GQ at the Iron Lock well just now, but I was interrupted by Granny Ma and forgot to help you pass on a message. When I send the fish soup to Miss Ning later, I promise to help you pass on the message." Lu Xianyang jumped up like a carp and quickly put on his clothes. He ran to the threshold outside the main hall and sat down. Looking at the thin figure busy in the kitchen, he chuckled and said, "I'll go with you to deliver the fish soup later." "Oh, right. Is Jigue wearing that bright red pomegranate dress today? Or the light green one?" "Alas, when I save 200 copper coins later, I can buy the dragon-crushing silver powder box. I know she has been eyeing it for a long time, but she is reluctant to buy it. It's all Song Jisun's fault. He's so stingy. He dresses like the cats and dogs of Fulu Street. Poor GQ doesn't have many new clothes all year round. If I were her young master, I'm sure she would buy whatever she likes. She would be richer than the rich young ladies of Fulu Street. She would be a rich young lady." Chun Pingon ignored Lu Xianyang's daydreaming. He really didn't understand why Lu Xianyang liked GQ. Of course, it wasn't because he looked down on her as Song Jisun's maid, nor did he think that GQ wasn't good-looking. He just felt that she and Lu Xianyang didn't seem to be fated to be married. Chun Pingon asked curiously, "Why do you call her GQ instead of Wangzhu?" Lu Xianyang grinned and said, "After knowing that you don't know how to write GQ, I don't care anymore." Chun Pingon said helplessly, "What's the use of comparing yourself to me? Compare yourself to Song Jisun. GQ is not my maidservant." Lu Xianyang sneered and said, "That guy is not better than you in every aspect. For example, has he ever called anyone father or mother in his life? I don't think so. Doesn't that mean I'm not as good as Chinpingan? It was no wonder that Song Jisun's mother and Granny Ma's wives had poisonous mouths. That guy, Song Jisun, was not an innocent person. Otherwise, why didn't he live openly in the provincial yamen? Why did he go to Mud Bottle Alley to live a hard life? This guy even dares to look down on others. So, he deserves to splash dirty water on others and call them bastards. Chun Pingan stood up and walked to the door of the kitchen. Lu Xianyang, although Song Jisun and I are not friends at all, but if you say that about him, Lu Xianyang hurriedly raised his hands and firmly refused to let Chun Pingan continue to talk. He said cunningly, I won't say any more. Okay? Chun Pingan, who do you take after with your bad temper? My grandfather said that your parents are very easy to talk to, especially your mother. She speaks softly and likes to laugh. Her temper is really good. My grandfather also said that in the early years, Granny Ma almost scolded everyone in the alley. But when she saw your mother, not only did she not pick on her, she would even smile. Chun Pingan couldn't stop smiling. Lu Xianyang waved his hand to drive him away. Hurry up and make soup for your little wife. Chun Pingan rolled his eyes. If you have the ability, why don't you say it in front of Miss Ning? Lu Xianyang laughed. You're stupid, but I'm not stupid. Soon after, Chun Pingan came out with a small clay pot. The two locked the door and walked together to Clay Bottle Alley. When they arrived at the door of Chun Pingan's courtyard, Lu Xianyang saw him foolishly knocking on the door. Only then did Lu Xianyang know that this guy had left all the house keys to the black-clothed girl. Lu Xianyang felt that this guy was really hopeless. When the black-clothed girl was at home, she didn't wear a curtain hat. When she opened the door, her clear face was revealed. Lu Xianyang was a little afraid of this girl, who didn't smile. The tall boy didn't even know the reason. When it came to her cold temperament, GQ next door was even worse. Lu Xianyang also had the courage to be shameless. If it was because of the black-clothed girl's sword, it was also wrong. When Lu Xianyang faced the rich people of Falu Street, even if he was chased several times and fled like a stray dog, the boy's heart was actually not afraid from beginning to end. But he was a little afraid of this girl who was not from the countryside. The black-clothed girl sat at the table and opened the pot. After smelling the fragrance, she slightly narrowed her long and narrow eyes and nodded softly. Thank you. Chun Pingan's observation was meticulous. He knew that this should mean that the indifferent girl was in a good mood. Chun Pingan first cooked a pot of porridge for her and asked her to pay attention to the temperature. Then he said to Lu Xianyang, Are you waiting for GQ to come out? I have to deliver a letter. Lu Xianyang was sitting on the threshold, listening to the movements on the other side. He was afraid that he would hear the sound of immortals fighting. The tall boy, who was in a bad mood, impatiently said, Do what you need to do. Chun Pingan left the courtyard. When he was about to run to the entrance of Clay Bottle Alley, he suddenly found that the front line was dark. He looked up and saw a tall man in a snow-white robe. He had one hand behind his back, and the other on the white jade belt around his abdomen. He was looking into the distance. Probably realizing that he was blocking the narrow alley, the man smiled and took the initiative to make way for Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan was puzzled. He quickened his pace and left Clay Bottle Alley. When he looked back, the man had already slowly walked into Clay Bottle Alley. Previously, even if it was just a glimpse, Chun Pingan saw that on the spotless snow-white robe, there were sparse golden threads embroidered on the chest and back. They faintly formed two patterns, as if there were living creatures wandering in the mountain fog and sea of clouds. It was very wonderful. Chun Pingan stopped thinking about it. He just thought that the man was a foreigner like Fu Nanhua, who came to Clay Bottle Alley to look for opportunities. After walking under the old pagoda tree with Mr. Chi that day, the straw sandals teenager was not too worried. He always felt that as long as Mr. Chi was in the town, even if something really happened, At least he could ask for justice. When Chun Pingon trotted past Apricot Blossom Alley, he saw the girl in green that he met last night. She was still sitting in a wonton shop there. With a pair of chopsticks in each hand, she stood upright on the table and gently tapped. Her slightly childish round face was full of vigor. Her eyes were full of the wontons cooking in the hot pot over there, and she did not notice Chun Pingon, who was 5 or 6 steps away. For the girl in green, in front of delicious food. Even if the sky was falling down, she would eat it before running away. Chun Pingon sincerely admired this strange girl. He did not disturb her, and continued to run to the east of the town with a smile. Some people and things, even if they were just the roadside scenery, would still make people feel beautiful just by looking at them. When Chun Pingon came to the east gate, the sloppy man was standing on a tree stump. He stood on his tiptoes and looked to the east, as if he was waiting for an important person. In the past, Chun Pingon had heard the old people chatting by the old pagoda tree. They said that when the current supervisor first entered the town, there was a great show of extravagance. Almost all the elders from the ancestral temples of the 4 families and 10 clans came out to welcome him at the east gate. However, after waiting for a few hours under the sun, a steward of the government office rushed to the east gate, saying that the supervisor had just woken up from his afternoon nap in the back courtyard of the government office. He told everyone to go directly to the government office for a meeting. Those rich old men were so angry that 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas were sent to heaven. However, it was said that after entering the government office, no one dared to let out a fart. Each one smiled more than the other, like the obedient grandson of the family. Chun Pingon had always felt that it was strange. Why did those old people talk as if they had seen it with their own eyes? Every time they talked about the gossip of Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley, they sounded more real than the truth. For example, when they talked about the Liu family's second aunt and the head guard being together, and when the door was broken down, the details of how the second aunt packed her clothes to cover her ample bosom in a panic were all described accurately. The person telling the story was almost like the head guard himself. Lu Xian Yang swallowed his saliva every time he heard it. Song Jisen would occasionally go, but he would not bring GQ. His smile was more reserved than Lu Xian Yang's, but when he secretly cheered with the others, he was especially energetic. It was louder than when he read the holy books in the morning and in the evening. Chun Pingon squatted by the tree stump, patiently waiting for the town's gatekeeper. The man cursed and jumped down from the tree stump. When he caught a glimpse of the straw sandals youth, he did not say anything. He went to the yellow mud hut and brought over a stack of letters. There were 6 letters from home, but he only gave 5 1 copper coins. Chun Pingon roughly flipped through the addresses of the letters and did not say anything. Because 2 of the letters were from neighbors on Fulu Street, Chun Pingon did not want to take advantage of them. Of course, if the man was kind for the first time and gave 6 copper coins, Chun Pingon would definitely not refuse the money. After Chun Pingon thought about the order of sending the letters, he casually asked, waiting for someone. The man glanced at the wide road to the east and said angrily, "Waiting for me." Chun Pingon did not want to stay and be a punching bag, so he quickly ran away. The man laughed angrily. "Oh, you have some eyesight." The man looked at the sky. The rolling thunder had long disappeared. The low-hanging clouds that seemed to almost press down on the eaves had gradually dispersed. The man sat down on the tree stump and sighed. When a mortals fight, mortals suffer. 6 letters, 1 from each of the 4 surnames Liu, Li Zhao, and Song on Fulu Street. There were 2 letters in Peach Leaf Alley. Coincidentally, one of them was a letter from the amiable old man from before. What was more coincidental was that the person who opened the door to receive the letters was also the old man. After seeing that it was Chun Pingon, the old man recognized the straw sandals youth and joked, "Child, are you really not coming in for a drink?" Chun Pingon smiled shyly and shook his head. The old man was not surprised. He only took out a handful of copper coins from his sleeve and handed it to Chin Pingon. He explained with a smile, "Today, there is a good thing in the family. This is a bit of money. It's just for luck. It's not much, just a dozen copper coins. So you can rest assured and take it." Chun Pingon took the copper coins and smiled. "Thank you, Grandpa Wei." The old man nodded and suddenly said, "Child, recently when you have nothing to do, you can often sit under the locust tree. If you see locust tree leaves and branches on the ground, you can take them home and put them there. They can protect you from ants, insects, and centipedes. How good is that? You don't have to spend money." Chun Pingon bowed to the old man at the bottom of the stairs to thank him. The old man smiled happily. "Go, go. A year's plan is in the spring. It's definitely a good thing for a young man to exercise his muscles and bones." The young man ran away from the peach leaf alley on the Bluestone Street. The old man stood in front of the door for a long time, looking at the peach trees on both sides. A young maid with a graceful figure came to the old man's side and whispered, "Old ancestor, what are you looking at? It's cold outside. Don't catch a cold." The maid had served the old man for many years. She knew that the old man had a bodhisattva's heart. The young girl respected the old man without fear. She smiled sweetly and asked playfully, "Old ancestor, are you thinking of the girl you met when you were young? That girl was standing under the peach tree at that time?" The white-haired old man smiled. "Tao, you're the same as the young man who delivered the letter. You're also a schemer." The maid was praised and smiled sweetly. The old man suddenly smiled and said, "In 2 days, a distant relative will come to visit. When the time comes, Tao, you, and the other children of the family will leave the town together." The maid was stunned, and her eyes turned red. She sobbed and said, "Old ancestor, I don't want to leave here." The old man, who had always been easy to talk to, waved his hand. "I'll look at the scenery of the alley for a while. You go back first. Tao, be obedient. Otherwise, I'll be angry." The maid could only leave timidly, looking back 3 times with every step. The peach leaves in the peach leaf alley were lush, but there were no peach blossoms. The old man gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He stepped over the threshold and walked down the stairs to the nearest peach tree. Standing under the tree, the old man said sadly, "The peach blossoms are bright and beautiful. I'll never see them again." The old man looked back at his house and murmured, "The town is blessed by the heavens. It's not compatible with the great Tao. Back then, the saints changed the world and allowed us to enjoy a good fortune for 3,000 years. The people who left the town in the past mostly started a family in the entire eastern vase continent. However, the heavens are smart. It's time to settle accounts and collect rewards from us. You children, if you don't leave this place quickly, are you going to follow us, who are already broken old porcelain, and wait for death together? You have to know that death can be big or small. Our town has several thousand people. If we die, it'll be a big death. We won't even have a next life. That's why we should take advantage of the fact that the heavens are still turning a blind eye. Let's leave as many people as we can." The old man stretched out his withered hand and supported himself on the peach branch. "There's a will. There's a will. Let's hope the heavens don't let us down." At some point, the grandmother of the young scholar Zhao Yao, an old woman with a walking stick, had walked over. An old man with 1 foot in the grave is still so naive. It's like this old lady is wearing rouge. You're really repulsive. Is this calamity something that can be changed by your kindness? The old man's gaze was somewhat absent-minded. He looked at the old woman with the same snow-white hair and said inexplicably, "You've come." The old woman was stunned at first, but then she flew into a rage out of humiliation. She swung her walking stick at him. "Shameless old thief. You still dare to talk nonsense at your age." Ooh. The walking stick fell on him like raindrops. The old man had no choice but to flee, but he laughed heartily. The old woman stood under the peach tree, still angry. She regretted being soft-hearted and coming to Peach Leaf Alley. Finally, the old woman raised her head and looked at the peach leaf that had sprouted tender buds. The old woman walked back to Falloux Street step by step, her walking stick tapping on the blue stone pavement again and again. A peaceful town that had flourished for 1,000 years. Who would have thought that, in the end, there would only be pitiful people without a next life? Was there really no chance of survival? The stream was getting shallower. The well was getting colder. The old pagoda trees were getting older. The iron locks were rusty. And the big clouds were hanging low. There were no peach blossoms on the peach leaves this year. "33. Chinpingon saw the girl in green again. She was silently following behind a middle-aged man, eating a scallion egg pancake with her head down. The man looked like he had nothing left to live for. After seeing Chinpingon, the man stopped and asked, "Are you the guy I drove away last time?" The man's back was slammed heavily. The green-clothed girl who had slammed into the wall looked up with a blank expression. When she saw Chinpingon, she was just about to laugh when she abruptly turned her back to Chinpingon. The girl hurriedly wiped her mouth. Chinpingon held back his laughter and nodded to the man. "Hello, Master Wan." It seemed that the girl was most likely Master Ruan's daughter. However, the father and daughter didn't look alike. Fortunately, they didn't look alike. The man called Master Wan by Chinpingon was the blacksmith who moved to the South Stream not long after he arrived in the town. He continued to ask, why didn't Lu Xianyang go to forge these 2 days? Chinpingon was about to explain for Lu Xianyang, but the man said coldly, "Go and tell that kid if he doesn't see this master today, he doesn't need to come to my shop tomorrow." Chinpingon hurriedly said, "Master Wan, something urgent happened in his family." The man interrupted the teenager and said rudely, "That's his business. What does it have to do with me?" Chinpingon was not good with words. He was stunned on the spot, and his face turned red. He didn't know what to say for fear that he would be more of a hindrance. He had personally experienced Master Ruan's straightforward temper. The girl in green tried to help Chinpingon, but she was taught a lesson by the man who knew her best. "Eat your pancake." The girl, who was full of grievances, suddenly sped up and stepped on the man's foot. Then she disappeared in an instant. The man sighed and ignored Chinpingon and continued to walk. Chinpingon also sighed. He ran to the breakfast shop and bought a basket of 6 steamed buns before rushing to Mud Bottle Alley. When he arrived at his house, he saw Lu Xianyang squatting on top of the wall, half of his body leaning towards Song Jisun's courtyard. He was eavesdropping very attentively. Sometimes, Chinpingon also felt that Lu Xianyang deserved a beating. He could only remind him, "I just saw Master Wan. He asked you to go to the blacksmith shop to help out today. He also said that if he didn't see you today, he would fire you." Lu Xianyang said absent-mindedly, "What's the hurry? It's hard to find an apprentice like me who is nimble and hardworking. Even if Master Wan said something harsh, it's fine to go tomorrow." Chinpingon shook his head and said, "I'm sure that Master Wan is not joking." Lu Xianyang said irritably, "I'll go later. Don't delay my work." Chinpingon brought breakfast to the black-clothed girl. He directly gave Lu Xianyang 3 steamed buns and only bit one for himself. Lu Xianyang finished all the steamed buns in a few bites. He wiped his mouth and whispered, "Just now, a guest came to Song Jisun's house. At first glance, I can tell that he's a big shot. If I'm not wrong, he should be the current supervisor of the official kiln. When he wore the official uniform to our dragon kiln, Old Man Yao thought that you bunch of useless apprentices were an eyesore and didn't let you show your face at all. I'm different. Old Man Yao even asked me to show him what a jumping knife is." Chinpingon smiled and said, "The new supervisor cares more about Song Jisun. This is something that everyone in town knows. Why are you being so suspicious? Lu Xianyang said worriedly. Song Jisun is a pretty boy. He definitely can't compete with me. But if GQ falls in love with this extraordinary official, my chances of winning are not big. At that time, your future sister-in-law will run away with him. What will I do? What will you do? Chun Pingon directly walked back into the house. He left Lu Xianyang squatting on the wall, feeling sorry for himself. The black-clothed girl sat at the table with her back straight. She held the hilt of her sword with one hand, as if she was facing a great enemy. Sweat seeped out of her forehead. This was the first time Chun Pingon had seen the girl like this. Although her body was tense and full of vigilance, her eyes were bright and eager. Chun Pingon retreated to the door. She asked, "Do you know the identity of the guest next door?" Chun Pingon replied, "I heard Lu Xianyang say that he's our town's current supervisor of kiln affairs. He's quite amiable. Just now, at the entrance of the alley, he even made way for me." The girl sneered. "This kind of person is scary." Chun Pingon was puzzled. She asked, "When a person walks on the side of the road and sees an ant, will he step on it?" Chun Pingon thought for a moment and replied, "Gu can definitely will. He often uses water to water the ant's nest or uses stones to block the exit of the ant's nest. When Lu Xianyang is in a bad mood, he probably will too." The black-clothed girl was speechless. Chun Pingon grinned. "Actually, I understand Miss Ning's meaning," she asked in surprise. "Really?" Chun Pingon nodded. "I think Miss Ning's words have two meanings. The first meaning is that in the eyes of outsiders like you, the people of our town are all ants crawling under your feet. The second meaning is that among outsiders, there are differences in status. Fu Nanhua and Kai Qinqian are young children like Gu Can, so they feel that controlling the life and death of ants is interesting or annoying. But the official who came to our mud bottle alley is different. His words and actions are in line with his status, so he's especially polite. Miss Ning, right?" The girl asked, "How did you figure it out?" The youth jokingly replied, "After I came back with my life, my brain seems to have become sharper." The black-clothed girl solemnly asked, "Before you died, what did you see?" "I didn't see anything." Chun Pingon was a bit confused, but he still answered honestly. "Actually, in that alley, I didn't think much from the beginning to the end. Miss Ning, it's better if you ask Fu Nanhua and Kai Qinqian this question. They might be able to see something." She coldly snorted, "Yo, you talk big." After saying this, she stared at the straw-sandaled youth for no reason. Chun Pingon was flustered by her stare. "What's wrong?" The girl frowned and was a bit annoyed. She muttered to herself in the dialect of her hometown, "My family's swordsmanship, whether it's the swordsmanship or the methods used to refine the body and spirit, are all unique secrets. I haven't learned all of them, so how would I dare to teach others? Moreover, I haven't learned those superficial things from other places. Otherwise, I would be able to show him the way. Even if it's just to strengthen his body and prolong his life, that would be good. Now, where do you want me to find a secret manual with the lowest requirements?" The girl's eyes lit up. "Robbery? No, it's not robbery. It's finding someone to borrow a secret manual. You have to return what you borrow." Unfortunately, her face quickly dimmed, and she hatefully said, "Damn old eunuch, just you wait. See if I don't turn your palace upside down." She had a sad face and sadly said, "Do I really have to find the swordsmith surnamed Wan? I'm good at killing people, since I have 40 to 50% of my mother's skills. But I'm really not good at asking people for help." The straw-sandaled youth sat on the doorstep and looked at the girl named Ning Yao. She talked to herself, her face constantly changing like the clouds in the sky. A handsome man in a white robe and a jade belt stood in Song Jisun's room. He looked around and slightly frowned. "That surnamed Song arranged such a shabby place for you?" Song Jisun pursed his lips and didn't say anything. The maid, GQ, had already hidden in a side room. According to the most popular rumor in town, The previous supervisor, Song Ji-sun, was not good at his job and couldn't make the tribute porcelain that the court was satisfied with. Relying on his hard work, he left behind a covered bridge and returned to the capital to take up his post. Of course, he also left behind Song Ji-sun, his illegitimate son, and only bought him a personal maid to take care of his daily needs. Then, he entrusted him to his good friend, the new supervisor who replaced him. It was said that his surname was also Song. But as for the truth, the person involved couldn't see clearly. Bystanders might not know. Song Ji-sun himself also didn't know what kind of relationship this person in front of him had with that man surnamed Song. Were they close colleagues in the court? Were they classmates and good friends in the past? Or were they enemies of the other factions in the capital? Before Song Ji-sun left, he mentioned a few words that after the new supervisor arrived in town, he would soon bring the two of them out of town and rush to the capital. He requested that Song Ji-sun be extremely respectful and not neglect him in the slightest. Song Ji-sun didn't have a good impression of this domineering man in front of him, probably because he hated the house and its crow. The confidence he showed in front of the maid, GQ, and the calmness he showed about leaving his hometown was just a youth's pride. The man smiled and said, "Forget it. That sour scholar surnamed Song has always had a cautious personality. He's not like a man, but more like a woman. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him come here to take care of you." Song Ji-sun's eyebrows were gloomy. The man casually glanced at the large box in which the youth stored his items. He curled his lips and said with disdain, "Before coming here, I've already met Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City. He's really unlucky. His Dao heart almost collapsed here. You can continue your business with him, as usual. You're responsible for your losses. I won't get involved in this kind of trivial matter. But before you leave, you have to come with me to the covered bridge and kowtow a few times. After that, there's nothing for you to do. Come home with me, do what you should do, sit in the seat you should sit in, and do your duty. It's that simple. Do you understand?" Of course, I understand. Lord Song's words aren't obscure. The youth sneered and said, "But why?" The man smiled. He turned around and looked at the youth for the first time. He asked that Sissy's surname Song said that you have extraordinary talent. He's really not afraid of biting his tongue. Why don't you take a guess? Why don't you guess why he thinks I have? If one looked closely, they would find that there were some similarities between the two. Song Ji-sun was even angrier, but he kept it in. The man stopped keeping him in suspense and said playfully, "Why? Of course, because I'm an unlucky person. I can't believe I'm your uncle." Song Ji-sun was shocked, and his face turned pale. The white-robed man turned a blind eye to this. He held the jade belt with both hands and looked at the sky outside the window. He smiled and said, "Because I'm the #1 martial artist in the Dali dynasty." In fact, this sentence was even more shocking in another way. However, the man would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He felt that as long as he was behind others, even if it was only 1 or 2 people, it was not worth bragging about. The man thought of the scholarly sage who was in charge of this place. The corner of his mouth was full of disdain. He snorted coldly. His heart was pounding. "If I wasn't in this world, I could kill you, Qi Jingchun, and the other immortals of the 3 sects with one hand." In the thatched cottage of the school, Mr. Qi was listening to the children's reading. He was sitting upright. He was sitting upright in the true sense. Song Ji-sun and Zhao Yao, who were scholars, could not understand the essence of sitting upright. There was a classic of founding a sect in the Confucian religion. It was called Great Etiquette. In it, the self-cultivation chapter specifically said that a gentleman should sit like a corpse, because a corpse was a divine elephant. Sitting like a corpse was solemn and solemn. At this moment, Qi Jingchun seemed to have heard the white-robed man's thoughts in full detail. He smiled lightly and said, "It's amazing that a martial artist is in charge of a country. However, it's not a good omen to be a white dragon." 34. Footsteps came from the door of Song Jisun's house. Lu Xianyang was about to jump off the wall, but he heard the voice before he saw the person. Someone asked with a warm smile, "Are you the apprentice of old Yao at the entrance of Baoshi Kiln? Is your surname Lu?" It was the supervisor of kiln management who wore a white robe and a jade belt. He strode over the threshold and looked at the wall with a smile. Lu Xianyang's body stiffened, and he found that he didn't have the strength to jump off the wall. He smiled guiltily and said, "Sir, it's me. When you came to our dragon kiln to open the kiln, my master asked me to show you some work." The man nodded and looked at the tall teenager. He asked directly, "Young man, do you want to go outside and have a look? For example, you can join the army and fight in the battlefield. I promise you that as long as you can survive 10 years, you will be a high-ranking official. At that time, I will personally hold a banquet for you in the capital to celebrate. How about it?" Song Jisun, who was standing behind the man, had a gloomy face. He clenched the jade pendant that Fu Nanhua gave to the old dragon to make rain. This scholar, who had been called illegitimate child and bastard for many years, now knew the real identity of the man beside him. Therefore, the teenager understood the weight of the man's words. The words "personally hold a banquet" would be the most powerful life-saving talisman in Dali, and the longest ladder in the officialdom. Lu Xianyang racked his brain to think of some sour words and stammered, "Thank you for your kindness, supervisor. I am so sorry, but I have already promised to be the apprentice of Master Ruan's blacksmith shop. I can't go back on my words. I hope you won't forgive me." The words that the tall teenager wanted to say were stuck in his throat. He couldn't remember them, no matter how hard he tried. He was so anxious that his face turned red. Song Jisun seemed to be considerate as he reminded him, "It's a great person who doesn't bear grudges against a petty person." The white-robed man dismissed it with a smile. "It doesn't matter. When you have a chance to leave the town one day, you can go to the nearest Danyang mountain pass and find a warrior named Lu Linshi. Tell him that Song Chongjing from the capital recommended you to join the army. If he doesn't believe you, you can tell him that you, Lu Linshi, still owe him 30,000 heads of the Great Sway's cavalry." Lu Xianyang nodded and said, "Okay." The man smiled and left. Song Jisun walked him to the gate of the yard and wanted to stop. The man seemed to know what he was thinking. Without turning his head, he said, "Come with me to the construction supervisor's office. I'll take you to meet someone." Song Jisun's feet were rooted to the ground like nails. With a dark face, he said, "I'm not going." That place was extremely difficult for the people in the town. However, for the teenager who grew up listening to rumors year after year, it was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It was a pit that he couldn't get over. The man, who had always acted swiftly and decisively, was not annoyed by the teenager's ignorance. He didn't stop, but he slowed down a lot, according to the records of the spies in the office. "You have already met the Sui dynasty's prince surnamed Gao, right? Do you know that the Sui dynasty's Gao family and our Song clan are irreconcilable enemies for thousands of years? Both are princes, but he dares to come to this small town in the hinterland of the enemy country, Dali. You, Song Jisun, are also princes, but you don't dare to go to a small official's residence in your own territory?" Song Jisun didn't think about the deep meaning of these words. Instead, he turned his head instantly and looked at Lu Xianyang. He saw the tall teenager sitting on the wall rubbing his hands and legs as if he didn't hear the man at all. Walking in the mud bottle lane, the white-robed king of Dali smiled. The man got a little surprise, worthy of being the son of our Song clan. However, when he thought that the teenager was the son of that woman, as the #1 martial arts master in Dali, the powerful king also felt a little annoyed and troublesome. Song Jisun gritted his teeth and turned back to GQ, who was standing at the door of the house, and said, "I'll be back soon. Don't worry about me for lunch." Song Jisun just walked out of the courtyard. turned his head, and smiled. Take the bag of broken silver on my bedside, and go to the Du family shop to buy the pair of dragon and phoenix pendants. Anyway, we don't have to save money in the future. GQ nodded and made a sign to be careful. Song Jisun smiled happily and left in a carefree manner. When Song Jisun walked away, Lu Xianyang, who was sitting on the wall, asked carefully, GQ, what is the relationship between Song Jisun and the supervisor? GQ looked at the tall teenager with pity. Lu Xianyang couldn't stand her gaze the most. What? He just knows an official who is in charge of porcelain. What's the big deal? GQ pulled the corner of her mouth and went back to the house to get food. She began to feed the old hen and the group of fluffy chicks. Lu Xianyang felt discouraged for no reason. He jumped down the wall and shouted to the house, Chen, let's go to the blacksmith shop. I don't want to be annoyed. The girl's back was facing the neighboring house's courtyard. She laughed and said, Buddha fights for incense, people fight for a breath of air. Unfortunately, a good-for-nothing can only be annoyed. Lu Xianyang's blood rushed to his head. Even his ears were red. He walked to the yellow mud wall and punched the wall heavily. Wang Zhu, I dare you to say it again. The maidservant threw away all the corn and vegetable leaves, clapped her hands, and turned her head with a smile. Who do you think you are? You want me to say it? Lu Xianyang looked at the girl, who was becoming more and more beautiful. He was speechless. His heart felt empty, as if a porcelain bowl had fallen to the ground. Chun Pingon had already been standing at the door for a long time. When he saw this scene, he quickly walked to the courtyard and said softly, Let's go. The two youths walked side by side in the alley. The tall teenager suddenly asked, Chun Pingon, am I good for nothing? Chun Pingon thought for a moment and said seriously, the neighbors in the alley all say that my mother is very good. They also say that my father is famous for being a taciturn person. Therefore, I think that whether you like someone or not, it might not have much to do with whether you are good for nothing. Lu Xianyang's face was sad. Then I'm even worse. Even if I work hard to build a dragon kiln in the future, or learn all of Master Ruan's craftsmanship, she still won't like me. Chun Pingon tactfully shut his mouth to avoid adding fuel to the fire. Chun Pingon walked in the familiar alley and suddenly remembered a scene. In his early years, he followed old man Yao along the stream into the mountains. He saw a small elk drinking water by the stream. It wasn't afraid to see him. After it drank the water, it lowered its head and looked at the stream, not leaving for a long time. In addition to the reflection of the elk on the surface of the stream, there was also a wandering fish in the water. Before leaving the ancestral home, Miss Ning advised him that since he had a locust tree leaf, he should leave the town as soon as possible. With the locust tree leaf's invisible protection, there shouldn't be too big of an accident. It was best not to stay in the town for too long, because she didn't know if Lu Xianyang's matter would affect Chun Pingon. However, Chun Pingon insisted that he had to see Lu Xianyang being accepted as a disciple by Master Wan with his own eyes before he could leave with peace of mind, because if it wasn't for Lu Xianyang, he would have starved to death. Of course, Chun Pingon also hoped that Miss Ning could recover from her injuries in his home. However, he didn't dare to say it because he was afraid she would think he was being frivolous. Chun Pingon suddenly asked, The armor your grandfather left you, will you never sell it to an outsider? Lu Xianyang said with a face full of righteousness, Nonsense. Of course, I won't sell it even if I die. He punched the shoulder of the young man beside him and joked, I'm not a money grubber like you. The tall young man held the back of his head with both hands. Some things can be earned with money if you don't have them now, but some things are really gone in this life. Chun Pingon said to himself, I understand. When they were about to reach the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley, Lu Xianyang cursed. Chun Pingon put away his thoughts and looked up. Suddenly, his heart felt heavy. It was Lu Zhengchun, the eldest son of the Lu family on Falu Street. Back then, It was this man who had led a group of bad friends to block Lu Xianyang in this alley and almost beat him to death. If it wasn't for Qin Pingan, who had run over and shouted, Lu Xianyang, who had no elders or relatives at home, would probably have been thrown into a mass grave. At that time, Song Jisun was squatting on the top of the wall to watch the show. He kept adding fuel to the fire. Later, he told Qin Pingan, who still had lingering fears, that Lu Jingchun's behavior was called chivalrous outside the town. Lu Jingchun blocked Lu Xianyang's path and squeezed out a smile. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to settle old scores with you today. But Lu Xianyang interrupted the young master of the Lu family. Again, a good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of my way. Lu Jingchun's face was embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, Lu Xianyang, this time I really have something to discuss with you. Last time, you didn't wait for us to finish talking and ran away. That's not good. You should at least listen to my conditions, right? To be honest, we two brothers can be considered friends after a fight. There's no need to be so stiff. Those guests and I are very sincere. Lu Xianyang tilted his head and said sarcastically, What's wrong? Are you addicted to being a matchmaker? I'm curious. You, Lu Jingchun, are the grandson of the richest family in our town. Why do you like to be a lackey for outsiders? Lu Jingchun's face was livid, but he still had to maintain the smile on his face. He looked very funny and almost begged, Lu Xianyang, as long as you say it, no matter what you want, they will try their best to satisfy you. For example, copper coins? Why don't you say a number? For example, 150 strings of coins? Even if it's 200 strings of coins, I can help you bargain. 200 strings of coins. That's enough for you to buy half a house in our Falu street. Lu Xianyang stared at the eyes and face of the person in front of him and said disdainfully, 200 strings of coins, do you think I'm a beggar? Sincerity? I advise you not to be hypocritical with me. I still have business to attend to. Get out of my way. At the corner of the clay bottle alley, a little girl was riding on the shoulder of a burly old man. A boy in a red robe was being held by a woman. He should have been at an innocent age, but his face already had a sinister expression that didn't match his age. He said in the language of his hometown, Isn't this Lu family too stupid? What's the use of it? The woman shook her head and said softly with a smile, When you're doing favors to others, you have to know how to deal with them. When talking about business, if you want to profit the most, you should be like Lu Jingchun and test the bottom line of the other party's psychological price. The child was puzzled and said, Is it so troublesome to do business with these natives? The woman smiled and said, Human nature is complicated, and people's hearts are dark. It's not based on the level of cultivation. People from small places, even if their knowledge is shallow, they're not all fools. If you have such thoughts, you'll suffer losses sooner or later. The child said, Mother, you're familiar with people's hearts. Why don't you just talk face to face? The woman explained patiently, Look at what we're wearing. No matter which shop you go to, as long as the seller is slightly shrewd, they won't be able to resist the urge to rip off their customers. The child sighed. It's just that we're so shy, it's too uncomfortable. The woman squatted down and held the child's cheeks with both hands. She looked at the face that resembled his father and said seriously, Remember, cultivating the heart is also a part of cultivation. Favorable conditions cultivate strength. Adverse conditions cultivate the heart. You can't do without either. The child shook his head and broke free from the woman's hands. He said angrily, this empty reasoning again. It's so annoying. The woman was a little helpless, but she did not continue to teach him the truth. She only felt that her child was talented and had a good foundation. He also had the backing of two families, so he still had a long way to go in the future. Although his temperament was a little paranoid and gloomy, it could be stewed slowly. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow was the biggest mistake. Listening to the boring conversation in the alley, the little girl was a little worried. Grandpa, White Ape, what should we do if that person refuses to sell anything? The old man with his hands on his knees smiled and said, Then let him die. I came here to deal with this worst-case scenario. Otherwise, that money would be equivalent to going down the drain. There wouldn't even be a sound. However, when the time comes, Mrs. Safety will be a little troublesome. I reckon we'll have to entrust it to the Song family or the Lee family. Putting everything else aside, if he were to kill someone, although the old man would be banished by the saints compared to silently going down the drain, it was like throwing a stone into the water. At least there would be some splash. However, the old man would not do this unless he had no other choice. After all, no matter how significant the sword scripture was and how precious Xinjiang Mountain was, it was still far inferior to the immortality path of the young lady on his shoulders. At least to the old man, that was what he thought. The Lu family was the head of the small town's 4 families and 10 clans. However, if it was outside, it would be the opposite. In fact, the Lu family was at the bottom. After the Lu family's main ruling dynasty was destroyed by Dali's 2 major border armies, the Lu family's position in the eastern Aquarius continent was in jeopardy. On the other side of the alley, Lu Xian Yang listened to Lu Jingchun talk about high positions and generous salaries. He felt like he was facing a song jisun that had fallen from a bookcase. He was particularly annoyed. He took a step forward and pointed at Lu Jingchun's nose, saying resolutely that armor is my Lu family's ancestral heirloom. It has nothing to do with money. Even if you ask me to move to your house today, I won't care if you, Lu Jingchun, call me Grandpa every day from now on. Lu, do you hear me? Ooh. Standing alone at the entrance of the clay bottle alley, Lu Jingchun stared at this unscrupulous person in front of him. Obviously, he had nothing to lose and was not afraid of wearing shoes. The young master of the Lu family even had the thought of killing himself here. Previously, he acted as a lobbyist at the covered bridge and blocked Lu Xianyang's way to the blacksmith shop. However, he failed at the beginning. When he returned to the house on Falu Street, his grandpa greeted those high and mighty guests. He calmly called him to the secret room. He didn't say anything harsh, nor did he boast about the family's great business. He just pointed at the corpse under the white cloth. Jingchun, Grandpa doesn't have any other request. I just hope that your brother won't die in peace. I hope that on the 7th day of his death, you will have already left the small town. Just treat it as seeing the scenery outside for him. Lu Jingchun's eyes suddenly became wet. He choked and said with a trembling voice, Lu Xianyang, I beg you, okay? Lu Xianyang was stunned. This young man, who lived a luxurious life, became more and more fragile and helpless. His lips trembled and he sobbed, okay? I will kneel in front of you. I will apologize to you, okay? Plop. Lu Jingchun firmly knelt on the muddy ground of Clay Bottle Alley and began to kowtow. A man has gold under his knees. The young man kowtowed without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. At the foot of the outer wall of Clay Bottle Alley, the little girl gently kicked the old man's chest with her feet. She thought about the mountains she saw along the way. She wanted to choose which one to move back to her hometown. The boy was somewhat gloating. He casually asked, Mother, is this surnamed Lu crazy? Are we really going to take a lunatic out of the small town in the future? How shameful would that be? The woman's expression was complicated. She thought of many strange people she had witnessed with her own eyes. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she shook her head and said, No. Lu Xianyang was somewhat at a loss. The tall teenager never thought that Lu Jingchun would do such a thing. The eldest grandson of the richest family in the small town was kneeling in front of his feet and kowtowing. Lu Xianyang's face was tangled. At this moment, the straw sandals teenager who had been observing Lu Xianyang and Lu Jingchun suddenly pulled his sleeve and gently shook his head. Lu Xianyang couldn't bear it and said, This is too outrageous. The determination in Chen Pingan's eyes was self-evident. The careless tall teenager was already showing signs of softening. However, the straw sandals teenager, who was a good person in the eyes of the black-clothed girl, seemed extremely cold-hearted at this moment. Chun Pingan's intuition told him that if Lu Xianyang agreed to this deal before Lu Jingchun knelt, he might suffer a little at most, but his life would not be in danger. But now, Lu Xianyang was in the same predicament as before. At that time, if Mr. Qi had not intervened, his fate would have been to kill Fu Nanhua, and then be killed either by the people of Yunxia Mountain or Old Dragon City. What was even more fatal was that, according to the rules Miss Ning told him, if Lu Jingchun himself was from a small town, if he or the Lu family wanted to kill Lu Xianyang, it was very likely that Mr. Qi would not be able to stop them. Chun Pingan's thoughts turned. While Lu Jingchun was still desperately kowtowing, he lowered his voice and said to Lu Xianyang, "If you really can't do it, pretend to agree to him. We'll see Master Wan first and talk about it after you're accepted as a disciple." Lu Xianyang nodded and said to Lu Jingchun, "Bro, you should get up first. Get up and talk. What the F*** are you doing?" Lu Jingchun did not get up. He raised his head, his red and swollen forehead covered with dirt. Lu Xianyang said helplessly, "But you need to go back first and discuss with them. You need to come up with a fair price. Don't fool me anymore. I'm not an idiot. What 200 strings of copper coins? Let's not talk about whether I'll lose money or not. Don't those nobles think it's degrading?" Lu Jingchun slowly got up and said with a smile, "That's true. As long as you're willing to agree, Lu Xianyang, Lu Jingchun, will be your brother from now on. It doesn't matter if you acknowledge me or not. I'll acknowledge you anyway." Lu Xianyang walked over and put his arm around Lu Jingchun's shoulder. They walked to the entrance of the alley together and comforted him. "Old Lu, you have to bring your brother to enjoy life together in the future. When this deal is done, I'll treat you to a good drink." Lu Jingchun wiped his forehead and laughed cheerfully. "Isn't drinking easy? What's so difficult about that? Moreover, I'm the one who's treating. How can I let you spend money? It's settled then. Otherwise, I'll be angry." Lu Xianyang laughed and said, "I knew you were a kind person. I'll be right to follow you in the future." Ooh. Chun Pingan followed behind the two. He leaned slightly to the side of the alley wall and stared at the entrance of the alley. The white-robed man brought the young Song Jisun to the back hall of the supervision office under the guidance of the elderly steward. The steward said that Mr. Li from the academy, who had come from afar, had been waiting here for half an hour. He said that he was going to the school to visit a Confucian elder. Song Jianqiang did not say a word about this. He only asked, "Have you found out who the assassin who died in the alley is?" The steward was hesitant. Song Jianqiang frowned and said, The elderly man hurriedly bowed and said in fear, "It's the Song family from Fulu Street." Song Jianqiang sneered and said, "You don't know how to give me a little surprise." The elderly steward was sweating profusely. Song Jisun was silent, but his eyes were burning. In the school, Qi Jingchun gently put down his book and turned to look. A handsome young man in a laurel scholar's robe was standing at the door. He smiled but did not say a word. Qi Jingchun's face was calm and serious. In the town, a bald man in strange clothes walked barefoot. He looked haggard and came to the iron lock well. He looked at the deep well, put his palms together, and closed his eyes. He whispered, "A bowl of water in Buddha's view, 108,000 worms." Outside the town, on the top of a mountain, someone stood on a thick branch of a towering ancient tree. He looked at the outline of the town with a tiger tally hanging on his waist and a long sword on his back. Outside this world, on a long road that inclined upward, as if it was connected to the sky, there was no scenery in sight. A young yellow-crowned Taoist nun rode a white deer and slowly climbed up. Beside her was a Taoist priest with a jade-like face. His steps were light like flowing water. There were 2 big fish with long whiskers, one red and one green, swimming around him. Confucianism Taoism. And soldiers, the three religions and one family were about to gather in the town. In the blacksmith shop by the stream in the south of the town, a father and daughter were forging. Sparks flew like a gorgeous fire rain. The man held a sword embryo and said to the ponytailed girl who was hammering, "Don't go to the town during this period." The strength of the girl's hand immediately weakened. She felt that all the strength in her body had slipped away with the snacks in the town. The man laughed angrily and said, "Useless." The girl turned her grief into strength. She hammered heavily on the red sword. Under the bright sparks, the girl was like a fire god descending to the world. "35. After Lu Xianyang and Chun Pingon walked out of Mud Bottle Alley, they saw two groups of people standing on the left and right respectively. The little girl was riding on the neck of the burly old man, while the arrogant boy in a bright red robe stood beside the graceful woman. When Lu Xianyang walked through, he was calm and composed. In the eyes of the white-haired old man, he had the demeanor of a general, the cautiousness and restraint that the straw sandals youth was trying his best to hide was nothing to him. After Lu Zhengchun bid farewell to the two of them, he stayed where he was, trembling in fear. He reported carefully, "Lu Xianyang suggests that the immortals give him a suitable price. Next time, he will bear the pain and sell his family heirloom." The woman looked at the white-haired old man of Xinjiang Mountain and asked with a smile, "What do you think, Senior Ape?" The old man pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Don't do things more than 3 times. Before that, we'll do as Lu Xianyang said and give him a great fortune. Xinjiang Mountain can give this young man the identity of a true disciple. Apart from that, I'll also lend him an artifact for 100 years. As for the Su family of Clear Wind City, do as you see fit." The woman said in shock, "The identity of a true disciple of Xinjiang Mountain is already extremely honorable. Senior Ape is actually offering an artifact? Is this young man surnamed Lu a cultivation genius that was let loose by the buyer when he was 9 years old?" The old man turned a deaf ear to her. He only smiled at the young master and said, "There are many shops in the town. They all have their own origins. Miss, you can take a look. You might be able to pick up some scraps." The little girl called out childishly, "Go, go, go." The old man, who was the chief consecrator of Xinjiang Mountain, laughed loudly and jogged slowly, like a moving mountain. The boy said with a smile, "Xinjiang Mountain is really impressive." The woman gestured for Lu Zhengchun to return home first. She took her son and walked casually on the street, explaining the origins to him. Apart from the ordinary main path to the top, Xinjiang Mountain also has a special path to the sword. Since its inheritance, 6 paths to the top have been opened up. This means that Xinjiang Mountain has produced 6 genuine sword immortals who have proven their Tao. The boy sneered. What's the use of having a rich history? How many years can they live off their past? Among all the Qi practitioners who entered the town, which one of them didn't have a rich ancestor compared to the few groups that came after us? The woman held the child's hand and said with a smile, "Then, do you know that 2 brand new sword Daos are about to reach the peak of Xinjiang Mountain in the past 100 years? The amazing thing about that little girl of your age is that she can move freely on the sword peak that is filled with sword qi. She can stay there for as long as the patriarchs of Xinjiang Mountain." Oh, the boy was stunned for a moment before he stopped in his tracks and said in an infuriated voice, "Since that dumb lass has such an extraordinary background, why didn't Mother tell me earlier? I wouldn't have been at odds with her all the way here, causing her to contradict me for no reason. If I had taken her as my wife in a few years' time, and then conveniently become her Tao companions, wouldn't it have been a great boon for our Clear Breeze City?" The woman looked at the beautiful face that still had a hint of childishness. She was furious like a young tiger. Instead of being angry, she laughed. "You and that little girl are both cultivation talents who have a chance of ascending to the upper 5 realms. Therefore, your marriage will be more complicated and changeable. If you insist on doing it on purpose, it will not be beautiful. Do you really think that the lass only hates you with all her heart? The boy frowned and said, What else can I do? The woman said gently, Let nature take its course. The boy suddenly said in all seriousness, Mother, I don't like the guy behind Lu Xianyang. I don't like him from the first time I saw him. The woman asked curiously, Why? The child thought for a moment and replied, This guy is a little strange. He's different from Lu Jingchun, who knows everything, and Lu Xianyang, who doesn't know anything. Also, I especially hate his eyes. The woman only thought that her son was starting to act childishly again, so she advised, You can't do as you please in this small town. However, you have to think about what will happen to everyone here after this world collapses. Won't you feel a lot better? The child nodded and subconsciously repeated the 2 words he had said when he first saw the straw sandal youth. And after leaving the small town, Chen Pingan and Lu Xianyang quickly saw the covered bridge. Lu Xianyang casually asked, Why do you think Song Jisun's old man built this covered bridge? If he wanted to build it, then so be it. Why did he have to cover the old stone arch bridge? I heard that the stone bridge wasn't torn down. It's like wearing clothes. I wonder if it'll be hot in the summer. Ha! At the end of his sentence, the tall youth was amused by himself. At the end of the covered bridge hung a plaque with golden words. It was unknown who had written it, but the words were huge. Wind begets water. When the 2 youths walked up the steps, Lu Xianyang fiercely stomped his feet a few times and said mysteriously, Old Yao once told me that there's something strange at the bottom of the steps. He said that when the covered bridge was first built, late one night, Song Jisun's father ordered people to dig a big hole here and buried a big porcelain jar as tall as a person. Are you scared? Chun Pingan said unhappily, What's there to be scared of? The 2 walked into the shady covered bridge. Lu Xianyang whispered, You think it's because of the deep pool under the bridge? Drowning is better than a few people, so they need to invite monks and Taoists to suppress evil? Chun Pingan never talked nonsense about ghosts and gods. Lu Xianyang didn't get an answer, so he lost interest. The newly built wooden covered bridge still smelled faintly of wood and lacquer. The wood used to make the beams were all cut from deep in the mountains and forests that had been sealed for countless years. It was extremely difficult to transport them out of the mountains. The water level of the small stream that wound around the mountains wasn't high, so it was far from enough to float the huge logs. They had to pick a time when it was raining. The path was muddy and slippery, and one careless mistake could cause them to fall into the flood. It was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, no young people died in the flood. Some people said that when the logs were transported out of the mountains, the school teacher Qi Jingchun personally went to help. He taught them how to operate the logs step by step. So it was all thanks to Mr. Qi that everything was safe. When they reached the northern steps of the covered bridge, Lu Xianyang suddenly sat down on the huge bluestone. Chun Pingan had no choice but to squat beside him. Lu Xianyang smiled and asked, If it wasn't for me, would you and Song Jisun have become good friends? Chun Pingan shook his head and said, Maybe a little, but not by much. Lu Xianyang asked curiously, Why? You 2 are neighbors and about the same age. To tell you the truth, Song Jisun likes to drop bookcases and speaks harshly, but he doesn't seem to have done anything outrageous. You have a good temper, so why can't he be friends with you? Chun Pingan smiled and said, Let's not talk about this. When we get to the blacksmith shop, don't be sloppy. Whether or not you can keep your family's armor depends on whether or not you can become Master Ruan's disciple. I know. Chun Pingan, to tell you the truth, you really have to change this nagging temper of yours. Otherwise, I'll be annoyed to death by you. Lu Xianyang fell backwards, the back of his head resting on the top step of the covered bridge. He looked up at the blue sky and said, "You've walked very far with old Yao and climbed very high up the mountain. How far can you see the scenery?" Chun Pingon casually pulled out a stalk of licorice, brushed off the dust, and put it in his mouth to chew. He said vaguely, "The furthest I went was probably 3 years ago. I went back and forth with old man Yao for about 10 days. We went around more than 10 forbidden mountains and finally arrived at a very strange mountain. It was so tall that it was frightening. You might not believe it, but when we climbed halfway up the mountain, all you could see was clouds and mist. In the end, old man Yao and I finally reached the top with great difficulty, but in the end, Lu Xianyang waited for a long time, but didn't hear him continue. He turned his head and said with a smile, "No one lifts their crotch like you when they're halfway through taking a dump." Chun Pingon was a little sad. He said softly, "You also know that old man Yao has a very bad impression of me. He almost never talks to me, nor is he willing to teach me the real skills of making porcelain. Every time we go into the mountain, old man Yao doesn't like to talk. Usually, from the time we go into the mountain to the time we return to the dragon kiln, he doesn't say much. But that time when we reached the top of the mountain, old man Yao was probably in a good mood, so he said a little more. He said that he wanted me to see the scenery over there, and that it was okay if I saw it, but after we went down the mountain, I shouldn't talk too much." Lu Xianyang comforted him. "It's not that I want to put in a good word for old man Yao. He doesn't like you, but he doesn't hate you either. He has a bad temper with everyone, but he's a little better when he's with me." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "So, in fact, I've always been grateful to old man Yao from the bottom of my heart." Lu Xianyang suddenly said angrily, "After talking so much, you still haven't told me what you saw." Chun Pingon stretched out his hand and pointed to the east. "The mountain we climbed is already very high, but when I looked at it from the top of the mountain, there was another mountain in the far east. It was even higher. I can't tell how high it is." Lu Xianyang cursed, "Isn't it just a tall mountain? King thought you saw an immortal riding on the clouds." Chun Pingon thought for a moment and said with a look of longing, "Maybe there really is an immortal on that mountain." Lu Xianyang smiled and asked, "Chun Pingon, do you think immortals also need to eat, drink, and take a dump?" Chun Pingon rubbed his chin. "If immortals also need to take a dump, that's quite outrageous." Lu Xianyang fiercely slapped Chun Pingon's head, then stood up and ran. "Aren't immortals taking a dump on top of your head?" Lu Xianyang didn't control his strength, and this time Chun Pingon was a little dizzy from the hit. He didn't think of chasing after the tall youth and stood up, muttering to himself, "Thunder! Is it because the immortals are sleeping and snoring? If it's raining, it can't be because the immortals are peeing, right? Then we're too miserable." Chun Pingon quickened his pace and quickly caught up with Lu Xianyang. After joking around for a while, they finally arrived at the blacksmith shop by the stream. There were already 7 or 8 yellow mud huts and thatched cottages built. In Chun Pingon's eyes, these were all large amounts of copper coins. There was also a large group of small-town youngsters and young adults digging wells. Most of the people of the same age as Lu Xianyang were apprentices of the dragon kiln. After losing the porcelain bowl bestowed upon them by the emperor, they could already be considered very lucky to be able to continue to make a living in the blacksmith shop. However, according to Lu Xianyang, most of these people helping out were temporary workers. Master Wan said that he would at most accept a few inner disciples, and the rest would at most become permanent workers. Lu Xianyang waved his hand and said, "You wait here. I'll go greet Master Wan and see if he can show you the scene of forging. TSK, if you see his daughter hammering and forging, I guarantee that you'll be scared to death." Chun Pingon stood in place and didn't move around, casually, looking around. There were already 7 embryonic wells. There were still wheels, frames, and fences left at the mouth of the wells. Some of the wells were constantly being drilled out with dustpans on their heads. Looking at the busy people digging wells, Chun Pingon habitually squatted down, picked up a handful of soil, and slowly rubbed it with his fingertips. It was moist to the touch, but it wasn't actually water-type soil. On the contrary, it was fire-type soil. However, it belonged to the last type of fire-type soil. According to Old Man Yao, it was called 7 Moons Flowing Fire Soil. The soil would automatically turn warm and cool. It wasn't too dry and had a strong plasticity. This also meant that when reinforcing the walls of the well, it wouldn't collapse, which was a good thing. Obviously, even if Master Wan wasn't an expert in digging wells, he definitely wasn't an amateur. However, Chun Pingon didn't quite understand why there were so many wells in such a small place. Chun Pingon turned his head to look in the direction of the small stream and grinned. In the eyes of the straw sandals youth, this nameless stream was now a treasure trove filled with gold, silver, and copper coins. However, after touching the snake gallstone tonight, Chun Pingon had to secretly go to Mud Bottle Alley. According to Gu Kan's words before he left town, he had to dig under his family's large water tank. Gu Kan left in a hurry and didn't say anything. He only said that it was his family's treasure. Even his mother didn't know where he had hidden it. When Chun Pingon thought of that slug, he wanted to laugh. In the past, Chun Pingon was Lu Xianyang's follower. He followed Lu Xianyang to catch fish, snakes, and bird nests. After Chun Pingon became a teenager, he also had a small follower behind him. For the straw sandals youth, who had no one to rely on, one was his older brother, and the other was his younger brother. One needed him to repay a debt of gratitude, and the other needed him to take care of him. Therefore, after so many years, Chun Pingon's life was very difficult, but not bitter. 36. Lu Xianyang quickly ran back with a wicker basket on his back. Chun Ping and was standing beside the well, watching the scene of the well being dug. Lu Xianyang kicked Chun Ping, but causing the straw sandals youth to almost fall flat on his face. When he turned around and saw that it was a tall youth, he didn't pursue the matter. Lu Xianyang casually said, "It's done. Master Wan told me to stay here and not run around for the next few days. I'll dig the well during the day and forge at night. After a week and a half, I'll be his first disciple in this town, called the first disciple or something. I'll get you a basket and help you feel the stones. I'll feel them from the blacksmith shop all the way to the covered bridge. I'll say this first, I can't help you with the puddle at the back of the green ox. Master Wan said that if I dare to take half a step to the north and west of the covered bridge, he'll break my legs." Lu Xianyang hugged the straw sandals youth's neck and whispered, "Master Wan said that the town won't lose anything. He also said that those outsiders follow a very strange rule. They can be fair merchants, swindlers, and even beggars who pick up scraps. The only thing they can't be is sneaky thieves. He said that in this town, the heavens won't sleep or close their eyes. They're watching us. You can say that it's scary, but it's scary." Lu Xianyang suddenly threatened, surnamed Chun, "You can continue to live in my house, but don't wait for me to return. You'll have sold my family's armor." Chun Pingon punched Lu Xianyang's chest, causing the tall youth to quickly let go. He rubbed his chest a few times before he recovered. He scolded, "Where does a skinny little monkey like a bamboo get so much strength from? Do you think you can increase your strength by walking 100 miles every few days with Old Man Yao, or chopping firewood and burning charcoal in the deep mountains for a few months?" Chun Pingon laughed. "Anyway, I'll carry a basket of stones and can run back to the town before you." Lu Xianyang squinted his eyes and said, "Then let's see who can hold their breath underwater the longest." As they neared the stream, Chun Pingon bent down and rolled up his trousers. He casually said, "I'm not going to compete with just one breath." Before entering the water, Chun Pingon plucked a lot of spring grass from the stream bank and put it in the basket. He also nagged that after every 20 stones he had to put more grass in the basket. Lu Xianyang was so annoyed that he wanted to throw the wicker basket to Chun Pingon, but the latter refused. He said that if he were to carry the wicker basket himself, with Lu Xianyang's hot-tempered personality, he would definitely throw the stones into the wicker basket, and Chun Pingon's heart would ache. Lu Xianyang almost wanted to throw up on the spot. These colorful stones had been worthless for thousands of years. Why did they become so precious and delicate when they came to Chun Pingon? How dare he complain that Uncle Lu's technique is not gentle enough? But in the end, the tall youth was still unwilling to go underwater to touch the stones. Chun Pingon and him went left and right, planning to completely sweep the stream. The water in the stream was still knee-high. In some places, the water level would only reach waist-high. Occasionally, there would be small puddles as high as a person, but most of them were places where large stones gathered. When they reached these places, it was time for Lu Xianyang to show off his skills. He first took off the wicker basket and handed it to the youth squatting on the large stone. He then dived into the water in one breath and took out the snake gallstones he wanted from the gaps between the large stones or even from the layers of stacked stones. Of course, Chun Pingon could also do it, but it would be very tiring. It would take far more time and effort than Lu Xianyang. Before he even touched the covered bridge, the wicker basket was already 70 to 80% full. Among them was a dark green snake gallstone. Lu Xianyang had to touch it 3 times at the bottom of a deep pit before he finally found it with great difficulty. It was as big as a palm, mixed with golden specks and ripple-like patterns. The stone was hard and thin, and it was very heavy. When Chun Pingon rubbed it with his hand, it actually felt like it was shining. As long as one was not blind, they would know that this stone was not ordinary. In the end, the two youths sat side by side on a large stone in the stream. Lu Xianyang propped his hands on the stone and looked at the slowly flowing stream. He asked, Chun Pingon, have you ever thought about leaving the town in the future? Chun Pingon replied, I haven't thought about it yet. Traveling far away requires money, right? And after I leave, what will happen to the house? No one will help me clean it up. What if it collapses one day? Also, my parents' graves require me to frequently pull out weeds. Lu Xianyang said helplessly, why do you always think about so many useless things? It's so boring. No wonder Song Jisun said that you have the life of a ghost going around a wall. You'll never be able to walk out of this crappy place your entire life. Chun Pingon turned his head and asked with a smile, do you still remember what I told you last time? It's about that tree. Lu Xianyang said unhappily, is it worth making a fuss about a tree growing out of a grave? Besides, that's the grave of another branch of the Chun family. It has nothing to do with you. Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon sat cross-legged and sighed softly. I wonder if there are many people with the surname Chun outside the town. Lu Xianyang said, I don't know about those outside the town. I only know that, in the town, there are only a few people with the surname Chun, and other than you, they all seem to be the children of the 4 surnames and 10 clans. They have been servants for generations. What's funny is that these people are like cattle and horses in the house, bowing their heads and waists. But as soon as they leave those big houses, they immediately change their attitude when they see people. They love to look down on people. So Old Man Yao is right. If you, Chun Pingon, become a servant one day, then your branch of the Chun family that hasn't moved out of the town will be completely wiped out. According to Old Man Yao, there were 2 branches of people with the surname Chun in the town. However, one of them had moved out very early on. Chun Pingon's branch had flourished before, but this before was too long ago. Even Old Man Yao couldn't tell if it was a few hundred years, 500 years, or 800 years. Or 1,000 years. Later on, it was divided into several branches, and the number of people became fewer and fewer. Their luck was probably taken away by the branch that moved out. The incense was often cut off, and many of the tombs were gradually left unattended. In addition, the mountains where most of the tombs were located were gradually turned into forbidden mountains by the supervising officials sent by the imperial court. Old man Yao brought Chen Pingan into the mountains for the last time. When they passed by one of the mountains, he pointed to a place for him to see. He said that was where the ancestor of the other branch of the Chen family was buried. The tomb was on that mountain, and the feng shui there was very good. As for Chen Pingan's branch, Old Man Yao said that even the gods wouldn't be able to find it. In the past few hundred years, the descendants of this branch of the Chen family were all useless. They were all poor people. Other than holding on to not become servants for the 4 surnames and 10 clans, they were completely useless. Chen Pingan once secretly went to look for the tomb of the ancestor of the Chen family. In the end, he only saw weeds at the place. He also saw many foxes and rabbits, but he didn't see the tomb. Among them, there was a tree that the youth couldn't recognize. It wasn't tall and was much shorter than the old locust tree in town. The weeds were overgrown, and foxes and rabbits roamed about. It was all alone, and the tree flourished alone. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Before my mother passed away, she made me swear that I can be a beggar. Even if I starve to death, I won't be allowed to be a servant for those rich families." Lu Xianyang blurted out, "Then before your mother died, didn't she make you swear that you will never be an apprentice at the dragon kiln?" The youth's face dimmed. He didn't refute, nor did he become angry from embarrassment after being exposed. Lu Xianyang felt a little guilty, but he wasn't the kind of person who was willing to say sorry after doing something wrong. He could only pretend that nothing had happened. He stood up and said, Let's go dig the well. Right? I'll try to persuade Master Wan to let you come here as a temporary apprentice. At that time, it'll be easier for you to touch the stones." Chen Pingan said, "There's no rush. Let's wait for those 2 groups to give up and leave town. During this time, I'll help you look after the house." Lu Xianyang asked, curiously, "Why do you think I'll be able to escape if I become a disciple of Master Wan?" Chen Pingan thought about it and said uncertainly, "It's like suddenly raining. You'll have to find a roof to hide under, right?" Lu Xianyang turned his head to look at the sword furnace ironworks. "Who do you think Master Wan is? He doesn't look like a powerful person. Can he suppress those 2 groups?" Chen Pingan comforted him. "You can't judge a book by its cover." Lu Xianyang turned his head and said, "You, Chen Pingan, look like a poor person. Then are you a poor person?" Chen Pingan grimaced and had nothing to say. Lu Xianyang stood up and asked, "Do you want me to help you carry it to the covered bridge?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "No need. It's not heavy. Remember to return the basket to me next time." After saying this, Lu Xianyang jumped down from the boulder and walked quickly through the stream, causing countless splashes. Chen Pingan carried the basket and carefully climbed down from the boulder. After reaching the shore, he slowly walked toward the covered bridge. After Chen Pingan walked for a while, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned his head and saw that it was Lu Xianyang. Under the warm sunshine of early spring, the tall youth snatched the basket from the straw sandals youth and carried it himself. He turned his head and said sarcastically, "From afar, you look like a grasshopper carrying a boulder. How pitiful! I'll be kind and help you carry it to the covered bridge." In the spring breeze, the 2 youths walked together. "Chen, if I succeed in my studies in the future, I'll definitely go out and see. I'll marry a wife prettier than GQ. I'll drink the most expensive wine, live in the biggest house, and ride the fastest horse. I want to see mountains as high as the sky and rivers countless times bigger than our little stream. In short, I, Lu Xianyang, will definitely not stay here and wait for death." In the spring breeze, the tall youth was looking forward to the future. The straw sandals youth was chewing on grass. One was talking, the other was listening. Chun Pingon carried the basket of stones back to Lu Xianyang's courtyard. As usual, he picked out a few stones that he liked the most and brought them to the side room. The rest were left in the kitchen. After locking the door of the house and the courtyard, he ran to Mud Bottle Alley. When he arrived at his courtyard, he saw the black-clothed girl sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun. After greeting her, Chun Pingon began to brew medicine. The sound of chopping constantly came from the courtyard next door. This was very strange. Although Song Jisun lived a fatherless life in the eyes of outsiders, he had not lacked food and clothing for so many years. He even had plenty of money. Although he dared not say that he lived better than the young masters of the 4 families, he did not lose out to the direct descendants of the 10 families. The 4 treasures of the study, the elegant toys on the desk, the clean supplies in the study, and many luxurious things that Chun Pingon had never seen or heard of were carried into Song Jisun's room. In fact, Song Jisun had never done any dirty and tiring work. The pickles were too smelly, so Song Jisun did not allow the maid GQ to do it. Chopping firewood was too tiring, so Song Jisun directly bought bundles of firewood and bags of high-quality charcoal every year. When Chun Pingon brought the medicine to the black-clothed girl, the people in the courtyard next door were still chopping firewood intermittently. When Miss Ning drank the medicine, Chun Pingon could not help but walk to the courtyard wall. He stood on tiptoe and saw that GQ was holding a kitchen knife and chopping a person. It was a wooden embryo. Chun Pingon had been making porcelain for many years and had seen many good things. He had chopped countless trees, so he could roughly see the depth of the wood at a glance. The color of the wood was like jade, so it must be a very old object. Moreover, the puppet was covered with dense red and black spots. The puppet had been chopped into many pieces by GQ. The girl suddenly turned her head and saw Chun Pingon. Her face was covered with sweat and stains. She raised her arm and wiped her face. She forced a smile and said, "You're back. I wanted to borrow a hatchet from you, but the guest in your house was unwilling to open the door for me." Chun Pingon was stunned for a moment. "I'll get the hatchet for you. Don't use too much strength at the beginning. A hatchet is not like a kitchen knife. It's easy to slip. Don't hurt yourself." The girl sat on the small stool. She was exhausted. She waved her hand and said, "I know. Hurry up and get it." Chun Pingon took the hatchet. The girl was already standing by the courtyard wall. She smiled and asked, "Do you know what that is?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "I don't know." GQ didn't give an answer. She turned around and continued to sit on the small stool, chopping with all her strength. Her unfamiliar and stagnant movements, as well as her various laborious and unrewarding postures, made Chun Pingon very anxious. But since she didn't ask for help, Chun Pingon didn't think too much about it. He turned his head and found that Miss Ning was no longer in the courtyard. Chun Pingon remembered something. He quickly walked into the room and placed something on the table in front of the black-clothed girl. It was a piece of snake gallstone. It fit perfectly in the palm of one's hand. It was like a piece of frozen honey. The texture was fine, and the color was very good. Ning Yao felt a bit strange. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Miss Ning, this is for you." The black-clothed girl who always kept the hatchet by her side suddenly asked, "Do you like this the most?" Chun Pingon was a bit embarrassed. "This one is probably ranked 4th. I've already hidden the 3 best pieces." She accepted the stone. She held it with 2 fingers and raised it above her head. Light shone through the window into the room and shone on the stone. She raised her head and narrowed her eyes. She carefully observed the subtle texture of the stone. She looked at the stone. The youth looked at her. In the middle of the night, a youth sneaked into Clay Bottle Alley. Like a stray cat, he silently came to Gu Can's courtyard. He found the large water tank in the corner of the courtyard. After squatting down, He found that the originally neatly piled snake gallstones had been rummaged through. It seemed that this person knew the value of the stones before Chinpingan. Kin was the only freak in the town who liked to collect snake gallstones. And no matter how many he found in the stream, he only took one piece home each time. The child only picked the most pleasing stone. After accumulating for a long time, he only collected 50 to 60 stones, which he used to cover the gap at the bottom of the water tank. After Chinpingan moved away many of the dried snake gallstones, he saw that there were no traces of digging at the bottom of the water tank. Only then did he feel relieved. He began to dig with his right hand, little by little. When he finally touched the butter paper, his heart shook and he slowed down. Finally, he took out an object wrapped in the butter paper. It looked like a book. After hiding it in his arms, Chinpingan filled in the soil again. He carefully looked at the snake gallstones. The rest of the stones were dead. Compared to the 2 new stones that Chinpingan picked up from the stream, whether it was color, texture, or weight, they were completely different. The stones in front of him were like dead old people, while the ones that Chinpingan picked up were like newborn babies, full of vitality. Chinpingan thought about it and planned to leave Clay Bottle Alley from the direction of his house. When he walked to the door of Song Jisun's courtyard, he heard a creak and the door opened. Chinpingan had to pretend to knock on the door and shouted, "Miss Ning, are you asleep? I came back to get something." The lights in the house were quickly turned on. The girl in black opened the courtyard door for Chinpingan. On the other side, the maid GQ slowly walked out of the house. When she reached the courtyard, she saw Chinpingan's shadow. He was holding a large yellowed book in his arms. She shook her head and clicked her tongue as if she had caught a pair of adulterous men and women. She walked alone in Clay Bottle Alley, skipping and hopping. Her golden eyes looked particularly cold and sacred in the dark alley. It made the slender and graceful girl look like a dragon swimming in the narrow stone crevices. It seemed that as long as she walked out of the alley, she would become a dragon. Although Ning Yao let Chinpingan into the courtyard, and even into the house, her face was very ugly. She sat at the table, one arm leaning on the scabbard, and her fingers gently tapping the hilt. After confirming that GQ had walked into the alley, Chinpingan explained awkwardly, "I went to Gu Kan's house to get something, but she was just about to go out, so I had to come here to hide." "Miss Ning, please don't think too much." She asked, "What is it?" Chinpingan hesitated for a moment and took out the yellow paper bag. "I don't know now." She turned around and said, "Open it first, and then decide if you want to let me know or not." Chinpingan nodded and sat across from her at the table. He opened the layers of yellow paper, and mud kept rolling on the table. Finally, an ancient book was revealed. There were only 2 words on the cover of the ancient book. Chinpingan only knew one of them, mountain. He put the ancient book on the table, turned it around, and pushed it to the girl in black. He asked curiously, "Miss Ning, what does this word read?" The girl turned around again and glanced down. She said, "Shake." The name of the book was Shake Mountain. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.